Belinda presents this unabridged recording of Kingmaker, Broken Faith, written by Toby Clements and read by Jack Hawking. For Alex, Isabel, Justin and Matt, 1967 and 1968 to 1989, still with us every day, in heart and mind. Factions in the Wars of the Roses, November 1463. House of York. King Edward IV, victor of the Battle of Towton, crowned king in 1461. Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, architect of the Yorkist victory, later known as the Kingmaker. John Neville, Lord Montague, younger brother of the Earl of Warwick, warden of the East March, commander of Yorkist forces in the north, tough, resourceful, pitiless. Henry Beaufort, 3rd Duke of Somerset, defeated leader of the Lancastrian faction at the Battle of Towton, attainted but then received into King Edward's grace in 1463, and made gentleman of the King's bedchamber, to everyone's disgust. House of Lancaster. King Henry VI, deposed king in exile in Scotland, returned to England in 1463. His strong-laboured wife, Margaret of Anjou, is in exile in France. Ralph Percy, brother of the Earl of Northumberland, commander of Bamborough Castle. Lords Roose and Hungerford, northern lords with unreliable retinues. Sir Ralph Grey, castellan of Alnwick Castle. There is no evidence of him being a drunk. Prologue. The Battle of Towton, fought in driving snow on Palm Sunday 1461, saw 20,000 Englishmen killed. More in one day than ever before or ever since. Although Edward of York carried the day, and was afterwards crowned Edward IV, his victory was only by the narrowest of margins, and it did not mark the end of the wars. The old king, Henry VI of Lancaster, and his indomitable French Queen Margaret, escaped and fled north to Scotland, where they tried to lure the Scots and the French into attacking newly crowned King Edward's much weakened England. But despite promises of help, neither the Scots nor the French were to be drawn in, and after 2 years, all that was left to the dethroned Henry's cause were a few castles in Northumberland, mere toeholds in his vanished kingdom. These castles, Dunstanburgh, Bamborough, Alnwick, became beacons of hope, attracting the dispossessed, the attainted, and those whose loyalty to the old Lancastrian king could not be bought off with the promise of titles and positions from the new Yorkist one. Among such men were the Dukes of Somerset and Exeter, and the Lords Hungerford and Roose, and from these castles they kept the last flames of Lancastrian hope guttering. But life in these mighty castles on their bleak North Sea shores was far from comfortable, and now the Earl of Warwick, King Edward's mighty ally, is marching north with ordnance enough to batter down the thickest walls, and with an army at his back bigger than was ever gathered at Towton. So while some pray the castle's fall will mark the end of a sorrowful chapter in the nation's story, others pray that some miracle will avert disaster, and that the old king will survive and thrive, and return to right the wrongs of the last few years. Part 1. Cornford Castle, Cornford, County of Lincoln, England, after Michaelmas, 1462. Chapter 1. It is the hour before noon on the second day after St. Luke's, late in the month of October, and in the grey light slanting through the castle's kitchen doorway, Katherine inspects the small, skinned body of an animal lying on the scrubbed oak table. The animal is gutted, headless, and footless. "Rabbit, milady," Eelby's wife tells her, Husband caught it this morning, out near the cold 500 drain. Katherine knows the cold 500 drain, and she knows Eelby, who sits with his broad back turned on her, eating his bread so that she can hear him chewing. He says nothing, doesn't even grunt, but his brawny shoulders are up and she can see he is waiting for something, so she prizes open the narrow trap of the animal's ribs and counts. She makes it 13 pairs. Not a rabbit, she says. A cat. Eelby stops his chewing. His wife holds Katherine's stare for a moment, then drops her gaze to the rushes and rubs her swollen belly. She must be nearly ready now, Katherine thinks, and must be frightened of what is to come. Her husband swallows his bread. It's a rabbit, he says, without turning his head. There are creases of pale skin in the dirty fat of his neck. As wife told ya, killed it myself. Katherine knows she still seems odd to them, an interloper in a good dress, small, thin, with her hat pulled down to hide her ear, and her already sharp features honed by sorrow and privation. But it has been like this ever since she arrived at Cornford Castle, more than a year before, since the first time she led Richard Fakenham on his horse over the 2 bridges and in through the gatehouse to take possession of her late supposed father's property. The curtain walls had seemed taller then, rough grey stone, stained with damp even in the summer months, weeds growing from every crevice, and all sorts of filth underfoot. Eelby's wife stood on an unswept step of the kitchen, washing beetle in hand, while unfed dogs snarled on chains, and the air was sour with the smell of their waste. "What is it?" Richard had asked, wrinkling his nose. Eelby's wife had stared at his bandaged eyes and then looked away, quickly crossing herself and whispering some prayer. "A welcome?" Katherine has told him. "Of sorts." "Where is everyone?" he'd asked. "Dead," someone had answered. This had been Eelby, the castle's reeve, emerging from the lower door of the gatehouse from where he'd been watching them cross the fen. She'd disliked him from the moment she saw him, broad and squat, with fleshy ears and small, mean eyes. And neither did he like her. "Dead?" she'd asked. "Aye," Eelby had said. "Every man save myself went north with Sir Giles Riven, and we've given up on 'em coming home now." Eelby had said this as if it was somehow her fault, as if she, Katherine, had been responsible for their deaths, but she had ignored him and had taken a moment to look around at the castle, to note the accretion of filth, the dilapidation of the stone, the rot in the wood. There were jackdaws in the roof and a bush of some sort springing from between the stones up by the crenellations. Apart from the new stone badge of Riven's crows that had been put in place of the old Cornford arms, she supposed, the castle looked to have been falling to pieces for some time. It was strange to see how little it had been valued by Riven, while Sir John Fakenham and his son Richard had spent so much time, energy and blood to acquire it. She had not thought it would be like this, nor had Richard. They had come up from London with some of William Hastings' men, 10 of them, keeping guard over them, and a wagon loaded with wedding gifts which they'd received, mostly from the newly ennobled Lord Hastings, 2 feather pillows, a bolster, a standing coffer, 2 small chests of oak, 100 carpet hooks, 3 pounds of wire, and a hemp sack of shoe nails. There had been 2 gowns of Kendal green, 1 of damask, a bolt of russet, and a pair of stockings. For Richard there was a velvet jacket and a doublet, a horse's harness, and a short-bladed sword. Not much, Hastings had admitted, but what else do you give a blind man? They had come along the same road they had travelled with Sir John and the others the summer of the year before, and to console themselves for their losses and for the absence of men they loved, they had tried to imagine what they would find when they got to Cornford. Something sound and well-founded, with slate roofs, stout walls, and 3 glazed windows in the solar. They'd pictured a reeve out collecting dews. They'd imagined beehives, orchards full of geese and chickens, fat pigeons in the dovecots, a watermill chuntering away, a sawpit, perhaps, and a priest at the door of his church. There would be breweries, a baker, a smithy and an inn. There would be men to keep the oxen straight and to shear the sheep. There would be boys to fetch in wood from the forest and girls to mind the goats. There would be women in woolen dresses with babies on their hips and barrels of ale fermenting in the cellar's cool. But it was not like that. Instead, there were only widows and orphans. The mill wheel was broken, the priest unpaid and gone, and such crops as had been planted before the men had left for the north now lay rotting in the sodden fields. Katherine had thought at the time that perhaps Richard was lucky not to be able to see it. And now, a year later, here she is, standing in the kitchen with the body of a cat in her hand and a mere twine of smoke from the twigs that make up the fire in the hearth. She looks down at the little body and thinks of asking to see its head, to see its fur and feet, but she has too often demeaned herself with Eelby in the past, sinking to his level and later finding herself begging him to accept her apology so that there is food on the table for Richard to eat. She has promised herself she will not do it again, and so she won't now. And besides, what is so bad about eating a cat? She places the body back on the table and leaves Eelby and his wife there, closing the door behind her. Outside it is cold, the first hint of the winter to come perhaps, and her ear begins to throb as she hurries across to the keep and ascends the stairs to the solar where Richard is sitting just as she left him, on a bench by the piled ashes of a cooling fire. He seldom leaves this spot. He is too anxious to venture out these days, too scared of the unfamiliar, but in place of his absent sight, his other senses have sharpened. "Is he trying some fresh fraud?" he asks. "How did you guess?" "Your gait. You walk as if you are angry." She laughs quietly and crosses the threshes to touch his shoulder. He turns his face to her, smiles blankly, puts out a hand. "Margaret," he says. Katherine knows she must take his hand. She does so, looking down on her husband. She wants to change his dressing. The linen is grubby and there are sooty finger marks where he has adjusted it after fiddling with the fire. He pulls her to him, puts his arm around her waist. It is always like this. He cannot just be. He has to clutch at her, paw at her. Even now his palm drifts from her waist to her hip, and she cannot help but stiffen. And he feels it, and his already absent smile slips, and he lets his hand drop. He is like a whipped dog. He has declined sharply over the past year, lost the muscle he'd acquired from all that fighting practice he used to do, all that riding with the hounds and going out with the hawks. It turned to fat in those first few months, but now the fat is gone too, and his skin hangs from his bones. There is no one to shave him, no one to comb his hair, so Katherine has learned how. "Shall we go for a walk?" she asks. He sighs. "Yes," he says. "Take me somewhere high from where I may slip and fall to my death." "Come on," she says. She takes his arms, and he needs hauling to his feet. She indulges him and leads him out of the solar and stumbling up the circling stone steps to the top of the tower. On the way up, there is an unglazed window through which she can see the castle's one remaining touch of ornament, a gargoyle in the shape of a lion's face, dripping water into the courtyard below. Everything else of value is gone, stripped and sold, and she supposes that the gargoyle remains only because it is too difficult to reach. It is not clear whether it was Riven's men who carried everything else away before they left for the north, or if it is Eelby and his wife who have been slowly stripping the place and selling it bit by bit. When they emerge onto the walkway at the top of the tower, she guides Richard across the treacherous flagstones to stand facing into the brisk east wind. in which she imagines she can taste salt from the sea that lies just beyond the horizon. It is cold enough to bring tears to her eyes, but not his. He stands and grips the edge of the stone merlon and rocks himself backward and forward, backward and forward. He is like a simpleton in his misery. She looks away and watches the land beyond the castle, seeing all the things that require attention, the silted moats and flooded furlongs, the sagging fences, the fruit trees in need of pruning, the hazels in need of coppicing, the willows in need of pollarding. Nearby, across the first bridge, the roofs of the cattle shed and the hayloft are sunk in and green, and beyond them the wheel of the mill remains jammed, while water flares through the broken dike below. There are a few houses by the causeway, some of them occupied, their roof lines softened by a haze of pale wood smoke. But there are others there too, abandoned, and their roof lines are softened by their neighbours having pilfered their beams for firewood. "Soon be winter," Richard says. She wonders what in God's name they will do then. "How does it look?" he asks. "Sad," she says. He tries to encourage her. "We've no men to work the place," he says, "and he'll be. If I had eyes in my head, I would kill him now." "Then we'd have one fewer," she sighs, "and be in an even worse state." She remembers again his high hopes as they'd ridden here. Richard had asked her what they might find, since she was supposed to have passed her youth in the castle, but she told him she could remember almost nothing of it. "It is a castle," she'd said. Yes, but Windsor is a castle, the Tower is a castle. What is it like?" "My father said it was well set up, though cold. And there are 2 moats?" "There are moats," she'd agreed. Yes, that is right, moats." Although she'd thought, why have more than one? "And who will be there?" he'd pressed. "The steward and the reeve, of course, but do you remember them? Or I suppose it is too long ago." She'd agreed again. And anything might have happened to the place, she'd cautioned, or to them. In truth, she'd had no idea what sort of welcome to expect. For the first few days after their arrival, she had looked in the village for anyone so old they might have been able to recall Margaret Cornford as a girl, but there was no one above ground to do so. The longer she remained, the more confident she became. And so now she takes Richard's arm and leads him to face northward. They say nothing for a while. She watches the river, a snaking grey ribbon among the reeds. It is motionless and looks broken, too. "Do you miss Marton Hall?" she asks. He cocks his ear, his way of glancing at her. "Marton Hall," he says. "No, or not exactly. I miss the people. I miss my father, of course, and Geoffrey Popham, the steward, and his wife. They were, well, there was Thomas, of course. You met him. And the others. Do you remember Walter? He was a brute, wasn't he? But by great God above, he was... Anyway. And Kit, of course. I think about him sometimes. I don't remember where he came from. I think we found him on a ship. Can you believe it? But do you know he cured my father's fistula? He was no more than a boy, but he cut him, like a surgeon, and we all stood by, and we knew it was the right thing to do. By all the saints, when I think of it now, that summer, everything rang with life. She thinks back to Marton Hall and remembers the long summer she spent there pretending to be a boy, answering to the name of Kit. No one, not Richard, not Sir John, nor any of the others, had suspected she was anyone other than who she claimed to be, as why should they? And so later, when she needed to, she was able to return in another borrowed guise, that of Lady Margaret Cornford. The summer is a happy memory, dominated in the main by Thomas, of course, but it is inevitably spoiled by the thought of the winter that followed. Since then, she has learned not to sniff when the tears come, and so she can weep silently. But Richard continues quickly, just as if he knows. They're all gone now. And anyway, why have a hall when you can have a castle? He is half in jest. He gestures, little knowing he is opening his arms to a vista of burdensome and ruined countryside, peopled by worrying responsibilities and petty shames. She twists the ring on her forefinger, and together they pace along the tower's walkway, to where she stops and forces herself to stare westwards across the fens to the huddle of grey stone buildings scarcely visible in the distance. It is the Priory of St. Mary at Haverhurst. In the years she has been in Cornford, she has never been along the causeway that leads to its gates, never even left the castle in that direction. All she can manage is to make herself look at it at least once a day, and every time she does so, she still feels a hot flare of panic. Looking at it now, she can see there is almost nothing to the place. A church, a few low buildings encircled by that wall, and it seems absurd that for the larger part of her life it encompassed her entire world. She wonders what they are doing there now, and knows instinctively it is the hour of none and the sisters will be gathering in observance. She is relieved when there is a flurry of barking from below and she can look away. Ealby's wife is down there, feeding the dogs, God knows what. The head of a cat, perhaps. It is Ealby's wife, she tells Richard. He grunts. Katherine wonders again how many days she can have left. She has asked Ealby about her lying in, but Ealby laughed in her face and told her that women such as his wife did not lie in. He told her that it was not her concern anyway, and he told her that he had delivered cows of their calves and ewes of their lambs, and that there was nothing very special about delivering a woman of her baby. Katherine had then tried to talk to Ealby's wife, to avoid the forestaller, as it were, but the woman had been fearful and backed away, shaking her head as if she did not want to hear what was being said, and Katherine could not tell if it was the prospect of the birth that frightened her most, or the prospect of her husband. Katherine asked if there was a woman in the village who attended births. There was, Ealby's wife said, but she is in the churchyard since St. Agnes's last year, and her daughter alongside her, so now there is no one. From her vantage point at the top of the tower, Katherine watches Ealby's wife and wonders how she can work on like that. She must be due any day. She may even be overdue. She imagines her fear. What must it be like to know what is coming? She has seen men's faces as they troop to battle, the grim set of their mouths, their distant gazes, their skin the colour of goose fat, and trembling hands that can only be stilled by wine or ale. But what about women as they prepare for childbirth? Their chance of death is the greater, and terrible pain a certainty. We must do something for Ealby's wife, she tells Richard, and soon. Richard grunts again. Perhaps we should send for the infirmarium at the Priory? She asks. Even as she says the words, she feels that familiar flutter in her chest. Her breath comes a little faster, and she feels unsteady. But Richard is dismissive. St. Mary's is a Gilbertine Priory, remember? He tells her. An enclosed order. The women are only supposed to see the outside world through an aperture that must be no thicker than a thumb, no taller than a finger. Did you know? It is supposed to be brass-bound, too, to prevent the sisters enlarging it over time, so their infirmarium could not come out, even if it were worth her while. Because, after all, what experience can she have in childbirth, among those women who have not seen a man in ever? Richard knows little of the sisters in the Priory, she thinks, but he is not really thinking about them. He is thinking of himself and her. And once again the subject of their own lack of offspring is between them, dark and heavy. It is not as if she has not tried. They were married in the first month after King Edward's coronation, when she had given Thomas Everingham up for dead, and since then they have lain together as man and wife on occasion. She does not care to recall those first encounters, but since then they have reached not so much an understanding as a way of doing things. Yet still there is no child. and she feels there is none on the way either, and so she wonders if their way of doing things is the right way after all, or if such a union, forged in hidden sorrow, will ever be blessed. Eelby's wife has now fed the dogs and is retreating slowly towards the kitchen. "I could find some woman myself," Katherine suggests. "Have her here when the baby comes?" "Is there someone in the village?" Richard asks. "No," she admits, "but at one of the other villages? Or I might go as far as Boston. I need to sell such russet as we have left. You could come with me." Richard nods, but they both know he will not come. The next morning it is Eelby who waits alone for her across the first bridge with 2 horses in the falling rain. He makes a walk through the courtyard, past the dogs, quietened now with a bone apiece, and the kitchen door where his wife leans against the wall. When Katherine sees her, she is brought up short. The woman's skin is taut and her eyes bulge almost grotesquely. She is breathing noisily too, almost panting, and when she raises her hand, Katherine can see it is horribly swollen. "Good day to you, good wife Eelby," Katherine calls. "We will be back as soon as we can. Rest until we return. Do nothing, do you hear?" Eelby's wife does not speak, but nods stiffly, as if she cannot move her head for the swelling in her neck. She looks terrified, Katherine thinks, and she hurries out through the gatehouse and across the first bridge to where Eelby looks unhappy in his wet straw hat. "Your wife," Katherine starts. "We'll be all right," he interrupts. She makes up her mind. She will find someone in Boston. She pulls herself up into the saddle and settles herself. Then they ride out across the second bridge to the causeway. "Needs mending," she says. There is a pause. "Hard to mend a bridge when you've no wood," he says, "or nails, or a hammer, or anyone to use it to drive them in." Is there really no one? He lifts his hands off his reins and gestures at the houses along the road ahead. There are 5 or 6 of them, low and dark, with rotting, green-slicked daub, and further on is a boy, the oldest in the hamlet, yet still beardless, wrestling a pig into a pen while his sisters look on. The detritus of rush weaving is in a pile all around their ankles, and baskets and mattresses are heaped and hooked on the fences. The boy is smacking the pig with a stout stick now, and if the pig turns on him, they will have one fewer hand. "Help him, Eelby," Katherine says. Eelby slouches from his saddle and joins the boy. Together they kick and hit the pig until it retreats into its pen. "Thank you, lady," the boy says. He is breathless. Then he adds a thank you for Eelby, but there is some side there, and Katherine notes it. Eelby mounts up and she says goodbye to the children, and they kick their horses on. Further along the causeway, a skinny-looking mother, their mother, with a bald-headed newborn, sits in her open doorway and stares at them as they pass. Katherine smiles, but receives nothing in return. She wonders who delivered the child. "My wife did it," Eelby tells her when they are out of earshot. Eelby rides with his head down, hunched under his hat, letting the horse lead the way. She imagines he is probably thinking of all the men who used to live in the hamlet, men who did all the work and kept the place alive. She supposes they must have been at the shambles on the fields of Towton, and she shies away from recalling the day, from her memories of it. But even here they come back, almost crushing her. She cannot stop herself remembering going up to the plateau with Richard and the surgeon's assistant, whose name she cannot recall, just after she'd heard news of Thomas. And she remembers how in the light of the looters' torches she'd seen the valley so choked with corpses that the river was dammed with them, and water frothed through the bodies. She remembers the piles of dead men all around, 4, 5, 6 bodies high. She remembers that the ground under her feet was glutinous with blood and melted snow and God knew what else. She remembers the smell and the sound of the wounded still crying, trapped under the weight of the dead above them, and even then as if there had not been enough killed. There were still more men being put to death, even in the night. Their bellows and shouts were cut off with clumsy flurries of hammer blows, and everybody was terrified, even the men with the hammers. It was the evening of the day on which God and his saints had slept. She remembers when she thought she'd found him, Thomas, only for it to be some other man, a Welshman who also answered to the name of Thomas and thought it was his wife calling him. That was when the tears really began. That was when the misery of it settled in her guts with the weight of a stone, and even now, months later, she feels herself skinless against the pain of it, and she thanks the rain for hiding her tears and giving her reason to hunch and shudder on the back of her horse. She supposes that any hope that the men of the villages would return slowly withered over the summer, as hers did for Thomas. She had cleaved to William Hastings all those months, hoping that Thomas would know to find her in his household, but her position there was uncertain, and there was gossip, even though she had given them no evidence to assume she was Hastings' mistress. She did not know how to enforce her own claims for Cornford Castle either, nor, really, what she should do with herself during that febrile time when new masters were sweeping into new properties and new positions all over the country, and the old king's men were being attainted and exiled, and all that had been theirs was suddenly there for any well-placed man to take. She had been utterly stilled with grief during those months, and as the days passed, the complex mutual responsibilities between her and Richard Fakenham hardened into dependence. As the days turned to weeks, and Thomas did not appear, the more obvious it became that she would have to marry Richard, and go with him and such household as they had to Cornford. The rain is persistent now, sharp and fine, from a dingy, wind-blown sky wherein pigeons and gulls are bundled in the gusts, and a little later they meet a friar sheltering under a tree by a crossroads. When she sees him, Katherine can't seem to find the right words in greeting, so Eelby says something, and the friar has a soft, wet cough that she does not like the sound of, and he tells them he is on his way to Lincoln, intending to stay the night at St. Mary's Priory at Haverhurst, if they will have him. They wish him a safe journey and ride on. "Bad luck to meet a friar on the road," Eelby says after an interval. She tells him that is superstitious nonsense, and on they go. She has been this far east of the castle since, to the town of Boston, but every time she travels the road she remembers the first time she was ever in the town, 2 years previously, and she looks again for the wood in which she and Thomas spent their first night as apostates, sleeping in the mud with the partner. There are some trees clumped on the horizon that may do, but elsewhere there is nothing to guide her, only the road on its dyke among the wet sedge of the fenland. She imagines that the river down which they floated might be a little way to the north. Further on, a heron is hunched over a pool, and she knows that Richard might once have tried to hit it with an arrow or set a hawk at it, but Eelby is not like that, and so the bird sits and hardly bothers to watch them as they pass. Soon they come to a stretch of dry land, tilled and divvied into neat furlongs, and beyond is Boston, under its halo of coal smoke and pale-winged gulls. She sees the tree wherein the thief's dead body hung, now empty, and ahead is the bridge where the partner was made to pay extra pontage for his mule. She tries to imagine herself as she was then, how things have changed, and yet how they have also remained the same. She was in rags the last time she was here, a barefoot apostate in terror of everything around her, and now here she is again, in a cloak trimmed with fox's fur and a dress of Kendal green given to her by the greatest lord in the land, riding a horse with a servant trailing behind. Yet she feels almost exactly the same gnawing anxiety, still the same dread that someone will recognize her for who she really is and call her out on it, and then where will she be? She steels herself and rides on to the bridge. At the end is a guard, waiting in his hut to collect pontage, and it could be the same man. They always look the same anyway. She digs out the coin and pays him without getting down from her saddle, and he nods and lets her pass with no more than the speculative appraisal she has come to expect from any man, and she leads Eelby off the bridge and on into the marketplace. It is perhaps her imagination, but every time she visits the town seems less busy than last time, or perhaps having seen more of the world she is less impressed by it. The familiars are all there, including the hunched fripperer, though the sad-faced bear has gone. They have made progress with the church tower, she notes, and the scaffold looms ever more perilously over the river's bank. She wonders how to set about finding a midwife. The church, she knows, regulates their practice fiercely. This is because the priests are frightened of anyone with knowledge of matters to which they themselves are not privy. And naturally, if it is something within a woman's realm, if it is something a man cannot control, then it is stigmatized. And she has heard men mutter darkly that the better the witch, the better the midwife. She decides to give Eelby one more chance. "While we are here," she says, "I shall ask the friars if they know of anyone who might assist at your wife's lying in." He glowers at her. His cheeks are wind-mottled, purple-veined, his eyes small and watery blue. "She doesn't need any help," he says, "lest none from some old witch." "But the swelling, you saw her hands, her face." "It's natural," he says. Then, "By Christ, I should have seen the cunning woman when she came. She has a tincture, you know, that she can give a woman, raspberry leaves and a root of something. It smothers the baby before it grows like a stillborn lamb." Katherine does not even want to think about what Eelby has just said. She realizes she needs a different tactic. "Very well," she says. "I will sell the cloth now." He nods, and now that she looks to have backed down, he is scornful, as if this sign of weakness is his permission to dismiss her concerns. She is weary of him, but says nothing further, and only turns, and he follows her with the bolt of cloth folded over his shoulder to where she stops before the window of a tailor's shop and begins the bargaining process. The tailor has a lively eye, and from his hatch he enjoys the process as much as she, and she remembers with pleasure all the lessons in bartering that she learned from Geoffrey during their time in Calais. The cloth is good, and the price is fair. Eelby looks on. When she puts the coins in her purse and straps it closed, she asks if he knows any people here. He shakes his head. He has been to Boston before, twice, he thinks, though it is hardly any distance from Cornford. It is then that she sees the woman coming from the market. She is a merchant's wife, Katherine supposes, in a good coat and stout wooden pattens, and though she is conventional in that she is hardly broadcasting the fact that she is pregnant, it is clear that she is pleased with her state and happy to let the world know it. "I will ask her," Katherine says. Eelby draws in his breath. Behind the woman trails a servant carrying a heavy basket of beetroot. The servant is anxious when Katherine addresses his mistress, but then stands glumly by while she tells Katherine the details of the impending lying-in, and that a widow named Beaufoy is to attend her birthing. "She is licensed by the bishop in Lincoln," the woman says, "and can read letters and knows all the words needed to baptize an infant, should that prove necessary." There is a trace of wariness in her face as she says this, and Katherine thanks her and wishes her well, and together she and Eelby follow her directions to the widow's house, around 2 corners and along a narrow street. When they find her house, they knock, and a girl answers and shows them into a hall where she leaves them to fetch her mistress. Katherine is reminded of visiting the pardoner's widow in Lincoln, but this time she is with Eelby. "Why are you so concerned about my wife and child?" Eelby asks her. Katherine does not answer for a moment. She thinks it ought to be natural for one human being to care for another, but perhaps there is more to it than that. She supposes that with the arrival of a baby, something at Cornford will change. There will be a rebirth, she hopes, and their fortunes will pick up again. She wonders if she's being fanciful, whether she should tell Ealby of the burden she is placing on his unborn child. But he continues. "Is it because you have none of your own?" he asks. "Because you're a baron?" She says nothing. They wait. It is a fine room, she thinks, not unlike the Pardoner's in Lincoln, with panelled wooden walls and an aperture through which the fire smoke can rise to warm the rooms above. When Widow Beaufoy comes, she is wearing a dress that is almost identical to Katherine's, as if she might also have been given it by Lord Hastings, and a softly folded headdress in deepest red. She is a handsome woman, perhaps 35 or thereabouts, taller than Katherine by a handspan, with sharp cheekbones and quick, assessing eyes. "You are Lady Margaret?" she asks. "You are the daughter of the late Lord Cornford, of Cornford?" Katherine agrees she is, and steels herself to endure Widow Beaufoy's further scrutiny. It endures for a long moment. What will she see? Once she has seen beyond Katherine's physical appearance, too sharp-featured and thin to be beautiful, she knows. Will she divine anything else? That Katherine is not who she says she is? That she is an impersonator? That she is an apostate? That she is a murderer? As she stands before Widow Beaufoy, Katherine cannot stop herself touching her half-ear, hidden beneath her own headdress. "Perhaps we have come to the wrong place," she says, stepping back, but Widow Beaufoy collects herself and waves aside Katherine's protest. "No," she says. "No, you are here now, though your lying in is not soon." Katherine explains the case, but to answer some of the widow's questions, she must defer to Ealby, who stands askance and will not look at either of them, as if the business offends him. Katherine wonders if he isn't just as frightened as his wife at the thought of the birth. Widow Beaufoy asks when his wife last flowered, and he does not know, and she seems to think this typical of men, but when Katherine describes Ealby's wife as being swollen, Widow Beaufoy becomes alarmed. "Around the face?" she asks. "And the hands?" Ealby nods. "We must go quickly," Widow Beaufoy says. She instructs the girl to summon the ostler and someone called Harrington, who turns out to be a servant. "Bring the bag," she tells the girl, "and make sure it is ready, particularly with hawthorn and garlic." They hurry to their horses, and, with Widow Beaufoy riding side-saddle like Katherine, the girl on the back of the servant's horse, they ride out through the marketplace and back across the bridge. When they are in the road, Widow Beaufoy urges her horse on. "We must be quick," she says, "or we are more likely to have need of a priest and a man good with a spade." Chapter 2. When they arrive at the castle, the gates are still open and the hungry dogs are barking. "Woman!" Ealby calls. Only the dogs answer. He is off his horse first, running for the kitchen where the door stands open. The fire has gone out and it is dark within. "Woman!" They find her behind the table, lying in a pool of her own making, her face fixed in a terrible grimace. Widow Beaufoy calls for a candle and orders the girl to bring her bag. "Can we move her?" Ealby and the servant lift Ealby's wife onto the table. Her body is swollen, hot and rigid. "Put the jars there," Widow Beaufoy tells the girl, "and then open that shutter and find more candles." She turns to her servant and Ealby. "You get the fire going, you fetch some water, then feed those dogs. Shut them up at any rate." Harrington fixes the fire while Ealby hurries away with the cauldron. Widow Beaufoy begins concocting a mixture of herbs and some wine in a small bowl of dark stone. "How can I help?" Katherine asks. "Pray for her," Widow Beaufoy says. "I have worked in a hospital," Katherine tells her, "after 2 battles and have sewn men together." Widow Beaufoy looks up. "We may have need of your skills, then, if they are both to survive. In the meantime, mix this, make it fine." She passes Katherine the bowl. The smell is strong, earthy and rich, like a country lane in high summer. Widow Beaufoy turns and stands by Ealby's wife. She feels her face, her limbs, smells her, even tastes whatever it is that has made the pool under her. Ealby returns with the pot and hangs it over the blossoming fire, and Widow Beaufoy dismisses him and Harrington both, before she raises Ealby's wife's dress and shift, both heavy with what must be her broken waters. Ealby's wife is breathing fast, her face still clenched, the muscles around her mouth twitching peculiarly, and though her eyes are open, she seems to see nothing. Widow Beaufoy uses a knife to cut away her braize, and together she and the girl raise the dress over Ealby's wife's belly, as big as a moon, with an upright belly button. Widow Beaufoy peers at her nethers. Rue, wormwood, marshmallow. Rub her hands with laurel oil. Quick, girl. The girl makes a mixture from 2 bottles and passes it to Widow Beaufoy, who stands by Ealby's wife's head. Lift her, she says. Katherine puts aside her bowl, slides her hands under Ealby's wife's heavy shoulders and hauls her up. Widow Beaufoy tips her head back, pinches the point of Ealby's wife's nose, and pours the contents of the bowl into her mouth, so that she must drink or drown. The fire is cracking behind them, throwing shadows. More light, Widow Beaufoy says, and that needs to be ground finer still, and add oil. The girl lights another of the goat-fat candles before unstoppering a clay jar and adding oil to Katherine's mix. Katherine keeps stirring, creating a thick paste, wondering what it is. Now warm the wine. There is a small jug, half empty, in the buttery. Katherine pours it into a scrubbed pot and places this on the stone among the ashes. Now Ealby's wife goes into spasm. Her body is stiff for a long moment, her back arched, her mighty legs are shaking, and her hose slips from her calves to bunch around her ankles. She is grimacing. Widow Beaufoy is bent over her now, embracing her, holding her gently, soothing her with words Katherine does not understand. Ealby's wife starts shuddering, and a tendril of foam slips from her mouth, then blood, and then, dear God, Ealby's wife is changing colour. Katherine brings one of the smoking candles closer. She is not sure now, but for a moment it seemed Ealby's wife's skin darkened, turned almost blue. After a moment, Ealby's wife relaxes. Widow Beaufoy stands, then Ealby's wife falls asleep, but it is not a good sleep. The girl has a cloth to mop her face, to wipe away the spit and the blood. She has bitten her tongue, she says. Widow Beaufoy nods. She will wake soon, she says, but she will not be with us long before the fit comes again. Why? What is it? Katherine asks. It is something to do with the womb. It is misplaced, perhaps. Misplaced? How? It is what the books say. I have never seen it myself, but I was taught that the womb may rise into the body. It can choke the heart. I think this is what we have here. Katherine looks at Ealby's wife. Her womb looks very fixed, very low, with the child within. But is it possible, she wonders, that the heart might be pressed by the size of a baby? What can we do? She asks. The books suggest we write some formulation of words in any cheese or butter you may have, then apply it to the surface of the womb. How would that help? Katherine wonders. It sounds like witchcraft. The books also suggest the womb must be fixed in place by burning the bones of a salted fish, or the hooves of a horse, even the dung of a cat, and letting the smoke rise up and fumigate her from below. But none of this works. What then? I have given her something. I have seen it work, but I have also seen it fail. Hawthorn, garlic, poppy, too, to calm her. The girl puts more wood on the fire. The 3 stand and watch Ealby's wife. Her hands are huge, lying in loose fists by her sprawling thighs. Blood and the other liquid cover the table and have pooled on the slates underfoot. Only now does either of them take off their riding cloak. Widow Beaufoy's is held with a fine gold brooch and pin. They drape them over a coffer by the door. They wait. The girl lights another candle. Widow Beaufoy prepares some other unguent with the warmed wine. Then Eelby's wife stirs. Widow Beaufoy is quickly by her side. Eelby's wife is confused and touches her face, looks around as if dazed, wonders what they are all doing there. She settles back down on the table and stares up at the low, sooted rafters, the bunches of brown herbs that hang from them. It looks as if she is going to say something, but before she can, she gives a long cry and her mouth starts twitching again, and the fit is on her. Widow Beaufoy holds her down again and whispers more words, but already she is spitting froth again, and this time Katherine is certain her hands, bigger than ever now, are turning blue. But it passes. Eelby's wife relaxes, and when it is over and she is asleep again, Widow Beaufoy stands up. "Tell Harrington to fetch a priest." The girl looks to Katherine. "The priest is gone," she tells her. "He will have to ride to the priory. Eelby can show him." "You have no priest here." Katherine shakes her head. They cannot afford a priest. They can scarcely afford a greyhound. Widow Beaufoy nods, as if she understands. "Tell Harrington to be quick," she tells the girl, who nods and is gone. A long moment slides by. The fire catches brightly. Eelby's wife makes a noise in her throat. She starts to snore. Widow Beaufoy places a palm on Eelby's wife's belly. "Come," she says. "Feel." Katherine extends a hand to the hot drum of the belly. "There," Widow Beaufoy says. She takes Katherine's fingers and presses them down on something harder still within. "A knee," she says, "or an elbow." She thinks for a long moment. Then the girl returns. "He has gone for the priest," she tells them. "Help us," Widow Beaufoy says, and together they turn Eelby's wife on the table so that her legs swing down one side. Widow Beaufoy is surprisingly strong, and, standing behind Eelby's wife, she grips her under the arms and sits her up, and for a moment she sits slumped over her belly like an old drunk. "Hold her," Widow Beaufoy tells Katherine, and to the girl, "Rose oil, all over, vigorously now." Katherine stands behind Eelby's wife and takes the weight. Eelby's wife is solid, her chest and shoulders broad and deep, her large muscles well covered with fat. Widow Beaufoy fiddles with some concoction while the girl starts massaging oil into Eelby's wife's nethers and her marbled thighs. The mixture Widow Beaufoy is making is penetrating, sharp and sweet. Widow Beaufoy pushes the girl aside and once again takes Eelby's wife's nose, tips back her head and pours in the contents of the bowl. Eelby's wife starts. Katherine struggles to hold her. The girl helps, her hands fragrant with oil. Then Widow Beaufoy places a pinch of something from a china pot in each of Eelby's wife's nostrils. There is a moment, then Eelby's wife stretches backward. Katherine staggers, has to use her shoulder to keep the body upright. Then the woman sneezes. "Good," Widow Beaufoy murmurs. "And again." Eelby's wife sneezes 3 more times. Widow Beaufoy keeps a hand on her belly. She is frowning beadily. After a moment, she shakes her head. Nothing is happening. "I will have to help her myself," she says. Widow Beaufoy takes the oil jar and washes her hand in it. Then she stands before Eelby's wife, spreads the younger woman's solid knees, pushes her backward against Katherine, and then crouches down. Widow Beaufoy narrows her eyes, pushes her hands forward and twists her wrist. It seems to Katherine that she must have her hand inside Eelby's wife. I can't get it." She stands. "The baby is the wrong way around, like this, you see, not that." The girl is watching, learning. So is Katherine. There is a voice at the door. "The priest is here." "Don't let him in. I will try again. Hold her." She does so, but with the same result. After the 3rd attempt, she gives up. "Let her sleep undisturbed," she says. They let her down and turn her round so that she is lying along the table again. "Will we need a surgeon?" the girl asks. Widow Beaufoy shakes her head. "It is too late for that," she says, and the girl pulls a face and nods. Katherine realizes what has happened. Although Eelby's wife is not yet dead, Widow Beaufoy has given her up as such. She has passed from one state to another, hardly noticed. The girl starts to pack away the bottles and the pestle and mortar, and then she brings out another earthenware bottle and a crucifix made of folded rushes, long faded brown. Widow Beaufoy anoints her hands with more oil. "We must baptize the baby," she says. Katherine feels a great weight of sadness, a crushing disappointment. She has placed more hope on this child than she expected. "It will die?" she asks. Widow Beaufoy nods. "But if I can pull a limb out," she says, "then at least we may absolve it of sin, and ensure it does not pass eternity in purgatory." She inserts her hand into Eelby's wife again. This time she is less gentle. She no longer cares whether she hurts the baby or Eelby's wife, since she has already given up on them both. The girl looks on, clutching the bottle to her chest. After a moment, Widow Beaufoy shakes her head sadly and withdraws her hand. "It is stuck fast," she says. There is a long silence. Katherine can feel tears gathering weight in her eyelashes. This cannot be, she thinks. "What would a surgeon have done?" she asks. Widow Beaufoy shrugs again and says, "He might have cut her, perhaps across here." She runs a finger over Eelby's wife's belly. "But that would kill her, surely." "Of course. It is only done to save the baby, only in extremis, and usually after the death has occurred." "But now?" Widow Beaufoy looks at her and shakes her head. "It has been too long," she says. "The poor soul," the girl adds. Eelby's wife is slack now. The fire has gone out in the hearth, too. It seems very dark in the kitchen. "So that is it?" Katherine asks. Widow Beaufoy nods. The girl is returning the jar and cross to the leather bag. "But the baby?" Katherine asks. "It might yet be alive." She cannot help but glance at the expanse of belly. There is another life buried in there, hoping to escape. But we must try, surely. What have we to lose? You say she is almost dead, but the baby—" Widow Beaufoy stops and looks at her. "Is probably already dead. But we can't be sure." Widow Beaufoy looks at Katherine for what seems like a long moment. "The mother is still alive," she says, indicating Eelby's wife. "To cut her in the manner in which you suggest would be to kill her, and it will be for nothing if the baby is already dead." Katherine feels panicky. She feels they are losing more than just the life of an unborn child. "We must do something." Widow Beaufoy shakes her head. "I must wash," she says, "and then I will find the priest." And she leaves Katherine and the girl alone in the kitchen with the great mound of Eelby's dying wife. The girl hurries to close the door behind her and then comes to stand close to Katherine. She looks confiding. "She would not cut her," she says in a low voice, "even if she knew the baby were alive." "Why not?" "It is murder." "But surely in the eyes of the Lord—" "Oh, she is not worried about the Lord. She is worried about the law, and the bailiff, and the coroner, about the dear-damned, and all the fines she would have to pay." Katherine has no idea what she is talking about, and so ignores it. "What if I do it?" Katherine asks. The girl shrugs. "She would help, I dare say." When Widow Beaufoy returns, Katherine has the midwife's roll of knives out on the table. Widow Beaufoy stares at her and the girl, who buries her head in her tasks, and the knives. "What are you doing?" she asks. "I will cut her," Katherine says. Widow Beaufoy nods. "Very well," she says. But do not use any of those knives. Use one of your own. Katherine looks at the kitchen knives on the far table. Both are fat-bladed, clumsily wrought, probably blunt. I have none other that is suitable. Come on, we must hurry. Widow Beaufoy is anxious. She fiddles in the roll and passes a small blade to Katherine. This will never do, Katherine says. Pass me that one. Widow Beaufoy is reluctant. That knife is the dearer, the girl suggests. I will pay you for it, Katherine says. Widow Beaufoy nods and suggests a price to which Katherine agrees, but only because time is fleeting. The knife is very fine, 8 inches long perhaps, with a short ornamented blade so sharp she can almost already see it parting the layers of taut skin that cover Eelby's wife's belly. This thought frightens her, but she remembers how she cut Sir John's fistula, and how she could see herself doing that before she actually did it. In the moments after the operation, when she knew Sir John would live, she had wondered to herself if her hand had not been guided by God, and now here she is, having those same feelings again. Will you help? I will call the priest first. Yes, then I will be there to keep the blood from your eyes. Would you show me where to cut? It hardly matters where you cut, since you will kill her wherever you do it. Katherine looks at Eelby's wife. Her breathing is quick, her skin waxy, and she is sweating heavily. The soporific must be strong. But she will die anyway. Widow Beaufoy nods. She is almost there now. Then fetch the priest, Katherine says, and she steps back into the shadowy pantry where the dry goods are kept. She does not want to be seen, even though she knows the priest will not recognize her. Widow Beaufoy draws Eelby's wife's dress down, pushes her knees and ankles together, and then calls the priest. When he comes in, he is not the snow-haired old man of whom Thomas used to speak, whose voice she had so often heard floating over the wall at Mass through her youth, but a much younger man, her own age perhaps. He is wearing a pale cloak over his cassock, and when he removes his worsted cap, his fringe of hair is nondescript brown. Harrington calls him Father Barnaby. Katherine stares at the priest from the shadows. Can this be the same Barnaby whom Thomas mentioned as his friend in the priory? It must be. Distractedly, she wants to reach out and touch him, to retrieve some notion of Thomas. But he is mumbling to Widow Beaufoy, who gives him the correct responses to his questions, before he turns and retrieves a phial of liquid from his purse. He moves to stand over Eelby's wife, at her head, and he begins chanting some words. He shakes the phial, speckling her with water, before anointing her with some chrism and making the sign of the cross over her body. When the ceremony is over, with Eelby's wife all the time unconscious, Widow Beaufoy hurries the priest from the kitchen and calls for the girl. Get as many cloths as you can, she says. Take them from anywhere, from the table, from the cupboard in the solar, and Harrington, we need more water. Plenty of it. She returns and throws more wood on the fire, and something else, some herb or other, that fills the room with an acrid smell. As Katherine steps out of the pantry, Widow Beaufoy is scattering wands of the herb into the puddles on the floor and on the table around Eelby's dying wife. It helps keep the miasma away, she says. Katherine's hands are trembling. She feels jittery, as if she has not eaten for a day. She tries to calm herself, to remember the hospital in Towton. The surgeon's assistant's name was Matthew Mayhew. She remembers Sir John and his soporific. Will she feel anything? She asks Widow Beaufoy. No, Widow Beaufoy tells her. She is still alive, but I have given her a sedative to put her beyond the realm of suffering. Dear God, she thinks. Dear God. But she takes the knife and places its point just below the belly button. Lower, I think, Widow Beaufoy says. The line on Eelby's wife's belly is the line that Katherine will follow. She presses in the tip and produces a bead of blood that slips down the oiled skin. She edges the blade down, from the belly button towards the pubis, hardly scratching the surface, but the skin parts under its tension. Blood runs, following the point of the knife, but there is nothing like the amount Widow Beaufoy predicted. "You have only parted the skin," Widow Beaufoy tells her. "Now you must part the flesh." The flesh is harder to cut. It is tense and sprung, and as Katherine cuts through it, so the blood begins to pour from the wound. It seethes out and covers her hands and arms, and is all over her dress, the one that Hastings gave her, and the knife is slippery with it. Blood washes across the table. It gurgles in the wound from where it runs to the stone floor. It keeps coming. It is like a bowl that fills from below, like a spring, a rising head of a conduit, filling up. They could spoon it out of her. "Dear God!" "Keep going," Widow Beaufoy says. "Another pass." Katherine slices again. There is so much blood she can see nothing of the wound, almost nothing at all. The texture, though, is softer, as if she is into a different layer. Something like thickened water, as warm as a bath, spreads from the heel of the wound across the table. She can feel it on her knees, filling her boots. Eelby's wife seems to have deflated. Her skin is wrinkling, and the belly that a moment ago had been ripe has now gone over. "There," Widow Beaufoy says, and she points at something within the lips of the cut. Katherine drops the knife on the table. Widow Beaufoy shoulders her aside. She slides her hand into the wound. She is frowning, but then her eyes go wide. They are very white against the blood on her cheeks. She looks at Katherine, then at the girl, and she nods at her. The girl breaks into a smile, and she scrabbles in the bag once more. Now Widow Beaufoy is gentle. "Here we are," she says. "Here we are. Great God above, it has caught my finger." She is beaming. Her hands are in the wound, now up to her wrists. Blood is everywhere. Her clothing drenched. Widow Beaufoy stretches, then pulls, just as if she were harvesting something from the garden. After a brief tug of resistance, she has it out, feet first, through the lips of the cut and out into the blood-scented air. "A boy!" It is disgusting, repellently ugly, blue almost, coated with blood and a thick layer of bloodied fat. A grey tube connects it to the wound. "Take it," Widow Beaufoy says. She passes the baby to Katherine, who is half laughing, half crying. She holds a life, small but miraculously there, scorching and stinking, in her bloody palms. And now Widow Beaufoy is quick and deft. She ties something around the cord 3 or 4 times, finishing it with a quick knot, and then, collecting Katherine's new knife from the table, she slices it through. The cord falls loose, looping from the wound, tied off at its end. Katherine cannot stop staring at the baby. It is moving gently in her cupped hands, hot and restless, terrifying. Then the girl steps over, quickly taking it from her. She wraps him in a piece of cloth and takes him away to rub him with wine and butter. Katherine is left empty-handed, with nothing now to do. She is wet with blood, every inch of her skin beaded with it, her dress heavy with it. She can taste slate in her mouth. She looks around the kitchen. Widow Beaufoy stands at the far end of the table, and she closes Eelby's wife's eyes with a bloody palm. Then it breaks on Katherine what she has done. She has killed another woman. Lying on the table is Eelby's wife, gutted and splayed, just as the cat had been the day before. She is a puddle of deflated flesh, an empty bucket. Her dress is pulled up around her ribcage, and her legs apart either side of the table, and there is nowhere that is not blood-soaked, even the rough beams of the roof. The kitchen reeks. It steams. Katherine takes a step back, the hem of her dress in the blood on the floor. It is dark outside now. "We had better get the husband in," Widow Beaufoy says, "and the dogs that have been quiet all this time." start howling again.
CD 2.
Chapter 3. Thomas Everingham sleeps in the hall with his brother, his brother's wife, their 2 boys, 3 dogs, and a cat that shits in the corner where the rushes are oldest. Of them all, Thomas is held in the least regard. His brother's wife, Elizabeth, calls him a simpleton and shouts at him. "Do this, simpleton," she says, or "Do that, simpleton." And her husband, John, watches with tired eyes as his younger brother stiffens, then shuffles to do what she has ordered in that slow, tripping manner of his. Thomas has been on the farm since he turned up last spring, when the weather had just turned, some time after Eastertide, and though he has made himself useful in the year that has passed, Elizabeth wants him gone. "We did not expect the idiot to appear," she tells John, "so we will not miss him when he's gone." "He is my brother," John tells Elizabeth, and they look over the fire at Thomas, and he looks back, but his eyes are as blank as a mule's. They have learned he understands almost nothing they say, or at least reacts to none of it, unless it is one of Elizabeth's orders. "Strange," John says, watching him. "Strange that he only knows the things he knew as a boy here." Elizabeth mutters something under her breath. John ignores her. "Though I suppose anyone would forget a thing or two if they'd been walloped like that," he concludes. When Thomas arrived at the farm the year before, it had been the time for lambing, and his hair had been matted with blood, and there was a wound on the side of his head, into which Elizabeth thought she might be able to slide her finger to touch his brain. She did not, though, and as the summer passed, the wound had healed itself. Now, a year later, the hair over the scar has grown back in a silver streak. "Let's make up to bed," John says, for it is nearly dark. "Idiot!" Elizabeth calls. "Idiot!" John tuts, but Thomas looks up. "Fetch the mattress!" Thomas gets to his feet and shuffles to where the mattress is stored, rolled on long pegs, hammered in under the eaves. He brings it to the firelight, stepping over the boy and a dog where they lie, and he unrolls it for John and Elizabeth. He himself sleeps further from the fire, beyond the dogs, in a dip in the hard earth floor that he has worn with all the twitches and jerks that rack his body when he sleeps. In the mornings he is always awake first, and he leaves the rest of the family bundled together by the fire's covered ashes, while he goes out into the yard and through the stock fence to relieve himself in the privy. Every time he does this, he pauses a moment. He stops and looks around him with narrowed eyes, as if remembering some long-forgotten time. But after a moment he looks up at the pale sky and seems to forget what it was that he's remembered, and he presses on, scattering the pigeons that peck at the straw by the cow's byre. He feeds the sheep hay from the rick, and then collects a crooked armful of the logs he chopped in the autumn, takes them in, lays the fire, and then returns to milk the cow. His days continue like this, small tasks punctuated by bread and ale first and last thing, and at dinner some meat in a sauce with root vegetables. When it is very cold, the red wheals on his hip and across his shoulder ache, and he limps, but otherwise he seems mostly content to do what he is told, and to do it until he is told to stop. And at least he's warmly dressed. They have given him a woolen coat and a sheepskin hat, and his boots do not let in, though the soles are without a heel, so that he sometimes slips, and when he does, and falls in the shit, John's boys laugh out, just as if they had engineered the accident themselves. He does not speak, and so he cannot tell them if he remembers arriving at the farm, or how he found his way there from wherever he came, though Elizabeth will tell anyone who will listen that when he first appeared he was more like an animal than a Christian, and that his clothes were stiff with blood and worse, and that if John had not recognized him, She would have set the dogs on him and got the boys to drive him away with shots from their practice bows. They would not let him in the house for the first months, and all summer he slept with the sheep on the hills above the farm. After a while he began to bring water in unasked, and John remembered that this had been Thomas's task when he was a boy, before their father went off to the wars in France, before their mother died. Day by day they got him to do more. Soon he was looking after the cow and then helping the shearers when they came to do the sheep. He helped John take the wool to the market and the grain to the windmill. He dug over the vegetable plot, guided the oxen across the rye field, and broadcast the seeds. When Thomas had first arrived, people, especially those who knew him as a boy, were interested in him. After Mass they would look at him as he stood waiting outside the church, and they would ask him questions, but he would never say anything, just gaze back at them, sometimes smiling, sometimes more fearful, and soon it was known he was an idiot, and it was only the boys from the other farms who followed him around and threw things at him, though that stopped after the elder of John's two boys, Adam, fought one of them almost to death, and would have gone beyond had not Thomas been there to pull them apart. He'd held each boy up in the air at arm's length, their toes straining to touch the ground like men being hanged, and when he dropped them they scrambled away in silence, their eyes fixed on his pale face. Adam's brother William is the gentler soul, with red hair and the palest blue eyes that come down from his mother, and he can happily sit in the yard helping her spin yarn on the wheel while Adam roams restless about the woods looking for things to kill. William is generous to Thomas, and gives him things Elizabeth would not want him to have, a pair of frilled socks, a salve for his hands made from honey and sage leaves, the shepherd's cow-horn crook he has made himself. John let him sleep in the hall when the weather turned at the end of autumn, at about the time they cut and butchered the pigs, and the air was filled with the smell of burning hair, and that was when they discovered that he had terrible nightmares, and that he could speak, after all, for he would call out in the dark, crying out to the Lord, and to someone else, whose name they can never agree on. "Who was it last night?" they'd ask in the morning. "Dick," Adam would say. "Catherine," William would say. "That's not a word," Adam would counter. "Doesn't need to be," William would say, and Elizabeth would agree with John, and Adam would be sent to see if the geese had laid any eggs, or if the malt in the malt-house was likely to sprout that day. After a month or so, the family came to accept Thomas sleeping in the house. They came to understand that when he shouted out in the dark, and when he screamed, and when he was rigid with what John said was terror, it would soon pass. They covered their ears and waited until he slipped back into burbling slumber, only occasionally interrupted by twitches and writhings. John said this was even a comforting sound, better at least than the sound of the mice or the cat chasing them, better than the sound of Adam farting. As autumn gave way to winter, the soldiers started coming through the valley. They came up from the west and the south, small companies making their ways to join the road that leads northwards to the castles in the East March, castles such as Dunstambra and Bamborough, those that were still holding out for the old king. Sometimes they were organised and led by well-dressed men on good horses, with gloves and rings on their fingers and baggage mules. Others were in worse straits, down to their last loaf, horses in need of shoeing. Both sorts, and all those between, were fugitives, though, always careful about where they went, what they said, and to whom they said it. Some did stop and talk, though, in return for bread and ale, and hay for their horses. "Put off my land," one of them told John. "His Grace has been attainted, and some new man's arrived, some connection of the Earl of Warwick. Met me with the offer of serving him, or shifting for myself, so." The soldier shrugged his big archer's shoulders and adjusted his straw hat over his ruddy face. He eyed Thomas, recognising something in him perhaps, and nodded slowly, his hand resting on the hilt of a big knife stuck in his belt. "But why don't you serve this new man?" John asked. "Thought of that," the soldier said. "But what happens when his Grace gets back?" He'll have something to say then, won't he? That's for sure. Will he get back? Of course he will. Can't keep someone like the Duke of Somerset down. The Duke of Somerset? You served him? Aye, the man said proudly. And his father before. John nodded. So where is he now, the Duke? Alnwick, the man says. Or Bamborough, or the other one. There are 3 of them up there, 3 or 4. Dirty great big castles, each held against this new king and the Earl of fucking Warwick. The man spat, but John was surprised. Are there many of the old king's men left? Not so many as there were, the soldier admitted. Not after Towton Field. But there are some, and they're all making their ways to the castles up there to wait until the Queen comes with her men, from France, you know, or maybe Scotland. And old Tudor comes with his Welshmen, and then we'll see a clean pair of heels from the Earl of Warwick and this new king of his making. You mean there'll be more fighting? John asked. The man barked a laugh. Of course there'll be more fighting, he said. There's always more fighting, isn't there? It won't stop until everybody gets what they want, and that isn't going to happen before heaven opens her gates. John shook his head at the thought of it. The man took a loaf and filled his flask with ale, and then left them to follow the causeway that led up over Stanage Edge towards Sheffield and beyond. When he'd gone, John turned to Thomas and stopped. You all right, you daft bastard? You're gone all pale. More men came by in the next few weeks, bands of them in riding cloaks, bows and poles slung over their packs, moving furtively through the countryside on hungry horses. Things started to go missing from the farm, a couple of geese, one of the sheep, and Thomas helped bring the animals inside the hazel fence that surrounded the farmhouse, and then every night the dogs woke and barked, and John would grope for his bow. That winter they did not go up into the hills to mine for lead as they usually did, and though at night they could see the fires on the hilltops all around, where other men were smelting the grey metal, and they thought of the money they were missing out on, they stayed close to the farm and waited. Nothing happened all through Advent. Christmastide passed, then Epiphany, and then Candlemas, and then Ash Wednesday came and went, and still nothing happened. So now it is the season of Lent, when the statues in the church are masked, but the land without is opening up, and the life is returning to the valley. And it is now that 8 men on horses turn off the road and come up the track to the farm, halting their horses before the stockade gates. John watches them come, shading his eyes from the low spring sun. The man who seems to be their leader gets off his horse well before the stockade's gate, and John tells Elizabeth to stay within the house with William, and he asks Adam to find Thomas. Quickly now. The man who has climbed off his horse is weary, and from his walk it is obvious he has been riding a good while. He relieves himself in the sheep-cropped grass, then turns to John. He has a bitter-set face, and is wearing a buff jacket with no sign of a badge to show his allegiance. He greets John cordially, but he does not smile. Good country, this, he says. He has a thick, soft accent. John nods. Hard in winter, I'd imagine. Again, John agrees. All right in the summer? Yes. Hunting? A little, in the valleys. Not on the hills? Not so much. Still, though, eh? There is a long silence. It is as if the man doesn't quite know how to start whatever it is he wants to start. His men are lined up behind him, still mounted. One of them is chewing something, a twig or a piece of straw. He takes it and throws it down. We're in need of a few things, the first man says, as if reminded to get on with it. Something to eat, and ale, of course, but horses too, if you have them. I have a horse, John says, but not for sale. I was not thinking of buying. Then Adam comes back. I cannot find him, he tells John. Find who? The man asks. No one, John says. Then to the boy, All right, Adam, go in now. Adam is uncertain. John gives him a push. The man smiles, watching him go. Fine, boy, he says. There is another moment of silence, then, May I see the horse? Why? John asks. See if I want it, the man says. Makes no difference if you want it, you can't have it. I am willing to trade something for it. Such as what? The man smiles and gestures at the hall, the fields, the hills above them. All this, he says. You, him, her, probably. They're not yours to trade, John says. The man frowns. Well, he says, no, not for the moment, but there are more of us than you. The man pulls half his sword from his sheath. His eyes are unnaturally bright. He stares at John. John stares back. John does not know what to say now. He opens his mouth to say something when an arrow flits past him and catches the man in the chest with a thump. The blow knocks the wind from him. He staggers back 4 or 5 paces, reaching out for John, then he falls on his heels and his backside. John is as surprised as the man with the arrow in his chest. He stands stock still for a moment, his mouth open, his arms by his sides. Then he looks up at the other men on their horses, who are likewise paused in mid-gesture. Then at once they move, throwing themselves off their horses, and John turns and runs back to the stockade. Thomas is there. He has another arrow nocked, and he draws and looses without seeming to aim. His arrow hits one of the men, bundles him with a cry from his saddle. Then Thomas knocks, draws, and looses again, and he hits another, who is running with his back turned. A man shouts, Kill him! Then there's another arrow, another cry. Adam has loosed and caught one of the men. He knocks and looses his practice bow just as he has been taught. The arrow carries less weight, but from this distance it may still turf a man from his horse, may still kill him. John runs through the gateway and slams the hazel stock gate behind him. It is to keep animals in or out, and not much good for anything else. Thomas sends another arrow through a gap in the fence, but sees it whicker into the distance. Already there is another arrow nocked. And now the remaining men beyond the fence have scattered. They are circling the farmhouse. Thomas has lost sight of them. Then there is a sudden thunder of hoofbeats behind, and a man looms over the fence and crashes his horse into it and through it. Thomas turns and looses. The arrow catches the horse below the jaw, and the horse rears, and the man is thrown back and falls from the saddle, and the horse stamps forward into the yard and then thunders past, whinnying and screaming, and out through the other side. Geese scatter everywhere. John emerges from the house with a billhook just in time to stop the fallen rider getting to his feet. He crashes the billhook down on his head, knocking his helmet off, and as his fear is replaced by anger, he crashes it down on him again and again. The man is dead long before John stops hitting him. There is blood everywhere, splashed on the walls, all over John's legs, arms and chest, and all over the dead man. But through the hole the horsemaid comes another man. He runs at John with a sword and a small round shield, but Adam stands up behind a beehive, scarcely able to see over the wicker mound, and follows the man with his bow, just as if he were out hunting. He looses, and the arrow jumps across the yard. It catches the man's thigh, whipping his leg away from under him. He spins, trips, and lands heavily with a bellow of rage. He spills the sword. John takes a step and drops the billhook down on this second man's head, and with 3 or 4 more clumsy blows he manages to kill him too. Thomas doubles back around the hall, stepping through the gap in the goose-pen fence, and then out past the woodstack. He thinks there are still 2 more. Where are they? They will have had time to string their bows by now. He is past the woodstack, into the mess where the privy drains. The smell is foul, but familiar. Where are they? He edges forward. He glimpses something in the orchard from the tail of his eye. He turns too late to see one of the soldiers among the trees. He has his bow raised and an arrow nocked. Thomas sees him loose the arrow. Just then his heelless boots slip. His feet go from under him and he falls on his back into the mire with a winding crash. The arrow slaps straight into the wattled daub of the wall above his head, leaving a neat hole. Thomas recovers his bow, scrambles to his feet, and runs ducking around the corner. The last soldier is there, hiding from Adam and his bow. He turns to look at Thomas. He has only a rondel knife, gripped in his right hand, but he is a boy, shaking, and only holding the dagger because he knows he ought. Thomas stands a moment, looks the boy in the eye, then takes 2 swift steps and smacks the knife from his hand with the tip of his bow. The boy sucks his breath and clutches his hand. His hat drops over his eyes. Thomas takes another step and punches him in the chest. The boy collapses. Thomas takes the arrow from his belt, knocks it, and turns back to the soldier in the orchard. He is bobbing in and out from behind an apple tree trunk. He is trying to see who is alive and where his friends are. He calls out. There is no answer. He calls again. It is very quiet when he is not shouting, and in the weak sunlight his face is very pale between the trees' trunks, and Thomas thinks it would be easy to catch him. He lifts the bow, then lowers it. He turns around and then steps over the boy on the ground, who is still gasping for air, kicking his legs in the dirt, and he comes out into the yard where Adam is still by the beehives, with his bow and an arrow shaft gripped in shaking, white-knuckled hands. His eyes are fixed on his father, who is standing over 2 dead men, staring at the blade of the billhook that is chipped and ruby with blood. John is breathing hard with the effort of having killed 2 men. He looks up at Thomas. They are listening to the one in the orchard shouting out. Thomas turns on his heel, rests his bow against the wall of the house, and goes to fetch the other boy who is crawling in the dirt, still hardly able to breathe. Thomas picks him up under the arm and walks him back around the corner and out into the yard, where he drops him next to the 2 dead men in the thin sunlight. "Water," he says, gesturing to the bucket. Adam puts his bow down and throws the contents of the bucket over the boy, who gasps and sits upright. "Go and fetch your friend," Thomas tells the boy. "Tell him to put his bow down and come, and there'll be no more of this." The boy gets up from the mud. His face is mottled and his breath reedy, and he is sopping wet, and he cannot take his gaze off the dead man as he goes back around the corner and tries to shout to his companion in the orchard. Both John and Adam are staring at Thomas with their mouths slack. "It is safe," Thomas says. John starts to laugh. So does Adam. Thomas feels himself smiling. "He speaks," John laughs. "He actually speaks." Then he throws his arm around Thomas and pounds his back, and Thomas can feel the bristles on his brother's chin and the breeze of his breath on his ear. John is laughing so hard. "By the saints," he gasps, addressing Adam over Thomas's shoulder. "By all the saints, we did for them, eh, Adam, my boy?" Now Adam is laughing too, and all the more so when John lets go of Thomas and pushes him away and looks at his hands. "Jesus, man," he snorts, "you're covered in shit." They laugh again. Tears are rolling down Adam's face. Thomas's face aches. John can hardly breathe with laughter. But then they hear it. A terrible sound. Someone is crying. It is Elizabeth in the house with William. John goes. Thomas waits outside, washing his hands. Then John shouts from within. "Adam! Thomas!" Adam goes in first, then Thomas. For a moment, Thomas cannot see for the gloom of the house, but John and Elizabeth are gathered on the far side of the dead fire, kneeling around the boy, William, who is lying on her lap, one leg outstretched, the other bent with the foot tucked up under the knee of the first. When he can see more of him, Thomas sees there is an arrow dug deep by his sternum, and across the room dust motes and smoke particles swirl in a thin stream of light that emerges unexpectedly from from a hole in the wattle and daub. It is the arrow that missed Thomas. It has come through the wall to hit William, who is breathing very fast and has a glossy circle of blood spreading on his shirt, while his mother clutches him to her, pressing his body to hers, rocking him as she might have done when he was an infant, only she is moaning a high-pitched, constant cry. Next to her the boy's father is on his knees, helpless. He looks up at Thomas, and there are tears in his eyes and blood on his cheeks. Adam stands mute. It doesn't take long, and when it's over, Thomas turns and goes back out to the boy and the archer in the orchard. They are standing side by side, their caps off. One, the younger of the two, the one Thomas punched, is knock-kneed, the blonde down on his chin catching the sunlight, his pale eyes clear and very frightened. The other is darker, with a faint and ugly moustache above his lips, which are curled in a sneer of defiance to mask his fear. They look up at Thomas when he comes out, and then back at the dead man at their feet, at his wounds and where bubbles of blood rise and pop gently. "Come," Thomas tells them. Something warns him that these two must not be the very first thing John sees when he emerges from the house. He takes them with him to check the other bodies beyond the fence. "Stand over there," he says. The leader of the band is still alive, but Thomas doubts it will be long before that changes. He is holding Thomas's arrow in his chest, and his horse is cropping the grass next to him. Beyond is another body, with an arrow in the throat. Thomas crouches next to the first man. He is breathing quickly, his teeth are red and blood is foamy in his mouth. The man snarls and manages to spit blood at him. It is surprisingly warm, and Thomas stands and wipes it from his chin and throat, and he's wondering what to do next when his brother comes out of the house and through the gateway. He has the billhook clenched in both hands, and he is striding towards the dying man. Thomas steps aside. There is nothing he can do to stop this, even if he wanted to. "Look at me," John tells the dying man. The man turns away his face. John kicks his cheek. "I said, look at me." The man slowly turns. He shows his red teeth. "God damn you," he snarls. "God damn you both." "No," John shouts. "God damn you." John lifts the billhook and he chops it down into the man's throat. It goes straight through the bones at the back of his neck and into the grit below. The horse bolts at the noise. John wrenches the billhook from the ground, and the man's head rolls slack and more blood gurgles into the grass. Then he turns on the two boys. He is going to kill them too. "No," Thomas says. "Leave them." John pauses. He looks at Thomas. He frowns. "For Christ's sake," John breathes. His voice is smuttered with ash and blood, and tears have made lines in his cheeks. "For Christ's sake." He hurls the billhook across the grass, and then walks back into the farmhouse, where they can hear Elizabeth howling. The two boys are staring at Thomas. Then they hear the tone of Elizabeth's cry change, and they hear her shouting, and then she is in the yard, and they turn to see her coming at them. She is screaming, her bare feet flying, and now John is pulling at her, trying to hold her back, but she twists out of his grip, and Thomas sees she has a knife in her hand. When the boys see it, they react like sheep before a dog. They each dip one shoulder, and then turn and run, parting so that Elizabeth does not know whom to chase. She comes instead at Thomas, perhaps because there is no one else there. Thomas stands until she is almost on him, and she pulls back her arm to slash at him, and he can see she is mad. He steps inside her swinging arm and catches her wrist, and the knife shoots from her grasp to the ground behind his feet. He tries to hold her. She pushes at him. She scratches his face. He catches her hands, and he holds her at arm's length. She is strong, but he is stronger still. She has lost her headdress, and her face is scarlet, smudged with ashes and snot and tears and blood, and her mouth is a rectangle of rage. You can feel how hot she is. She is almost feverish. "Beth," John says. "Beth!" He wants to say that it is all right, that everything will be all right. But it is not. Her son is dead. Nothing can change that. Her husband stands behind her. "Beth," John soothes. "Beth, come now." Finding how helpless she is, she slumps. Her arms go slack, and Thomas releases her. She turns and lets John wrap his arms around her, and she sobs against his chest. After a moment, Thomas cannot bear to witness the misery, and he turns. The two boys are standing a little way off, watched by Adam, who has his bow knocked again. "What are we going to do with them?" Adam asks. "They can start by burying their friends," Thomas says. Elizabeth stops, turns her head. Strands of wet hair cover her face. Her eyes are already red from the weeping. She points at Thomas. "He speaks," she says. "Dear God!" They are staring at him, even the two boys who know nothing of his silence. Thomas does not know what to think. He did not realize that he had not been speaking, or that he now has. But he does feel odd. He can hear the river on the rocks of the ford, and some birds in the tree crowns. And there is more. It is as if a veil has been lifted. Colours are brighter. Movement is faster. Elizabeth is still staring at him. "You," she says, pointing one long, shaking, bony finger at him. "You did this. If you had not loosed that first arrow—" John looks down at her. He loosens his arms as she pushes him away. "No, Beth," John says. "It was not like that." "It was," she says. "They would have only taken the horse and maybe some bread. My boy would still be alive if you had not killed that man." She gestures to the body on the ground. Blood winks in the wounds, and they can smell it. Thomas wonders if she is right. Doubt clouds his mind. When he saw the way the men had been when they'd first arrived at the house, he had assumed they were threatening John, and he thought, dear God, perhaps Elizabeth is right. John glances quickly at him. "No, Mother," Adam says. "They meant to take everything. You saw them." "But they would not have killed my William," she wails. "They would have killed us all." She turns on Adam with those mad eyes. "You're on his side," she says, gesturing at Thomas. "Beth," John mutters, "not now. It is not about that." "Don't talk to me," she says, stepping away from John. "Don't speak to me. You know nothing. You stand there while them that murdered my boy still live, and while the man who caused it all stops me from exacting justice, and after an hour the priest says, and he, the simpleton, he stops you." "By the mass, woman, you have gone too far now." "Yes," she says, turning her livid gaze on him. "What will you do? What you always do, drink ale by the fire." Now John strikes her, a backhanded blow to the face that sends her staggering. Neither Thomas nor Adam moves. The crack of the blow fades. "Get back in the house," John tells her. He rubs his knuckles, and she her face. Seeing her expression, Thomas steps on the knife, pressing it flat into the grass. But she goes, and when she has gone, John is chastened. "I am sorry," he says. Thomas shakes his head. He's not sure what John is sorry for, his wife's remarks, or for hitting her, or both. "We'd best get on," Thomas says. "Ah," John says. They summon the two boys to move the dead men, but while Thomas is washing himself, he begins to feel dizzy. Pain shoots through his head, bad enough to make him clap his hands to his temples. He has to sit at the river's bank for a long moment. He watches the boys carrying out the bodies and laying them next to one another on the grass. The boys are both snivelling, and he wonders absently about their relationships with the dead men. Sons? Brothers? His head swims. He wonders if he will vomit. He gets up, reaches his arms deep into the river, deeper than his elbows. Then he splashes water on his face, down his neck. After a moment, He feels better, and he sits again on the bank and watches the river slide past over the rocks. He looks around him. He sees things afresh, as if for the first time, and he wonders why he is here. He stares at his hands. They are broad and calloused, square-palmed and ingrained with dirt. Questions occur to him. What is he doing here? How long has he been here? Why is he not in holy orders? Good question, his brother agrees when Thomas asks him. Why aren't you? Thomas just cannot remember. He feels leaden, weighed down. He can hardly open his mouth to speak such thoughts that come sluggishly to mind. Last I knew of it, John tells him, that is where you were bound. You made yourself unwelcome hereabouts, if you remember, like Adam here, always starting fights, and old Father Dominic thought you might be good for a friar. If I paid him. Thomas asks him where that was. Lincoln way, John says, some priory run by canons. He said it'd keep you out of mischief. The boys have laid the dead bodies next to one another, still warm, and now Adam is stripping them, taking anything of value. The dead men have come like windfalls, and Thomas's brother is suddenly rich, with horses to sell, clothes and boots to wear, coin to spend. There are bows and arrow shafts, swords, knives, steel helmets, and pieces of plate too. They set the two boys to digging the grave under the aspens on the edge of the pasture, well below the farm. The ground here is rocky and full of roots, and the boys make heavy work of it. Beth comes out again. She is still pinched with anger. We should make them dig room for 2 more, she says. 3 even. John pretends he does not hear. He turns to Thomas. What I want to know, he starts, is how you learned to do all that. He mimics the action of drawing a bow. You were always good with a bow, I'll grant you that, but to kill men like that? He blows out. It looked like you've done it before, he goes on. All those cuts and scrapes and what have you all over your body when you turned up. And that dint. He taps his temple. You didn't get those writing up the Gospels. Thomas can tell John nothing. They are silent for a long while, watching the boys dig. Adam climbs into the pit with them to help. The day wears on. When the boys have dug so deep into the earth that they are up to their thighs, John stops them. He gets them to roll the dead men, naked now save for their brays, into the grave, and then to shovel the black earth in on top. No one is sure about leaving any cross to mark it. Plenty of people have just swung them in the river, John says, or dragged them into the next 100. Let those bastards over there take care of the coroner. At least we buried them. Will you say a few words, brother? Save us paying the priest. Thomas is lost for a moment. He stands over the raised mole of earth and is struck by the sense of having done this before. He asks the Lord to look down favourably on the men they are burying, and to forgive them for what they have done, and for any other sins they may have committed in this life. And then he asks for their time in purgatory to be appropriate, and that when they are cleansed of sin, that the saints and martyrs will be on hand to receive them in heaven and guide them to the new Jerusalem. He crosses himself, and the others, except for Elizabeth, do likewise, and the crows in the trees above caw loudly as sunset comes. Now, what are we going to do with these two? John asks. The two boys stand in their shirts and hose and linen caps, and again Thomas is tugged at from within. Of what do they remind him? Of whom do they remind him? He cannot say, only that while Elizabeth wants them dead and John wants them gone, he feels some sort of responsibility for them. If you put them out, then you put me out too, Thomas says. There is a silence. Thomas sees John glance at Elizabeth. Good riddance, she says. John looks at her. Let them stay tonight if they wish, he says. Then tomorrow we'll see. That night Thomas does not have nightmares, but the pain in his head wakes him before dawn, before the others are awake. One of the two boys is whimpering in his sleep, having a bad dream, and Thomas nudges him with his boot. The boy shifts, seems to wake, then slips back into sleep. Thomas goes outside to wash his face in the stream. He comes to a decision, and returns to the farmhouse and shakes the first boy awake. "Come," he says, "gather your stuff." Then he wakes the other boy, and he, too, gets his coat, and as they are leaving, Thomas turns and sees that Adam is awake and watching. He raises his hand, and Adam nods, and then Thomas takes the two boys to the stable, where they saddle their horses. "Where are we going?" the younger of the two asks. Thomas doesn't reply. "Can we take our bows?" the older boy asks. He gestures towards the pile of stuff Adam stripped from the dead men, their clothing, boots, various knives, swords, the 7 bows, 10 arrow bags, some pieces of armour, and an unsteady tower of helmets. Thomas shakes his head, and the boys accept it. They are waiting to be killed, he thinks. They think I will kill them, and perhaps I should. But then he does not, and while they watch, he takes a jack from the pile and holds it up, only to discover that it is no ordinary jack. Within its usual flax and linen padding are strips of metal. He cannot help but smile. They might not turn an arrow or a point, but they'd stop a blade. He tries the jack on and finds it tight. Still, though. Next, he wraps one of the men's bows in oiled cloth and takes that, along with a bag of arrow shafts. Then he picks a sword, rejecting the first, choosing a second, which he unsheathes and taps on a rail in the stable to check its resonance. It is good. Then he takes a riding cloak, a cloth cap, greasy with wear, and the largest of the sallets, which he ties to the chosen saddle of his chosen horse. "That is my father's horse," the younger boy says. Thomas looks at him, then the horse. The older boy looks on. He must be a nephew or something, Thomas thinks. "Do you want it?" he asks. The boy nods. Thomas shrugs and picks another horse. The younger boy takes his father's horse and saddle, and Thomas and the two boys lead their horses out of the stable. Thomas adjusts his stirrups, and when they are ready, John appears, sleep-tousled and malodorous. He has a flask and a loaf of bread from yesterday. He hands it to Thomas. "You'll come back one day?" he asks. Thomas nods. They embrace. Then, when he is in his saddle, his brother looks up. "Thomas," he says, "answer me this before you go. It's been nagging away at us all. That name you kept calling, when you were having your dreams. What was it?" Thomas looks down at him. You can feel his eyebrow cocked. He has no memory of any dreams. "A name? Ah, it sounded like that." Thomas looks down into his brother's hopeful eyes, and he shakes his head, and he is about to say no when something wells up within him, closing his throat, and he can only nod at his brother. His brother nods back, relieved to have got that clear, and then he says goodbye again, and Thomas turns his horse, and he leads the two boys off along the path, heading east. Before he has gone very far, he finds that he is weeping, so the tears drip from his chin. Chapter 4. The coroner's clerk is bent-backed in his dark coat, a drop of clear liquid quivering on the tip of his long nose, and whenever he fetches ink from his pot, he looks up at them over the top of his temporary desk, and Katherine, standing next to the widow Beaufoy, shivers. It is not just the cold, though that is bad enough to make her ear ache. It is that she feels feared for, just as she used to feel in the chapter house at the Priory, when she was made to stand and suffer the inspection of the other sisters while she waited for the prioress to deliver the inevitable guilty verdict. "Get on with it," one of the jurymen shouts. "We'll catch our deaths out here." He is right. It is the second day after the feast of St. Agatha, virgin and martyr, and the winter still has its hold. They should be up above in the hall of the Guild of the Blessed Virgin, where inquests might ordinarily take place, but the guild members will not allow Eelby's wife's body to be taken up, and no one really blames them, for she has lain buried in the ground these past weeks, and the rot has taken hold despite the cold. Before the inquest, there was talk of leaving her buried, but the coroner says the law is the law, and that he must see the body, or the men of the 100 must pay a fine additional to all the others they will already incur for having a murder committed in their parish. So this morning, before dawn, Agnes Eelby was disinterred by a couple of men with linen cloths bound around their faces, and now here she is, set out in the open, a little way off, downwind of the guild house, on a plank and a pair of trestles. A boy stands by with a shepherd's crook, ready to keep the birds off. The coroner, a foursquare man with a close-cropped reddish beard and cheeks mottled in the cold, stands with his back turned on the corpse, not wishing to look on the stained and corrupted shroud, and he addresses the jury. "Fellows," he says, "fellows, we are here to decide if Agnes Eelby, God rest her soul, late of this 100, is dead by natural causes, or by misadventure, or by reason of a felony in her own case, or by murder." As he speaks, there is a general grumble from the jury. It is a reluctant crowd, about 30 strong, every man over the age of 12, from the nearest 4 villages, ordered from their fields and their trades to hear yet another inquest into yet another woman dead in childbirth. And they are not happy. They give off a vapour like a herd of bulls in the cold, and one of them has brought a dog that whines and strains on its plaited rope leash. Standing in a ring about them are the grey shapes of women and children, spectating, the smog of their breath like pale scarves around their heads. Finishing his preamble, the coroner turns to address Eelby, who is standing apart from the jury with his brown cloth cap clutched in his knuckly hands and his unshaven cheeks blue with the cold. Katherine thinks he looks unusually meek before the coroner, as if he were afraid of authority, and yet she knows he is not. She wonders what he is up to, and supposes she will find out soon enough. "And you are first finder?" the coroner asks. Eelby nods. "I am," he says. "Name?" "John Eelby of Cornford of this 100. At his desk, the clerk records this. "And the dead woman?" the coroner goes on. "Your wife?" "Was, yes." "May God rest her soul. Tell us what you found." Eelby swallows and begins. "I heard them calling," he says, "and I was worried about my wife, so I came running. It was in the kitchen, up at the castle. I found her, with blood all over her dress." He points at Katherine. There is a murmuring among the jury. "My woman was laying out on the table, all cut, across here." Now he points on his own body, showing a slash from left to right, just above his pubis, though Katherine remembers the cut as being vertical. It is the longest speech she has ever heard him make. "And when was this?" "In the week before All Saints this last year," he says. "And you raised the hue and cry?" Eelby allows that he did, though in fact there was little need, since there was no felon to chase down. After he had come into the kitchen, Katherine and Widow Beaufoy and the widow's maid had stood there, gathered around the baby, Eelby's son, whom they had miraculously saved. "Did the members of the nearest 4 households come running?" the coroner presses. "Yes," Eelby lies. "Yes, they did." "You will name them to my clerk at the end of the proceedings," the coroner instructs. Eelby nods. "And then you called the bailiff?" the coroner continues. He is eager to find any breach of the complex laws that surround any sudden or unexpected death, since any infraction will allow him to impose a fine on the 100 or on Eelby himself, and so boost his own income. He did, Ealby says, nodding at the bailiff, who gives his name, and the clerk makes another entry in his roll. Only he wasn't needed, Ealby goes on, because them who cut my woman open stood there just as if it right pleased the Lord. And these are they? The coroner asks, turning back to Katherine and Widow Beaufoy. Ealby nods, and the coroner studies the two women again. Katherine tries to see them as he must. She imagines he sees them in good but old dresses, one, the widow, taller and broader than the other, while next to her she, Katherine, looks as if she has been denied her portion of milk and butter over the long winter. And which one made the cut? The coroner asks. Ealby indicates Katherine. It was her, he says, Lady Margaret. The coroner reminds the clerk of Katherine's name, and he nods as he writes it. Why do you think Margaret, Lady Cornford, cut her? Ealby shifts from foot to foot now. There is a pause, almost as if he is coming to a decision, as if he were choosing which path to take in a wood, and the coroner frowns, waiting, until Ealby makes his choice and says, Lady Margaret never liked her, never liked my woman. There is an outlet of breath. Men in the jury start murmuring. The coroner raises his eyebrows. Lady Margaret cut your wife, killed her because she never liked her? There is some muffled disturbance at the back, and the coroner looks up, and then over at his clerk, who has also looked up, and the two exchange an unspoken sign. Katherine can make no sense of it, but when she looks to Widow Beaufoy for guidance, Widow Beaufoy is determinedly absent, staring away from her, and away from the disturbance, as if it does not concern her. Something is up, but what? After a moment, there is silence. Go on, the coroner says. She hated her, Ealby reinforces, as is well known. He raises his voice, calling on someone at the back of the jury, and someone answers, shouting out, That's right, she hated her. And from a different part of the crowd, someone else shouts that Katherine wanted Ealby's wife dead. And now those at the front of the jury are turning around, craning their necks to see, and everyone is murmuring and staring, and the clerk has put down his pen and turned, and all at once everyone realizes that something is up. The jury has been packed, or bribed, just as Richard and Mayhew had warned it might be, and Katherine feels first the flare of panic, and then the grim slump of acceptance. They had told her she needed powerful friends in a moment such as this, and suggested she seek help from Lord Hastings. Someone might bribe the coroner, Mayhew had explained, or pack the jury. Anything can go wrong, and if the coroner finds the death unnatural, then he will have to record it as murder. But it was not murder, Katherine had said. I did what I had to do to save the boy. The woman was dead, or so close to it hardly mattered. Mayhew had been patient. It doesn't matter what really happened, he'd said. All that matters is what people say happened. But why would anyone say different? Richard had mewed like a cat, or an old woman, and Mayhew had shaken his head. Please, he'd said, please just go to the Lord Hastings, or the Earl of Warwick. He owes you his life, or his leg at the very least. Send a letter. I'll take it if you like. Explain what has happened and ask them to advise you. But Katherine had not. She'd refused. She was certain that if she could see that what she had done was the right thing to do, the only thing to do, then others would too. Others would see that she had to act, to do something terrible in order to avert something worse. That was all. So she had ignored the advice of her husband and Mayhew, and instead she'd thrown herself into restoring the estate. And she'd known that the two things, the saving of the child and the saving of the estate, would soon come to be seen as one and the same thing. So now the watermill had been repaired by a carpenter from Boston, who's been induced to bring his family and his apprentices, and to pay his rent on one of the houses along the causeway. Others have come too, a man from Lincoln, two more from Boston, a fourth, an eel trapper called Stephen, a wiry man with wild hair and a prominent tooth, from Gainsborough. Since their arrival, Fences have been repaired, hedges relaid, hovels and outhouses rebuilt. The sluice gates have been made to work again, and water has been diverted, corralled. The fields are drying, and there is every chance of a pea and a rye crop in the coming year. There are geese and chickens and piglets in their pens and sties, and there are 5 cows on the island, and a pair of glossy brown oxen to pull the plough. The punt has been made water-worthy as well, and while one of the new men reaps the broad ribbon of teasels that grow to the west of the castle, the eel-catcher Stephen sits with one eye on the weather, and daily adds to the pile of eel-traps that he is building up around his house. More than that, the barber-surgeon's assistant, Matthew Mayhew, had arrived after Christmastide, having left the Earl of Warwick's household after a disagreement with the Earl's physician, Fournier. At the heart of it all, though, had been the thought of the boy, Eelby's miraculous son John, named after his father and his father's father, who is still alive against all expectation. He had been the rhythm and the reason for all this, the inspiration and the seed of hope that something is possible. When Katherine thinks of him, her heart feels full and she smiles. And to think that after the boy's mother had died, after Katherine had killed her, Widow Beaufoy had given him no chance. "However will you feed him?" she'd asked scornfully. But Katherine had remembered the newborn in the village, and so had paid that child's mother to act as the orphan boy's nurse. She had then spent many precious coins buying the woman mutton and beef and butter and ale from the markets, just to keep her fat and healthy, and so far her milk has kept the boy alive. And the longer he lived, and the stronger he grew, the more certain she became that the death of Agnes Eelby was tragic, but it was not an act of her doing. Rather, it was an act of God's. And with every week that had passed, the more surely she placed her trust in others to come to the self-same conclusion. But now, in this inquest, she can see that she was wrong, that they have ascribed her far darker motives, that she disliked Agnes Eelby, or was jealous of her, and so at last she must react. "That is not true," she shouts. "I wished her only well. Otherwise I would not have fetched Widow Beaufoy or paid for her services out of my own purse." Next to her, Widow Beaufoy has taken another distancing step. "Is that true?" the coroner asks Widow Beaufoy. "Did she?" "She did," she agrees reluctantly, "but I would have come anyway." "Course she would," one of the hecklers shouts. The coroner cocks an eyebrow at Widow Beaufoy, and Katherine sees he has understood something, and she feels her own ignorance as a sharp, if familiar, pain. The coroner nods and turns back to Katherine, and it is as if he has forgotten where he was, or perhaps no, he has not forgotten. It is something else. "So," he asks, "why did you hate the dead woman?" The question makes Katherine feel closed in upon, hemmed, surrounded. "I did not hate her," she spits. "I hardly knew her." "But," the coroner begins, gesturing to the jury as if they are proof of the opposite. Katherine has had enough. "I do not know any of these men other than by sight," she counters, "and I am certain the same is true in reverse." "Yet there seems to be some doubt," the coroner persists. "Oh, there's doubt, all right," the first heckler shouts, and before the coroner can silence him, the second chimes in. "Yes," he calls, "if you hardly knew her, why'd you fetch Widow Beaufoy there? Why'd you pay for her services, eh? For someone you hardly knew?" "Doesn't seem likely, does it?" shouts the first. This second man is in the shadows, but she thinks he is the one with the tall, reddish hat. She does not think she has seen him before. "I knew her well enough to do my Christian duty," she states. "Did ya?" the first heckler replies. "Cutting her open, I'd hardly call that your Christian duty." This gets a low laugh. The coroner is content to let the exchange run. "I did it to save the baby," Katherine shouts above the noise. "Is he not alive now, because of what we did?" "You only saved the baby because you wanted him for yourself." This is too much. "Who are you?" Katherine calls. "What village do you come from?" "Never you mind," he calls back. She takes a step towards the man. She can feel that roaring in her ears. She wishes she had a knife now, for someone needs to shut this man up. "That's enough," the coroner shouts at last. He turns to Katherine. "Tell us what happened," he instructs. She tries to calm herself. She can feel her face flushed and her heartbeat in her teeth. She takes a deep breath. She can smell her sweat rising from the stained wool of her dress. "Come on," one of the jurors calls. "Get on with it." "Swarm of lies it'll be anyway." "Let her speak," the coroner demands, and Katherine begins. "The baby was stuck in Ealby's wife," she says. "He would not come out in the normal fashion. He was turned, or the womb had moved, or something, so we cut, no, I cut, with Widow Beaufoy's instruction. I cut Ealby's wife to save the baby." "And this is the knife used?" the coroner asks. He is on safer ground here, and he holds up Widow Beaufoy's beautiful knife, and there is a murmur of appreciation. Ealby confirms that it is the knife, and the coroner places it next to his clerk's inkstand. It is Deodand now, forfeit to the Crown, unless Katherine is willing to pay for it a second time. She glances at Widow Beaufoy, who is turned from her. "Go on," the coroner instructs. "What happened after you cut her?" "She bled. A lot. We could not staunch the flow of blood. And then she died." "There, you see," one of the hecklers shouts. "Told you she killed her." "I admit she died because of what I did," Katherine replies. "But by then she was already dead in all but name. I shortened her life by as long as it might take to say the prayers of the rosary." There is silence for a moment, as if this is reasonable. Then one of the men shouts, "That is time she will never get back." There is a grumble of assent. "No one regrets that as much as me," Katherine says. "But you did not see her. She was dying anyway, and the baby was too. We wanted to baptize him." "You wanted her dead so that you could have the baby for yourself," comes the first heckler. "That is not true," Katherine hears herself shrieking. "That is not true." "Then why'd you kill her?" demands the second. "I didn't." "Yes, you did," the other one shouts. "Said it yourself." The coroner has lost control of the inquest. Katherine looks to him, and for a moment he seems to be considering trying to recover it, but then he decides against it. After all, it is not his task to get to the truth of the matter. His task is to fine the 100 for the breach of as many rules as possible, and to establish if it is worth the king's justices pursuing the case to trial, given that should the perpetrator of the crime be found guilty at that trial, then all their property will come to the king. In this case, they all know that Margaret, Lady Cornford's property is extensive, even if it is run down, and even if it is in the name of her blind husband, so it is certainly worth the justice's while to hear the trial when they are next in Boston. More than that, though, the presence of the hecklers means that someone, somewhere, is taking an interest in the case, and someone, somewhere, wants it to go to trial, and so it is useless the coroner trying to stop it. The coroner turns to them, and Katherine can see him looking at her with that mixture of pity and scorn, and she can guess what he is thinking. That her husband is blind, and that she is a woman, and so it is not only natural that she is separated from her property, it is inevitable. He is probably wondering, indeed, why it has taken someone so long to take it from her. So, finally, the coroner gathers himself and holds up a hand. "Fellows," he calls, "I believe there is doubt enough in the circumstances of Agnes Ealby's death to admit the possibility of a felony. So I order the binding over of Margaret, Lady Cornford, to await the imminence of the king's justices." There is an eruption of cheering and of stamping of feet in parts of the crowd, but puzzlement in others, and the midwife takes one further step from Katherine. "I find further that Widow Beaufoy is innocent of any involvement in this felony, and that she is therefore free to go, though I demand of you in the king's name that you fulfill your duty to God and man, and make yourself available to the said justices when they should come into the county." Widow Beaufoy nods, sombre as nightfall. "Wait!" Katherine shouts. "Bailiff!" the coroner says. The bailiff moves quickly on his spindly legs. He places himself before Katherine and Widow Beaufoy, and he has a short sword on his belt, which he touches emphatically. Katherine retreats a step. She will be no trouble. When he is sure of her, he asks the coroner what he wants done with her. "The jail?" the coroner suggests, as if it were obvious. The bailiff draws air hissing through the gaps in his teeth. "It is under water," he says, spitting. "Been so these 5 months past." "What have you done with the other prisoners?" the coroner asks. "We have shown them the jail in one look, and they've paid a fine or forfeited some part of themselves." The coroner tugs on the short hairs of his beard. His glance travels over her, and Katherine feels herself withering within. She cannot help unconsciously covering the blade of her clipped ear, hidden under the felt of her hat, with her fingers. "Is there nowhere?" the coroner asks the bailiff. "Some convent, perhaps?" The bailiff shakes his head. "There is one," Widow Beaufoy volunteers. "One that might have her." And she looks at Katherine for a long moment, as if she knows, and Katherine feels a terrible, crushing weight on her bones. "St. Mary's," Widow Beaufoy says. "The Gilbertine Priory at Haverhurst."
This is the end of CD 3.
Part 2. The Priory of St. Mary's, Haverhurst, County of Lincoln, Lent, 1463. Chapter 5. Thomas Everingham pays the ferryman a small silver coin to cross the river on Lady Day, 25th of March, the first day of the new year, and then rides south and east through thin drizzle, following a track that he is told will lead him, by and by, to another that will take him south to Lincoln. He rides all morning, stopping only to let his horse graze at about midday while he drinks from his costrel under a tree. Afterwards he follows the track through shaded woodlands where pale moths, each the size of a child's fingernail, rise up at him from the undergrowth. As he rides, his mind starts playing curious tricks on him, tripping from one thought to the next without ever settling, and as they come, each successive thought or observation feels more significant than its forebear, until that one is itself replaced by another that feels yet more important, vital even, until that too is replaced by another even more important thought. He sees even the most common object, a pile of rocks acting as a waymarker, a winding post by shallow-banked washing pool, a stand of elms, and at first each seems to reveal within itself some previously hidden significance that leads to another and on to another. Each time he is struck by these thoughts, he is relieved to have remembered it, but then he realizes these thoughts, they mean nothing. They are irrelevant. At first, the sensation is pleasant, but soon it becomes confusing, then wearying, and finally irritating. He starts to ride with his eyes shut and distracts himself by wondering what will happen to the 2 boys he left on the west bank of the river. He supposes they will return home to wherever it is they come from, and he tries to imagine what sort of homecoming that might be. In the late afternoon he reaches a crossroads, as predicted, and he turns his horse south, and once again he is assailed by thoughts he cannot control. Only this time, instead of those fruitless associations he experienced in the morning, these insights ring true. They are proper memories, hazy-edged and cacophonous, peopled with faceless men and women, but simple and even sensible. Here he once stopped in the dark to let drunk men piss. Here he rode one autumn day with With who? A boy? A boy, no, not a boy. Not a boy like Adam or John, but he feels odd. A warmth fills his chest, makes his shoulders glow, and again the tears come. Why? He wipes them away with a knuckle. He shakes his head and rides on. But the memories continue, ambushing him as he comes out of the woods and into the fields from where he can see the great cathedral of Lincoln. He stops for a moment, ignoring the spire, and looks back along the length of the road he has just travelled. He is gripped by the certainty that he is riding away from something rather than towards it. He turns his horse, and it waits patiently while he studies the road that disappears into the gloom of the trees. After a long moment, the horse snorts, and Thomas shakes his head and turns and rides the last few furlongs to Lincoln, just as the purple-edged dusk arrives and parish bells ring out. Lights appear on the city walls like stars, and at the gatehouse the men of the watch are suspicious around their brazier. "Come far?" they ask, and laugh when he admits he has, yet he does not know where he has come from, only it has been that way. They direct him to the friary of the Austin Friars by the Newport Gate, and he follows his feet, his mind still crowded with memories and associations, so that when he gets there, and after the friars have given him soup and bread, they leave him alone, thinking he might be touched. In the morning he is up and gone before the bell for prime, when it is still dark, and he walks his horse out past the cathedral close and down a steep hill where his mind erupts again and he is afraid he is going mad, and he finds his feet tangling as he passes a well-made, jettied house on a steep hill, and he almost falls to his knees. He remembers sunlight, and the sound of horses' hooves on the cobbles, and something calamitous, but what? He cannot say. He recalls a woman, but so ghostly is the impression that... No, there is nothing there, nothing to hold on to. He feels he could bang his head against the ground to clear it of these flickering shades, and he turns with his eyes half closed, and he stumbles on down the hill like a drunk, hanging on his horse's reins while the animal's hooves skitter on the rain-slicked cobbles and the slough of wet straw and dung. At last he is out, through the broad gate and across the bridge over the turbid waters, and he is away, into the flat farmland to the south of the city. Here the sensations let up, soften, become less urgent, and he climbs up into the saddle as the sun rises, and he rides east with the sun before him, a pink orb, flat gold rays filling the mist-softened lands. He seems to know where he is going, but he does not, really, until he finds a crossroads and a man in a rough woven reed hat to tell him that this road leads east, and eventually to Boston. "After which you will go no further," he says in a familiar accent, "on account of there being no further to go." Thomas thanks him and rides on, now with his face into the wind, until by midday he sees what it seems he has been looking for, and again here comes the turbulent riot of uninvited thoughts. He stops his horse and swings from the saddle and drops to the road's muddy surface. He falls to his knees and presses his forehead into the black grit at the side of the track. After a while his heart slows, his mind ceases its lurching, and he stands and shields his eyes and stares across the wet lands, and it is just as he has remembered it. The grey clutch of slate-roofed buildings gathered behind their wall in the shadow of the square-towered church. Nothing has changed. The reeds that fringe the road and the water's edge are vivid green and lustrous with spring growth, and there is still that smell in the air, of mud and rot, and the sky seems vast from horizon to horizon, and above float pale-winged gulls in the clear grey sky. And that is it. Nothing else. He is back here again, he thinks. Back at Haverhurst. He walks his horse to the gates, and he feels the weight of watching eyes from about 600 paces. He walks on until he stops before the wooden gate, and he pauses a moment, suddenly breathless, as a person is before stepping from a height. And then he gathers himself and bangs on the gate with the bottom of his fist. After a moment, the hatch opens. "God be with you, my son," comes a voice. "What can we do for you this day?" He is at a loss for words, since he doesn't know why he is here. "I have come far," he says. "We have all come far," the voice replies. "I wish to see the prior," Thomas decides. There is a pause, and the hatch is shut. Then Thomas hears the locking bar raised, and the gate swings open. And there it is, the courtyard where he spent much of his youth. Standing before him, though, demanding his attention, is a man with his hair freshly scissored in a tonsure. "You wish to see Father Barnaby?" Thomas nods. "I do." "Who are you?" the man asks. "He will want to know." "Tell him it is Thomas Everingham," he says. The canon frowns, stares a moment too long, then comes to a grunting decision, and nods and turns and walks away through a gap between two buildings, through which Thomas can see a stretch of pale spring grass. Thomas slowly turns and looks about him, at the church tower, the almonry, the stables where the ostler in a leather apron is studying him from under furrowed brows, a length of leather, a belt, perhaps, held between thumb and forefinger. All around, the other brothers have stopped what they are doing to join in the staring. Two of them on a raised platform rendering a wall, another restoring a wicker fence, another with a hammer and a pile of clogs, a line of nails held between his lips. A young canon, ruby cheeks still peachy, stands with a rake at his side, gawping at Thomas as Thomas might once have done himself. "You were busy?" Thomas asks, nodding at the stilled workers. "The prior of all is coming," the boy says, as if this explains everything. Thomas nods, but it means not much to him. He is distracted by raised voices, one concerned, the other irritated, and then the first canon reappears, leading another man, who frowns at Thomas for a long moment. And Thomas stares back, and he thinks he might have known this man. There might be something there. And then the other man starts with recognition. He gapes and flushes and lifts a hand, half in greeting, half in repulsion, and it is impossible to read the expressions as they flit across his face, each replaced by the next, so fast that Thomas cannot divine whether this man is pleased or horrified to see him. "It is me," he ventures. "Thomas Everingham. Do you remember?" And then the man decides he must smile, and he does so, and broadly. But there is a note of something else there, Thomas thinks. A flicker of some other emotion, though what, he cannot say. "By Holy Mary and her 7 sorrows!" the man cries, and then he bundles forward and throws his arms about Thomas, and he presses himself into Thomas's chest and pulls him tight, and he smells reassuringly of wine and stockfish and musty cloth. "I do not believe it," he continues. "I do not believe it. It is Canon Thomas, back from the dead, and with us here by the grace of God." "Brother Barnaby," Thomas says, the words coming unexpectedly, as a surprise. Barnaby pushes him away, holding him at arm's length, and looks at him archly. "Father Barnaby," he says. "Father Barnaby." There are filaments of iron grey in his fringe, but his cheeks are still full and ruddy, and he looks prosperous, fat even. He takes a step back, allowing the other man, the first canon, who is standing uncertainly by, into the circle. "Brother Blethyn," Barnaby says, "this is Thomas Everingham, our infamous apostate, returned to the fold at last. And Thomas, this is Brother Blethyn, our Dean and Infirmarian. We give the good Lord our thanks for his continued presence among us. Barnaby is grinning, but he is shifting from foot to foot, and Blethyn stands not facing Thomas, as perhaps he should, but looking at Barnaby, taking his lead from his newly made prior. "Peace be upon you, Canon Thomas," Blethyn says, only his eyes turning to Thomas, "and may God give you good guidance." "And you also, brother," Thomas replies. "Oh, come," Barnaby says. "Enough of this. We have wine, and we have some fresh cheese, and a soup." Barnaby places a hand between Thomas's shoulder bones and guides him across the yard toward the almonry, but Blethyn knows he is not included, and he remains motionless. When Thomas glances, he is watching them, his face pinched. "Great God above," Barnaby is telling Thomas, "you have been playing the archer. You're all thick here, like some robber or man of war. I confess, if I saw you on the road, I should be terrified." Barnaby guides him, ducking under the lintel and into the gloom of the almonry, where sensations press in on him from the shadows. But when he tries to reclaim them, to think them into being, they are gone, slipping away to become peripheral again. Barnaby has delayed by the door and is talking quietly to someone beyond, and then when he comes in, he shuts the door and launches into telling Thomas of the winter they have had to endure, of the privations they have accepted, the test the good Lord has sent them. A boy comes in and sets to work lighting the peat fire with a steel, and after a moment, thick brown smoke rises in a column from the sod's edge to spread across the blackened ceiling of the room. Then the boy whom Thomas saw with the rake comes in with a pewter jug, the contents of which steam in the cool of the almonry, and 2 earthenware cups on a wooden tray. "From the kitchen," he says, his gaze fixed on Thomas. "Thank you, John," Barnaby says. "Now, away with you." When he is gone, Father Barnaby smiles. "You will have to get used to that sort of thing," he says when the door is shut. "You are famous with the brothers hereabouts." "Why?" Thomas asks. Barnaby guffaws. "Why?" he says. He gestures at the bench while he turns to the tray of wine. Thomas sits while Barnaby pours the wine and passes him a cup. "Feel," he says. "It is warm. God is bountiful, and wants us to drink to your safe return." Barnaby takes a small sip and then sits back just as if he is a man at ease, taking wine over a fire, but his eyes are never still, and he is pent up and restless. "So," he says, tell me all." And now Thomas has to shrug. "I have nothing to tell you," he confesses. Barnaby laughs. He still thinks Thomas is joking. "Nothing," he says, "nothing. When the last we saw of you was your legs as you slid over the wall and out into the world." "I have had an injury," Thomas explains, "and I can remember nothing, or almost nothing. My brother puts it down to this, to being hit on the head." He removes his cap and shows Barnaby the fob of silver hair above his temple. Barnaby stands and comes to investigate. "May I?" Thomas nods. Barnaby presses his fingers into the well. Thomas can hear them above his ear, just as if they were inside his head. "Jeez, what a dint," Barnaby says, sitting down. "Where did you get it?" "I don't know," Thomas says. "I'm only now trying to discover its hows and whys." Barnaby looks at him very closely, very seriously, with narrowed eyes. "So what do you remember?" he asks. "I remember here," Thomas tells him, looking about the room. "And when I saw this place from the road, I knew that it meant something to me, though not what, or how long I was here, or what I did while I was here. And as for how I left—" He waves his hands in the air and recognizes, with a mild start, that he has made the sign to indicate smoke dissipating above an open fire. Barnaby smiles. "You remember that, at least," he says. "But do you honestly remember nothing of your departure? You don't remember the giant, no? Or perhaps that's just as well. It would only give you nightmares. What about Giles Riven? Do you remember him? No? A name means nothing to you?" "It sounds known, I suppose, yes," Thomas admits. He feels discomfort, a sense of fright even. "But who is he?" So Father Barnaby tells him how this Sir Giles Riven, who used to occupy a nearby castle, once accused Thomas of attacking him and his son beyond the priory's walls, and Thomas can feel himself pulling a doubting face. "I cannot believe it," he says. "I attacked a man." "So Riven said," Barnaby tells him. "But it gets better, or worse, depending on your view of the matter. He challenged you to trial by combat, and you fought him, a knight, in the garth, out there. You can't have forgotten that, surely." "Dear God, how unfair! Had I done that, I would never have forgotten it, never have tired of telling the story. You fought him with a quarterstaff, and you beat him. You had him laid out on the ground. You had him there. He was practically a dead man. We all thought you'd kill him for what he'd done to you, but no, you spared him." "I remember. A stick," Thomas tries. He thinks he can feel it in his hands, light, paltry, missing some weight. And now he remembers fragments of a fight, in the snow, blood-stained, strong-smelling, hard work and painful, a man hitting him with that stick. And then he recalls a cry, or an echo of one, like the alarm of a crow, and he touches his scalp and looks at the fingers, half expecting blood. "That's it!" Barnaby cries. "It was God's judgment, of course, but when you downed him, Riven was not happy. His men, the giant, you really don't remember him? Jesu Christu, we could not decide if he was Gog or Magog." When Barnaby mentions the giant this time, there is something, some outline of a memory, something distant in the landscape of his mind. There is also a sort of vast, lurking terror, but it will not form, it will not come to life. And Thomas is relieved. "But then they killed Brother Stephen," Barnaby goes on, his tone sobering. "Or that giant did. He nearly chopped him in half. Great God above, I will never forget that. And then they came for you, all of them, and, as I would testify to St. Peter at the very gates, you did the right thing. You threw down your stick, and you climbed onto the roof of the cloister, and then over the wall, and then, well, that was the last we saw of you." It is like hearing a story about another man. "And then afterwards," Barnaby continues, "Giles Riven and his men came back from the river, swearing to do terrible things if ever they found you. Blind you, that was the one thing, because of what they said you'd done to his son, who had his eye out. Then they were going to cut off your stones and put them in your empty sockets, just like that, and set you free to wander the world." Barnaby mimes the action. Thomas is aghast. "Dear God," he says. "Oh, there is nothing to fear now," Barnaby assures him. "Riven went north to join old King Henry's power when our new King Edward, may God bless his soul, challenged for the kingdom. It was 2 years ago now, ancient history if you like, but there was a great slaughter up there in the north, near York, with so many men dead in the field in that one day, that the angels did not know whether to laugh or cry." He takes a drink. "And among the dead was Giles Riven, for since then we have never seen or heard of him or his giant. None of his other men came back either, not a one, and the estate, the castle, the farms, the manors, the what-have-yous, well, they have not prospered. He should not have taken the serfs and the churls. We all said that, but he did. He needed the numbers, they say, to fulfill an indenture, and so the bodies of the men who once worked the land hereabouts now serve to fortify some field in the north rather than their own down here." Barnaby likes his joke, but when he tails off to watch the flames among the peat on the hearthstone, he does not do so with a softened focus, as a man might ordinarily stare into a fire, but he blinks rapidly, and he nibbles the inside of his lower lip, and Thomas sees he is thinking carefully about something, and that he is prey to nerves, or guilt, or something. But what? After a moment he looks up, his eyes bright with some purpose, as if he has come to a decision, or seen the solution to some awkward problem. "And now Cornford," he says. "This castle that was once Riven's, and its estates, has gone back to its original owner, or at least to the man who married the original owner's daughter." Barnaby waits, looking at him, as if for some reaction. But none of this means a thing, and Thomas can only remain blank-faced. After a moment, Barnaby goes on, cautiously, like a man picking his way through a fen, testing the mud before him. "The original owner's daughter's name is Margaret Cornford," he enunciates. "Does this mean anything to you, Thomas? Lady Margaret Cornford?" Thomas feels a significance, a weight, a resonance, but there's no detail, and no image of a face to fit the name. He feels a quickening of his heart, a tightening of his chest, and he feels he is on the verge of something, but after a moment it stops, and so he shakes his head. It is hopeless. "If I saw her," he supposes. Barnaby stares at him over steepled fingers, and then seems to change the subject. "Do you remember taking the ferryman's punt that day, Thomas, after you absconded?" Thomas shakes his head again. "It is as I say," he says. "I remember nothing." "It was winter," Barnaby prompts. "Around Candlemas, while there was still ice on the river?" He leans forward, waiting, intent. There is a moment's silence, in which they can hear only the flutter of the flames in the peat, and then from nowhere tears well in Thomas's eyes. They brim the lids and plash his cheeks. He wipes them with his palms and his wrists, but they keep coming. "What is wrong with me?" he mutters. "What is wrong with me? I'm weeping like a novice." "Let them come," Barnaby advises. "Let them come. They will help you remember." And as the tears flow, Thomas feels a great stone of misery rising to fill his throat. "There was a woman," he says, but how he knows this he cannot say. "A woman," Barnaby presses. "Yes. Do you remember anything of her, at all?" "Oh, by Christ," Thomas sobs. "I don't know. I can't even... Yes, oh, by Christ. But who is she? Who is she? Is she this Margaret? This Margaret Cornford?" And now Barnaby sits back, satisfied by something, relieved even, his hands on his knees. He takes a long breath, a sigh almost, and he seems to be playing a different part, older, wiser, sadder, and Thomas feels he has ceded him some power he did not know he had. "It is a long, confusing story," Barnaby tells him, settling into it and his role. "And I am, as yet, unsure of all the details, or of the order in which to relate them. But to make sense of it, I must begin with Lord Cornford, who was Margaret Cornford's father, and who was killed in some scuffle 5 or 6 years ago now. He had no issue save this girl, this Margaret, who was betrothed to a cousin, a man called Richard Fakenham. Does that name mean anything? No? They are a small family from the north of here." Barnaby gestures, and Thomas shakes his head, though the name does perhaps set off a distant peal of recognition. "No? Well," Barnaby goes on. "When Lord Cornford was killed, our Giles Riven seized the castle. I don't know by what right he did so, though no doubt deception and violence played their part, but at the time Richard Fakenham, who might perhaps have been expected to take it by right of being betrothed to Margaret, was the Duke of York's indentured man, and just then that Duke and all his retinue were outside the King's grace, do you see? But Giles Riven was firmly with King Henry, who was then in the ascendant, so whatever the divers rights and wrongs of the matter, Fakenham was unable to unseat Riven, and the bastard was left to sink his roots into the estate. Barnaby wets his throat before going on. Of course, that was before the great reversal, he continues, before King Edward drove King Henry from the field at Towton, in the process of which, as I say, Giles Riven met his end, and so now, with him gone, Richard Fakenham is in the ascendant, is he not? The loyal Yorkist, there to receive his reward, through his betrothed wife, of an estate worth, when old Cornford had it and ran it properly, more than £200 a year. Thomas says nothing. Yes, Barnaby says, an enormous sum, a great fortune. So, this newly minted Richard Fakenham and his wife, Lady Margaret, arrive, 2 summers past it was now, with a retinue of borrowed soldiers, and they took the castle and all the lands, though in parlous state by now, as if by right. And if it had ended there, then that would have been its end, obviously. But, at around All Souls this last year, the reeve of the castle, a man named Eelby, who is a drunk and a thief actually, and who in quieter times might have long since expected to find himself dangling at the end of a rope, had a wife heavy with child. Now, as from cloth comes the moth, so from womankind comes wickedness, as it is written, and as you know. And it has always been, since Eve first corrupted Adam, but what follows, I confess, shocked me. For it transpired that Lady Margaret, the childing woman's mistress, don't forget, was herself barren, being married and still without child, and so, filled with such hatred and envy as is unique to her sex, she cut open the reeve's wife to reveal the child within. The fire's flames have matured, throwing out more heat than smoke, and the bell rings in its tower, and Barnaby glances up, and Thomas knows instinctively what time it is and what the bell means, and part of him is pleased he does. So, there was an inquest, Barnaby continues, as was right, just this last month, and ordinarily a man such as Fakenham would have packed the inquest's jury with his own men, or he would have paid the coroner some sum and fixed it that way, so that it was found that there was no felony, and that would have been that. But I have not told you the crucial thing about Richard Fakenham, have I? Thomas shakes his head. He supposes not. The crucial thing about Richard Fakenham is that he is blind, Barnaby says. Blind not from birth, nor from cataracts, nor any other disease, you understand, but from having had both orbs put out some time during the recent wars. Do you suppose he ever encountered your Giles Riven and his giant? Thomas asks. I have wondered that, Barnaby admits, but whatever its cause, his blindness undid him, for unable to see, he was forced to leave it to his wife, this Margaret, to fix things, and she, well, she either did not know what to do, or she was unable to do it, she being, of course, a woman. So she was found guilty. Barnaby holds up a finger. Not quite, he says. It has not progressed that far, if it ever will, because, you see, when this Lady Margaret was brought here, under constraint, in a cart, with no maid or servant, it was discovered a most surprising thing. Can you guess? No? Well, it was discovered that she was not Lady Margaret at all, but another girl entirely, someone else altogether. Who? Well, this is it. The strangest thing. The prioress recognized her as being a girl who was once in her flock, a girl who made herself apostate on the very same day as you. Do you see? She was the self-same girl as you allowed on your stolen punt. And now Thomas feels his mind slant, like a table being tipped, and all his thoughts rush to one side. His heart lurches, thumps, and it is hard to breathe. He presses his eyes with the heels of his palms and sees stars within the darkness, and when he takes them away, his wrists are slick with tears again. "Ah, she means something to you now," Barnaby says. "Tell me about her," Thomas manages. "Who is she? Please, for the love of God." "I cannot say," Barnaby tells him, "for I do not know." "You must." "But I don't. There is a further, deeper mystery to her, you see. The prioress knows who she is, her real identity, if you like, but is sworn to secrecy and will tell me nothing. When I sent message to the prior of all, to inquire as to the girl's identity, instead of enlightenment, he sent a messenger by return to say he is coming to see the girl in person, for there are, he says, divers matters at stake. Can you imagine? Did you know that neither he, nor his predecessor, nor his predecessor's predecessor ever thought to seek us out here in our muddy little world since the 3rd year of King Henry VI's reign? That was nearly 40 years ago now, before you and I were even thought of." "Does she have a name?" "Katherine." "My God," Thomas thinks, and he whispers her name. Katherine. But now Barnaby leans forward, staring and intent, the line of his mouth short and hard. "Do you really remember nothing of her?" he asks. And Thomas tries to think, but after a while he has to shake his head. "Nothing," he says. "I cannot even remember what she looks like, nor how she came to pass herself off as Lady Margaret Cornford. No," Thomas says, "I remember nothing, if I ever knew." And Barnaby sits back, frustrated. "Well," he says, "then that must remain a mystery until the prior of all honours us with his presence. Then we will be allowed at the truth." "Where is she?" Thomas asks. "Where is she now?" "She is with the prioress, well cared for." "Can I see her?" Thomas asks. Barnaby laughs. "Of course not," he says. "She is in cloister." "Please," Thomas begs again, "please." He finds himself on his feet, looming over Barnaby, who shrinks before him. But then, as if on some unseen signal, the door opens with a clap, and a man with a staff strides in and stands before Thomas. He is broad-chested, red-bearded, a head taller than Thomas, and the quarterstaff looks like a twig in his meaty hands. He looks at Thomas almost sadly, as if he might be a farmer about to reluctantly slaughter a favoured pig. "Please, Thomas," Barnaby says from behind him, "you know we cannot allow it." And Thomas subsides. He knows Barnaby is right. "So we must just be patient," Barnaby goes on, "and wait on the prior of all. And then when he comes, all shall be known, all shall be revealed, and God willing, perhaps you shall see your Katherine once more." And now the bell rings in the church tower, summoning the lay brothers in for prayer from the fields and woods and river banks. It will soon be time for vespers. "Will you join us to observe the hour, Brother Thomas?" Thomas agrees to, because, for the moment, there is nothing else to do. "It will be good to have you back," Barnaby says. "We will find you a cassock, and Brother Blethyn will cut your hair." Thomas is half standing and stops, confused. "No, Father Barnaby," he says. I cannot come back. I am no longer as I was. I feel as if I have done things. I have seen things. I do not feel the same. I do not belong here. I cannot come back." "I thought you knew." Barnaby hushes him. "All will be well," he smiles. "All will be well." Barnaby leads Thomas out of the almonry and over to the cloister, where Thomas stands with the lay brothers and waits for Barnaby to vest himself and prepare to read the lessons. The brothers are all farmers with no land of their own. Rough men, unlettered, with chapped faces that are almost never inside under a protective roof or enclosed by cosseting walls, but out in the fields in all weather, and so they look on the observance of the hours as a time of rest, recuperation. He is familiar with them, or their sort, and comfortable in their presence. But they are all looking at him now. He has removed his cap, but he has a full head of hair, and he wears his plated jack, with a knife at his belt, a heavy purse, blue woolen hose, and polished brown leather riding boots turned down to the knee. The way they look at him reminds him of something, but he does not know what, and he sees their envy, and he feels a twinge of guilt, but it does not shift the sense of loss. During the observance, the words come back to him, but he knows he would not be able to say them on his own, and they mean nothing to him. And afterwards, Barnaby summons him again. He walks with him along the cloister range to an iron-hooped door, which he unlocks with a key as long as his forearm, and while he does so, Thomas turns and looks out onto the garth, the small square of grass held bracketed by the cloister wings. He wonders if he can remember the fight Barnaby says took place, but he cannot. His gaze floats over the cloister walls, and he can hear the jackdaws clacking in their treetops, and the geese chuckling in their meres, settling for the night in the world beyond. And he can remember nothing. Barnaby swings open the door and fumbles with a lamp. When it is lit, Thomas recalls that the room is the sacristy, where they keep the altar silver, the transubstantiated hosts, and such coinage as they possess. But there is also the priory's illuminated Bible, a book of hours made in Ghent, and there, the smallest of the three, lying on top of the pile on a shelf made of stone, a bound book the size of a woman's palm and as thick as a man's thumb. Barnaby picks it up and passes it to him. "Do you recognize it?" he asks. And Thomas does. It is his Psalter, bound before it was ever finished. He opens it carefully. The early pages are filled with tiny, beautifully neat rows of perfectly exacted letters, each page begun with an initial lit, with colours not seen in nature, or not, at least, by Thomas, rich reds, purples, the deepest blues, golds, and even silvers. And folded within are scenes from the Bible. Here is Christ being presented at the synagogue. Here he is at the wedding feast of Cana, each design picked out with startling artistry. It is a marvel. "The time I must have spent on this," Thomas breathes. "But why is it bound? It is not finished, look." Towards the back of the book he finds that, in reverse of the normal practice, his former self had saturated the backgrounds to the pictures first, leaving the clothes and the faces of the foreground characters blank. On one page, the pale ghost of Christ is portrayed by the pale ghost of Judas, while the outline of St. Peter looks on, expressionless, in a grey rocked garden bound with grapevines from which hang luscious blue fruits, so cleverly painted that you can see the powdery bloom against the gloss of their bulging flesh. "It was guilt, I think," Barnaby says. The prior regretted ceding to Giles Riven his demands that he kill you, and when the ferryman told us about how his punt would sink, we presumed you drowned and had gone ahead to heaven. We have prayed for your soul every week since then, do you know?" Thomas smiles. He turns a few pages of the Psalter. "You might yet finish it," Barnaby says. "You could unpick the stitches like this, and resume your great work. It is good work, isn't it, that glorifies God and man?" Thomas smiles again, but he feels the chill in the room, and a shiver creeps over his skin. "No," he says. "That is not me now." "But what about the prior of all?" Barnaby asks. "He will want to see you. He will want to know what has happened to his apostate, Thomas Everingham." And now the slither of steel that had been present in Barnaby's wheedling is revealed as a blade. Thomas feels himself becoming stonier still, and is about to say something when his eye is drawn to a worn leather bag that hangs from a peg behind Barnaby's shoulder. He cannot stop himself reaching out. It is something he recognizes, something he carried with him wherever he went, a comforting weight on his shoulder, something that fitted perfectly under his head when he slept. And now here it is, the pardoner's ledger in its worn and punctured and patched bag. His hands are shaking and he cannot draw breath. He grabs the bag desperately, with a drowning grip, a madman's grip, and wrenches it to him. He registers Barnaby saying something, but it is as if he is in a gale with a wind blowing around him, and Thomas can smell blood and hear the crash and slide of steel weapons, and he can hear himself gasping for air. He feels great pain, his ribs being crushed, his back afire. He cannot stand it. He needs to be free, out in the open, away from here. He stumbles and catches against the cupboard. A plate slides, the chalice jumps, the monstrance in its velvet hood falls with a bang, and the host of paper tubes that fill the lower shelves come unbound and slither across the floor. "Blethyn!" Barnaby is shouting. "Blethyn, call Robert! Get the lay brothers!" He barges past the two men and starts running. His boots slip in the grass, and he goes down, but he is up and quickly across the garth. He swings the bag around his shoulders, just as he has many times before, and takes hold of the post and hauls himself up onto the low wall, and is about to launch himself onto the roofs again, when the canon with the red beard appears. He is carrying, of all things, a quarterstaff, and he uses it to knock Thomas's legs, and Thomas scrambles and then falls. The bag catches, rips, and the book spills free and thumps to the ground next to him. Thomas gropes for it, but the red-bearded canon is quickly across and plants a clog, a great wooden thing made with leather and nails, across Thomas's wrist, pinning him to the ground. "Now then," he says, and he holds the staff over Thomas's head and looks him in the eye, unhurried and calm. His beard is thrust forward like a challenge. Thomas subsides. Whatever took hold of him has passed. He breathes out. He stares at the mud and then inches his gaze across to the book where it lies, roughly bound and carelessly cut, with a dent in it as if it had been stabbed by a madman. "He is possessed," Barnaby repeats. "He is fallen out of his wits." Now two more of the lay brethren are in the garth and stand confused to see the new arrival held to the grass. "We must keep him away from the brothers," Blethyn says. "What shall we do with him?" "Bind him for his own safety and ours. You fetch the ostler and bring straps." One of the lay brothers hurries off. Thomas says nothing. There are tears in his eyes again. By Christ, when will this stop? He does not know how he came to be here. He hears Barnaby and Blethyn talking, and then sees their toe caps under their cassocks. "It is a humoral imbalance," Blethyn diagnoses, "brought on by a pernicious enthrallment to sin. It is what drove him from us in the first instance, and since then it will only have become worse with temptation." Now the ostler is back, and he helps the canon and two lay brothers bind Thomas, ankles then wrists, with leather straps from the stables. They are strong men, particularly the red-bearded canon, and Thomas's struggles only present them with a challenge to which they rise. "Feel him," Blethyn tells Barnaby, and they crouch next to Thomas and press the backs of their cold fingers to his forehead. "Saints, he is hot!" "As I suspected," Blethyn says. "The devil finds it easy to take a soul already weakened by sin." "He seeks our care," Barnaby explains. "He wants our prayers for a cure. Take him to the stable." "The ledger," Thomas mutters. "Let me have it." The ostler and the canon and the lay brothers hesitate as Barnaby crosses to the ledger and picks it up. He wipes the mud off its surface and holds it open and puzzles over it, just as he must have before. "Why?" he asks. "What is it about this book?" "It is mine," Thomas says. "It's mine." "Yours?" He looks back at it again, turning it in his hands. He stares at it. Then, after a moment, he gives up and shakes his head and moves to put it back in its ripped leather bag. And so they pick Thomas up, one at each corner, and carry him across the garth and out into the yard, just as if they were bringing in a Yule log at Christmastide. Ahead of them, the ostler's boy leads Thomas's horse out of the stable, and they carry him in and deposit him face down in the horse-pissy straw. "The ledger!" Thomas calls. "The ledger!" Father Barnaby is standing at the door, looking disappointed in something, as if Thomas has not lived up to his expectations. "Oh, let him have it," he says, and Blethyn, who has taken the book, looks at it in its bag one more time, then swings it by the strap, releasing it into the stable, where it lands next to Thomas's head and skids across to thump against the wall. Chapter 6. It is Sister Katherine's task to wash the clothes, not only those of the sisters, but also those of the lay sisters, and the brothers, and the lay brothers. She has replaced the 3 lay sisters who might ordinarily have completed the task in 2 days, and it takes her 7, so that by the time she has finished her week's work, the cycle begins again. She does this in the stream, to the west of the sisters' Beggar's Gate, where the banks have been worn shallow by generations of washerwomen, and there are planted 3 ringing posts, though of course she only uses 1. The bed of the river is stony here, hard on the soles of her bare feet, and she sometimes wishes for the soft welcome of mud between her toes, but the water is so cold that soon her legs are numb anyway, so after a while it matters little. All day she works, watched by the 3 lay sisters whom she relieved of the task. One stands on the bank nearest the priory, the other 2 on the far bank, making sure she does not bolt again. And now, 2 months later, they are yet to be bored of the task, and watch her every movement. They even watch which way her eyes look, and if she stares at something too long, a tree in the distance, say, or the ferryman on his punt, then one of them will get up and come and stand in front of it and tell her that she must not dawdle. And so now, here she is, her nails bleeding from the lye, her hands slippery on the beetle, up to her knees in cold, dark water, beating a pile of ragged linen with a stick, forcing the water through the weave in the hope that it will carry away the dirt as it goes. She has a rhythm, steady and unchanging, and she pounds away until she thinks that the shirt is clean enough to pass inspection. Then she stops beating it and throws it into one rush basket, and collects the next dirty shirt from another rush basket where it has been soaking in the lye that she has made herself from the ashes of the kitchen fire. Then she pounds that. "She doesn't half hit the thing," one of the lay sisters calls across to the other 2. And she does. She goes at it with all her strength, all day, every day, and when the tears come, when she remembers what she has lost and the wrongs that have been done her, she hits all the harder. "She'll work herself to death," one of them says. "Or she'll break the stick," the other laughs. "Then she'll catch it from the prioress." But she carries on, just as she's done for 2 months, beating away so that now her back is corded almost like an archer's, and her shoulders are rounded with muscle. They feed her more often than she believed they would, with soup and bread and ale, and they leave it on a rock and step back to watch her eat. They are contemptuous of her, and she is glad, because she could not stand to be shown any kindness. And she knows that if she is not to die here in the priory, she will have to hurt these women. One day. Maybe soon. Each evening, when the mist begins to rise from the water and the night bell rings, The lay sisters call her in, and she climbs wearily from the stream and gathers her baskets, and together they trudge back up to the beggar's gate. They wait while Sister Matilda comes and unlocks the gate that she once slammed in the giant's face. Then Sister Matilda admits her, takes her to her cell, pushes her in, and draws the bar of the door behind her. Sleep always comes quickly, but every night she is woken with the other sisters and is led down the stone steps and across the yard and around the wings of the cloister to the nave, where she joins the community to observe the hour. She stands there with the junior nuns, dizzy with fatigue, listening to the lector read the psalms from the other side of the wall, and if she were not so tired, if she had not worked herself half to death to avoid just this situation, this would be the time she feared most, for this is when she must face the prioress. And there she stands, the prioress, across the tiles from Katherine, a head above the next tallest sister, or she kneels at her prie-dieu with her huge hands clasped tight in that simulacrum of prayer, with that heavy brow lowered and her eyes tight shut, and whenever Katherine glances at her she cannot help but shudder. It is a mixture of fear and revulsion, very powerful, that sometimes makes her gag. And the prioress knows it. She plays on it. Sometimes she will ignore Katherine and pursue this pretense of prayer, then at other times Katherine's gaze will be drawn to her, and she will find herself staring into those eyes that carry such a charge of hatred that Katherine will almost cry out. On the first day she was brought back to the priory, death would have been preferable. It was the only thing on her mind, but seeing her reaction, they had trussed her hand and foot, and she had been rolled in the back of a wagon like a corpse on her way to the churchyard, lacking the chance to have herself killed. She'd railed and spat at the bailiff and his men. She'd called them everything foul that she could think of. She'd drawn on her time around soldiers' campfires, where ale uncurbed the tongue, and at the cutting table, where pain did the same, and the bailiff's men had been shocked at first to hear such words in a lady's mouth, and one had been provoked, as she hoped they all might, with drawn knives, but the other two calmed him, and soon indignation gave way to marvel, and they began to laugh at her as she lay there so powerless. When the cart had trundled past the castle, they had stopped and allowed Mayhew to guide Richard across the newly repaired bridge to say goodbye. He was carrying the baby John, and held him up for her to see, and she had wept then, for him and for Richard, since he could not, but she would not weep for herself. Then the baby started to cry, raucous, and the girl came, and she wept too. Richard had put a hand on her ankle and promised that he and Mayhew would ride to London to find William Hastings, that he would have her freed within the week, the month, and then he had given her the pardoner's ledger, telling her that he knew the consolation it gave her. When the oxen had pulled on, leaving Richard and Mayhew and the baby behind, the bailiff took the ledger and opened the bag and laughed. "Thinks it's a book of hours, does he? A romance? Fuck me. It's just a list of fucking names." The other men had laughed too, though she was sure they could not read, but they whistled when they saw the hole in its face, and speculated on the cause, and then, after a moment, the bailiff had returned the pardoner's ledger to the bag, but soon lost interest in it, and had thrown it down next to her, so close she could almost touch it. She focused on it as the cart moved along the potted causeway to the priory. The men had begun talking in that desultory way about Agnes Eelby, and their lack of envy for those who'd had to dig her up and now rebury her. Then they'd moved on to the men who'd appeared out of nowhere to sway the jury. Neither knew them personally. "But you knew you sent them, don't you?" one of them had said. There was a silence then, filled with meaning, and she looked up to see the bailiff glance down at her. "Who?" she'd asked. There was no reply. "Who? For the love of God, who sent them?" But the men felt they had said enough, and they turned their backs on her, while the bailiff rode ahead to arrange the detention with the prior of Haverhurst. The wagon lurched, and she angled herself so as not to be thrown off, and she stared up into a sky that was sallow with the threat of more snow. When they got to the priory, the pardoner's ledger was taken from her by two of the lay brothers and a lay sister whom she did not know, and they were apologetic, and promised the book would be kept safe and returned when she left the confines of the community. Then she was taken through the yard and up the back steps to a cell she'd never seen before and had not known existed. It was large, whitewashed, with fresh rushes on the floor and a raised palliasse filled with fresh hay that smelled of hyssop, and there were linen sheets and a blanket. There was a window with a shutter to block the night air, and a small crucifix in a sconce on the wall with a beeswax candle. And the lay sister was apologetic, saying the prioress would be with her as soon as the lessons were read. Katherine had sat on a stool and shook, and prayed that the prioress whom she had known was dead, and that this might be some new incarnation. But the moment she heard the heavy tread on the steps, she knew it would be the prioress, her prioress, and so it proved. When Katherine had seen that great prow of a face enter the room, and those small eyes turn on her, and the realization dawn, they had simply stood staring at one another. The prioress had her mouth open, ready to deliver some simpering greeting reserved for Lady Margaret, daughter of Lord Cornford. Katherine was trembling and crumbling from the inside. What happened then happened as if in a trance. The prioress shouted something and advanced towards her with those beefy arms outstretched. Katherine felt herself caught, lifted off the ground. Her legs swung, her feet in mid-air. Then she was pressed against the wall. The prioress's face was huge, blotchy, her eyes screwed in knots, her teeth bared, spittle everywhere. Her hands were around Katherine's throat, and she could feel the pulse booming in her ears. The pain grew. Vision wavered. She grabbed the meaty wrists, could not even get her hands around. Then the other sister was there, pulling the prioress back by the shoulders. Another joined them, also pulling. A third. There was screaming and shouting, dull in her ears, until the prioress had let her drop. She fell, gasping. Her throat burned, every breath a torture. The prioress was like a bull, her great jaw thrust out, her body straining at the door, just held back by three sisters. "I will kill you," she'd bellowed. "I don't care who you are, I will kill you this time." The three sisters pushed and shoved the prioress from the room, holding her back as she surged forward, finally getting her out. Katherine was left alone. Then another sister came, and Katherine thought it was Sister Joan, back from the dead, but it was not. It was some copy of her, and Katherine felt hands on her, pulling at her limbs and her clothes, and even her precious rosary beads, and she allowed it to happen. And then she was hauled, naked, from the room and pushed and shoved down the stairs and out into the yard and across it, and she was made to stand by the well while her hair was hacked to her scalp, and it fell on her ivory white feet in pale hanks, and she was shivering and weeping, but they held her up while the scissors ground through her tresses. She stood there and wept, and she had never felt so alone and abandoned as she had then. And in her pain she damned everyone who had abandoned her, everyone who had left her, the dead and the quick. And one of the sisters told her to cease her blubbering mouth, for she was cursing aloud, and then the sister cutting her hair nicked her scalp. After that she was put back into the cell in which she had been stretched the night after she had been seen with Thomas. The door was shut and the bar was drawn, and she was alone in the dark. She was there 3 days. By the 4th she was nearer death than life, and she was better off that way, for at least then they would not drag her out and hang her from some tree. Her waking hours were tormented by thoughts of Sister Joan, writhing under her, her dove-white throat soft under the thumbs, then the thick blood, the colour of damson juice, spluttering to her lips, and then the prioress's bellows. So when the door was opened on that 4th day, she thought to herself, this is it. She had faced death before, of course, when the Earl of Warwick had wanted her hanged for running from his army outside Canterbury, when they were caught in the storm off the coast of Wales, when she fell from the horse outside Brecon with the arrow shafts flitting over their heads, and then just before the rout by Wigmore Castle, when the giant and Riven's boy caught them in the trees. And really, what had she left to live for? Almost everyone she'd ever loved or even known was dead. Her one regret was Richard. Richard and the boy John, whom she'd saved. So she'd stood up. She'd said her prayers, such as they were. She was ready. But when the door opened, it was a bowl of soup, some ale, a piece of bread, and a worn linen shift. Then the door was closed again. "Wait!" she'd cried, and she'd run at the door in the darkness and beat on its planks. At that moment anything would have been better than a return to the darkness and silence of her own mind. But no one returned for a day, and when they did, it was with the same thing, a bowl of soup, bread, and some ale, and that was it. More days passed. She lived like a dog, shivering. The cell stank. She stank. Were they going to keep her here forever, until she died? But if so, then why feed her? Why not let her die? This was a question that became more unanswerable by the day. Why had they not hanged her for Sister Joan's murder? Why had she not been taken out and hanged from a tree, as she had imagined they might? Then it occurred to her that they were waiting for a judge to oversee the trial, someone more senior in the church's hierarchy than the prior. A bishop, perhaps? That would be it. Eventually they let her out. It was Sister Matilda again, accompanied by 3 curious lay sisters, who wrinkled their noses when the door was opened, and one even retched. Each sister carried a washing beetle, a 3-foot length of whittled oak, with a bulbous, hammer-like end, and they escorted her down to the stream she would come to know so well, and they stood closely by and watched while she tore her clothes off and threw herself into the water and scrubbed at herself with a handful of bunched linen dipped in lye soap. Then they stood watching her put on clean linen and a lay sister's smock. "Some of your ears, sister. Never known a girl to have her ear clipped." In a moment of weakness she told them. "I ran away from the Earl of Warwick's army," she said. They were unimpressed. "Always running from some place, aren't you?" one of them said. "If it's not this, it's that." The first time she was set to work, she ran straight away. She lifted her cassock skirts and waded across the freezing stream. She was trying to loop back around the priory to find the road to Cornford, but the lay sisters caught up with her easily enough. She turned and lashed out at the first one, a woman with a near constantly dismayed expression, but the woman was fast and had been beating laundry all her life. She stepped back to let the beetle swing past, then she struck. She caught Katherine on the ball of the shoulder, knocking her staggering and then sprawling in the mud. The pain was intense, disorientating. It made her helpless, and when the other sisters came, they did not need to hit her any more. They picked her up under her arms and had to keep her upright on the way back. Then they put her in the cell, and that night she had a powerful pain in her head, as if it might split, and she was constantly thirsty. The next day she tried to run again. This time the sisters were ready for her. They merely held up their beetles, and Katherine could hardly run, let alone take the pain a second time. She turned, and they pushed her back to the washing, and they stood on the bank while she stood in the water. "Why?" she'd muttered. "Why?" She had supposed they'd be on her side. "What do you think'll happen to us if you run?" Katherine shrugged. There was blood in her nose. "We'll be beaten black and bloody blue for one thing. And we'll have to do the linen again as the other, so—" Katherine understood. She picked up her own beetle and a shirt and began the work, and every day since it has been more or less the same. Now, though, it is the week before Easter, spring, when the water around her knees has lost its iron bite, and the hawthorn wands along the far bank are in flower. The working day is longer, and the mist appears later, and at the end of it, Katherine is bone-tired. Today she drags her feet and her basket up to the beggar's gate, where Sister Matilda is waiting, this time shifting from foot to foot with impatience. "Quick, quick," she says. "Take the baskets up to the daughter. The daughter now, not the cloister, the daughter." Katherine sees there is something up. The yard has been swept, and there is meat cooking, despite it being Lent. In the cloister, 2 sisters are at work with brooms, while another has an old goose wing and is removing the swallow's nest and spider's webs from among the eaves, and a 4th is taking down the drying lines. The bustle reminds her of the time the Bishop of Lincoln was due, when they cleaned the priory from daughter to dishpan, all the time knowing that he would never witness their endeavour, and still being disappointed when he did not come to the priory at all, not even to see the prior over the other side of the wall. And then it strikes her. If the bishop is coming, it must be to oversee her trial for Joan's murder. There can be no other explanation. That night she hardly sleeps despite the tiredness. She wonders when he will come. If they are cleaning up that day, then possibly he will come the next. He will arrive late in the afternoon, before Vespers, and having ridden down, or been carried down in his litter more likely, he will not want to conduct any business that day, but will wish to start the next, surely. She starts to imagine how any trial might be conducted. In the nave of the church, perhaps? The bishop might call his questions over the wall, or write them down and pass them through the turning window. But then how will she answer? By passing her replies back through the turning window? Or will she be able to speak in the church as no sister has ever done before? Or will the trial be held elsewhere? But if that is the case, then why is she still here? Why has she been held here when surely the bishop would have summoned her to Lincoln? Unless he cannot, because he needs the infirmarium and the prioress to act as witnesses to what happened, and he cannot call them out of cloister. Unless, of course, it is not the bishop who is coming. But then, who? CD4. Katherine begins her next day carrying the baskets down to the hovel, where she keeps the barrel of lye soap. In a curious way, she enjoys the process, since she knows this will be the last time she does it, and that this time tomorrow her life will be shaken out of this routine to hang in the balance once more. One of the baskets is unusually heavy, as if someone has hidden stone within, and she begins to sort through its linen with a frown. They are from the canon's cloister, and when she lifts a shirt, her eye is instantly drawn to the oddity, some odd-coloured cloth, russet, unusual here, where every other garment is black or white. She hauls it out, and is further surprised by its bulk and weight. It is a man's jack, only so heavy. Then she discovers its surprise. There are metal plates sewn into the lining. A soldier's coat. The faint tang of the metal within the padding, and a pleasant, dusty smell. It smells of men, she thinks. One of the lay sisters, the dismayed one, standing on the same bank as Katherine, has come to see what it is. Having spent so many years washing clothes herself, she too is an expert in linen, and any oddity is bound to be of interest. They hold the jack up together. It is large, with cloth enough for both to make a coat each, and more to spare. "Ain't it heavy?" she says. "It must belong to him what's touched." "Him what's touched?" Katherine asks. "Who's touched?" "Him," the lay sister says, nodding towards the canon's cloister. "What they're saying all the masses for, what blew in on an horse and is proper frothing." Being apostate, Katherine is not permitted to attend Mass, so she does not know they are praying for anyone in particular. Studying the jack, though, she feels a chance coming, and her heart beats a little faster. "How long will he be here?" she asks. The lay sister shrugs and drops her side of the jack. "Till he's dead, I expect." She's about to retire to sit on the old stump when Katherine asks if that is why they are cleaning the cloister. "No," the woman says. "It's not for him, you daft bitch. It's for the prior of all, isn't it? First time he's been here since any of us have been born." Katherine feels a lurch, as if the ground has tilted, and her head feels suddenly full. So that is it. The prior of all. When is he coming? She asks, but the lay sister shrugs and walks away. Katherine returns to the Jack, and part of her is able to wonder at the irony of it all. She escaped the priory and spent all those months pretending to be on her way to see the prior of all, to appeal against her unjust expulsion from the cloister. And now here he is, coming to try her for murder. Get on with it, the lay sister calls. But the Jack has given her an idea, a glimpse of something anyway. She glances quickly at the lay sister, then returns to the Jack, examining it for stains. She dips the cuffs and the undersides of the sleeves in the urine and pours some more on the shoulder where the strap of a bag has worn and stained the cloth, and then she puts it aside for that to work while she continues with the rest of the basket. There's nothing odd in here until she gets to the bottom and finds a pair of men's hose of blue wool. They are badly stained where the man has sat astride a saddled horse, and there is crusted mud on the knees. She plunges them in the lye with everything else, and then agitates the brew with her beetle. It is late morning, nearly time for sext, and there is watery sunshine and a breeze from the east, so when she has washed and pulverized the laundry, including the Jack and the hose, she rings it hard as she can on the post, awkward with the metal plates, and then pins it on the hawthorns. Towards the end of the afternoon, Katherine finally stops her beating, ostensibly to rest her back. The sunshine has gone, and the sky from where the wind blows is grey, lowering, and she knows it will rain soon. Good, she thinks, and she begins thumping the other linens, one strong slap after the next. When the rain comes, the lay sisters shout at her, and she sets aside her beetle and hurries to take down the still damp laundry. The lay sisters watch her for a moment, then turn and huddle against the rain. Now she moves quickly, practised hands secreting the Jack and the hose between various brays and shifts. When she is finished, neither can be seen. Then she returns to the stream and carries on as the rain prickles her back and pebbles the water around her. That day the night bell rings before the mist starts to rise from the stream, and as it rings, Katherine carries the basket wherein the Jack and hose are hidden back up to the priory. Sister Matilda is at the gate, key in hand, shifting from foot to foot, impatient. There is still more work to be done, which means the Dean of all has not yet arrived. It is a stay of execution, but only until tomorrow. Her heart is quick as she hurries up the steps, and as she passes her cell she stumbles and puts her basket down and clutches her back. No one is looking. No one would care anyway. She snatches the Jack and the hose from under the pile and dips into the darkness of her cell. She unrolls the straw mat on which she sleeps and rolls it up again with the clothes inside. Then she is out again and carrying the basket across the yard and up the steps. No one has seen her. After 5 trips up and down the steps, there is no space left on the lines in the daughter, and after more pottage and bread and ale, Sister Matilda quickly shunts her through the door to her cell and pulls the bar across, and she is condemned to her darkness once again. But now her heart is beating fast, and her breathing is unsteady as she waits the length of time it would take to say the Ave Maria. Then she unrolls her mattress and hauls out the damp, heavy Jack. She tries it on. Its weight drags across her shoulders, as heavy as a child, she thinks, and its hem reaches her knees, and she has to roll each sleeve back halfway so as to be able to use her hands. With a belt around her waist, she persuades herself that she will not look too much the fugitive. But how to make use of it? It is no good to her while she is locked in her cell. She has paced the floors and knocked on the walls and tried to scratch away the mortar between the stones, but nothing gives. Then she has an idea. She takes off the Jack and turns it open. Working in the dark, she rips open a seam under what she imagines is the arm, and she feels the strips of steel within the padding. Each plate is rough-edged, too stiff to bend, and punctured in the middle so that it can be stitched in place. She chooses one and twists it until the linen threads snap and it comes loose. It is a piece as long as her hand, 2 fingers wide. It is perfect. She returns the jack to its hiding place under the mattress and fumbles her way over to the door. It is so dark that she cannot see her hand in front of her face, but she feels her way up the door jamb until she comes to the stone into which the bar is set. She wonders whether she can scrape out the cement around the stone. Then she wonders if she can't just work the drawbar back. She slides the strip into the gap between the door and the stone and lifts it until it meets the bar. There is perhaps the width of a coin in which to work. She presses the steel into the wood and moves it from left to right. She does this slowly, time and time again, and she presses her eye to the crack in the door, imagining that if someone came, they would bring a light, and that she would see that before they saw the bar move in its tiny increments. She keeps at it, and is so long doing it that her hands ache. And then she sees the throb of light through the gap between the door and jamb, a tiny muted line, and hears footsteps as someone comes. She throws herself on her mattress and forces the plate under it, and then feigns sleep as the drawbar is pulled back and the door is opened, and she will never know how far she managed to work the bar back before it was pulled all the way. Not enough to arouse suspicion, anyway. Sister Matilda is there with the rush lamp. "Come," she says. Her face is flat and blank with fatigue, and she drags her feet in front of Katherine as they descend to the cloister and along its spotless wings to the nave of the church, where they stand and listen to the lector read the observances. When it is over and she is returned to her cell, Katherine resolves to try the door again. She finds the metal plate under her mattress, though this time, instead of going straight at the door, she spends time sharpening the end of the plate against the stone jamb, slowly grinding an edge. She falls asleep while she is doing it, still kneeling on the stone floor, her head against the door, and is only woken by the sound of clogs outside. She is quick to secrete the plate in the sleeves of her cassock, and she walks to the nave, holding both elbows. "What's wrong with your head?" Matilda asks. "It is all striped." After the observance, she is too tired to start again with the plate or the door, and she collapses on her mattress and sleeps as if dead until she is roused with a kick at dawn for prime. She is nervous all day, suffering from a gnawing anxiety that infects everything she does. Any alteration imposed on her routine takes on a sinister potential, but the day passes unchecked. That night, she starts to work on the drawbar again, slipping it back a slither at a time. She moves faster now, conscious that she is only 3 hours before she is to be woken again to attend prime, conscious that she has no way beyond instinct to measure this span of time. On she goes until her hand aches with cramp and her vision swims. Finally, the door's bar leaves its housing with a slight sigh, and the door slumps on its hinges with an unoiled creak. Her heart beats faster, but she remains motionless in the silence. Then she pulls the door open. It is almost as black without as within her cell, and she remains kneeling with the plate stretched before her like a knife, waiting, knowing that if someone comes now, she will have to kill them. There is nothing, not a movement. After a long moment, she returns to her mattress, fumbling with it to pull out the still damp jack. She twists out of her cassock so that she is wearing her linen slip like a shirt and her brace. She slips the jack over her shoulders. It is very heavy. She wonders if it will be so much of a help in the long run. The hose are trickier. She pulls them on, still wet, struggling in the darkness, and hoists them up her legs and rolls the hem in a thick coil around her waist. She wishes she had a doublet to keep them up. Then she slips the metal plate back in its slot under her arm and returns to the door. She lifts it as high as she is able, so that it does not strain on the hinges and creak as it opens, and she steps out into the corridor. She closes the door and slides the bar across. To the left is the way up to the sister's daughter, to the right the stairs down to the yard. Cold air pushes up from that way, and she turns and feels her way down, letting her hand slide on the stones until she feels the breeze coming from below. She is at the top of the stairs. Then she steps down, slowly, carefully, the stone cold through the soles of her hose. At the bottom, the door is barred. She feels for it and slides it back from its housing, and then is out into the yard. A moon is up, somewhere behind a gauzy veil of cloud, casting an uncertain light that comes and goes. She crosses the yard to the beggar's gate. She pulls the drawbar back into its housing and pulls. It stays in place. She pulls again, but it does not move. Dear God, she has forgotten the new lock. It is unbreakable. She steps back. The wall is too tall. Then she remembers Thomas and his escape from this same spot, the very first time she saw him. She crosses to the woodstack and hauls herself over its eave. The tiles here are slippery, but her wet hose help. She scrambles across them and then catches the parapet and pulls herself up and onto it. It is easy, she thinks. But then she looks down. It is the churchyard where the canons and the sisters are buried. She slips her legs over and then lowers herself down, the rough stone edges biting her palms. She has still a fall to make, and she drops, lands heavily and rolls in the earth. She gets up, hobbles a moment, and then waits for the moonlight to come. The graves are marked with dark stones, each laid flat, simply carved with the name of the dead person. In this light they look like shafts down into the graves. She shudders. Joan must be here, and Alice. She needs to keep moving. There is a gate on the far side of the graveyard. It must give onto something. She circles around, one hand on the rough-dressed stones of the wall, and when she is at the gate she finds that locked too, but it is low, wooden, and she can clamber over. She pulls herself up and peers over. Beyond is a small yard. She waits a moment. All is still. Crossing it will put her in the canon's cloister, and she is aware, as she scrambles over the gate, that what she is doing she cannot now undo. She drops quietly into the mud and straw of the yard and moves across to the shadowy space that she supposes must mark the opening to the garth. She skirts the cloisters, keeping her hand on the balustrade, and then finds herself lost. Where is the beggar's gate? She passes from the garth into the yard, and there, in the fleeting moonlight, she stops for a long moment. To the right is the turning house, the other side of the great turning wheel through which all the laundry passes from one cloister to the other, then the almonry, then the chapter house. Ahead is the gate, and to the left are the stables and the buttery and pantry, and then the frater house and the canon's daughter above. She cleaves to the moon shadows and crosses swiftly to the gate. The locking bar is huge, a trimmed tree trunk, normally moved by 2 men. She tries, though, trying to inch it back when... Footsteps. A canon is awake, walking slowly through the first yard. He is carrying a watchman's lantern. A door is opened, a brief kindling of light, then a voice, then the door shuts. Then there is only darkness again, and silence. She is shaking in her damp clothes, and she looks up at the clouds skimming across the moon's face, and there is a wind. And suddenly she is terrified, not of being caught, but of being out in the dark. After her cell, everything is so huge, so open. She is exposed and vulnerable, the prey of any and everything. And now she does not know what to do. The walls are too tall for her to climb, and there is someone awake in the cloister, so that she cannot return the way she has come. She is trapped. Then the door opens again, a patch of light somewhere in the bowels of the first yard. The door closes, but the light stays, flickering, as if moving. 2 lamps now, and 2 voices, men talking and coming quickly. She runs to the stables. Christ! The door is barred. She slides it open and steps in. There is no comforting snuffle from any horse or mule, only silence within. She is relieved. She pulls the door to and steps into the darkness beside it. Her heart is hammering over the sound of her breathing, and there is a rushing in her ears. She sees the light through the crack between the door and jamb falling on the straw, and the voices are coming nearer. By Christ, she thinks, they cannot have seen her. She was too quick. Nevertheless, she fumbles for the sharpened plate under her arm and takes it out with trembling fingers. She holds it out in front of her and readies herself to kill whoever comes. They are coming, or one of them is, grumbling about something. He does not sound as if he is suspicious or even vaguely alarmed. He sounds more annoyed. She holds her breath. The door is banged against its frame as if to check it, and then it is opened. Light splashes across the straw on the ground. Katherine squeezes back into the darkness. The man stands outside the door, one hand on the frame. He is very close. She could touch him. He holds the lamp up, and a long oblong of light fills the stable, but there is a slice of darkness where Katherine is pressed to the wall. The man grunts something, some vaguely relieved noise, and then he steps back and closes the door. The drawbar is pulled across and rammed home. "Some bloody fool forgot the bar," he calls, his voice muffled, and across the yard the other man grunts something to suggest he is familiar with such incompetence. "Is he there?" he calls. "He's all right." There is another grunt, and they continue on with their round, the sound of their voices dying with the light until Katherine is left in the absolute darkness, but she does not move. She stays, pressed to the wall. The sharpened plate is held before her, shaking. She can scarcely breathe with the fear of it, because there is a man in the stable with her. Chapter 7. Thomas blinks. He wonders if he is imagining it. A brief glimpse in the glow of the watchman's lamp, but the details remain vivid even after the man has gone and silence is returned. A boy in a long coat, with strange patchy hair, as quick and quiet as an eel. Thomas shakes his head. He has not imagined it. Such things, you don't just imagine them. He doesn't move. He listens and hears the boy breathing. "Who are you?" he asks. He keeps his voice quiet, conspiratorial. His enemy's enemy must be his friend. But there is no answer, so he asks again. Still no answer. "I know you were there," he says, but now, suddenly, he is not sure. "My Christ," he thinks, "I am going mad again. They are right to keep me in here." Strange shapes swirl in the darkness before him. He begins to sweat. He starts the paternoster silently, and then he hears something again. "What do you want?" he asks. "Tell me, who are you?" Again there is nothing but the slight sigh of breath being drawn. But perhaps his enemy's enemy is also his enemy. "If you do not say something, I will shout," he says. "Then the cannons will come running." He feels stupid even saying this. Imagine someone hearing him. The boy still says nothing. There is a long moment. Then Thomas decides something. He slips his blanket aside and rolls off his mattress, and he moves slowly, his eyes fixed on that spot by the door. He controls his breath and takes a step. His vision conjures up strange shapes again. Still, he takes another pace through the straw, stroking the air before him. A third step, and he stops. Shapes uncoil in the darkness. He pinches his eyes closed. Then he takes another step. "Get back," the boy snarls. "I have a knife." Thomas leaps back. He imagines a movement in the dark, a swinging arm, and the burn of the blade passing through his flesh. "By Christ," he whispers, "I do not wish to hurt you." "Do not say anything more," the boy says. "If you call out, I will kill you before the brothers can come." Thomas wonders if the boy can see him. He can't see the boy, despite the sliver of moonlight. He realizes he is standing in it, that the boy can see him, so he steps aside into the darkness. He hears an indrawn breath. Good, he thinks. "Who are you?" he asks. "If we are going to share a cell, we should be acquainted." The boy does not want to talk. Thomas takes a few steps back. He stretches for his mug on the floor where he knows it to be. It is leather, not quite heavy, but will do as a distraction. "Are you some sort of oblate?" he asks. "Is that why you are running, or what, a thief? If so, you have picked the wrong door, brother, for there is nothing of value here, and no way out either. They've taken everything I ever had. Even the clothes I stood in. Still silence. Thomas listens. He is so familiar with the cell that he knows exactly where to throw the mug, and so he readies himself, hitching the skirts of his cassock around his waist. He plants his feet, and he draws back the mug. Drops of ale fall down his sleeve, cold in his armpit. Then he throws, and at the same time he springs across the length of the stable and he crashes into the boy. He feels a small, hard body in his hands, a wiry shoulder. He strikes down, catches the arm and knocks it away. The boy cries out, and something flies out of his hand and hits Thomas's foot. Thomas runs his hand back over the body, feeling the stiffness of the metal plates of his jack, and then has both the boy's arms clamped tight in his. That is when the boy knees him in the testicles. For a moment it hurts no more than any other blow to any other part of the body, but then a great green sickness billows up within him. He expels a cough and lets the boy go. He reels away and falls to his knees, and then he crawls, scrabbling in the straw, into the corner from where he has come. He wants to die. He vomits softly, a dense bubble of half-digested bread and gravy. Thomas can hear the boy patting the ground, looking for his knife. He would be happy to have his throat cut, he thinks, happy to die, for it to be over with. He lies on his side with his legs curled up, and he gags and swallows. He hardly tries to move his face away from the scalding slick of vomit that smells so bad. The sickness only seems to swell, taking over his whole body. "God damn you," he moans. "God damn you." Still the boy says nothing. Thomas lies there so long that eventually he is granted the blessed relief of sleep. The sickness wavers, relents, and he slips into unconsciousness. When he wakes, the bell is ringing and dawn has come. He opens his eyes. Grey light fills the stable. He remains absolutely still, moving only his eyes. He is lying on his side, with his knees drawn up, his hands tucked between his legs. There is vomit everywhere. The events of the night before return to him, unreal, and yet there is that hollowness in his gut and sharp stink from the pile of grey stodge in the straw. Once the bell has ceased its toll, he listens, and there is a thin buzz, regular and easy. He strains his neck, lifts his head, and peers around. He can see nothing of the boy. Then he uncoils slowly and rolls over. The boy is asleep, head bowed, slumped in the corner, his legs outstretched and the blade on his lap in loosely curled hands. He is snoring gently. Thomas sees he is wearing a jack such as he himself owns, or used to own, and hose too, identical to his, and that both are too big for the boy by some margin. He stretches his legs, then raises himself, not taking his gaze off the boy until he is crouching. Then he gets to his feet and takes the few swift steps across the stable. He dips and snatches the knife away. The boy wakes. Thomas holds the knife out. The boy looks up. They stare at one another. Thomas drops the knife. Katherine's eyes open wide, then her mouth drops open and her eyes screw up again. Thomas drops to his knees. Her hands come up. For a moment they cup his beard. "Thomas," she says. "Oh, Thomas." And they look at each other for a long while. "Katherine." She takes her hands away and she shakes her head. She closes her eyes as if she does not believe what she is seeing. "No," she says, "it cannot be." Thomas cannot speak. He feels his hair standing on end, all over his body a great rippling like grass in the wind. He opens his mouth to say something, but can't find any words. "Where have you been?" she asks. "For the love of Jesus, where have you been?" "I don't know," he says. "I don't know." He puts his arms out to take her in them, to gather her to him as he wishes to, but she shies away. He hardly knows who she is, only that he is filled with elation at seeing her. "No," she says. No, tell me where you have been. He lets his hands drop to his sides. I don't know, he repeats. We thought you were dead. No, he says. Or not yet, anyway. She stares at him, examining him while he examines her. What is that? She points to the white hair at his temple. He tells her. She places her fingers against it. He explains. Katherine nods. But why are you here in the Priory again? I came back, he says. Why? He shrugs. I had to start somewhere. I remembered here. My brother said I was like a bird returning in the summer. I could not describe where I needed to go, but I knew it when I saw it. Yes, she supposes. Why are you here? He asks her. She looks at him for a long time, as if wondering where to begin, before admitting that it is a long story. But you were hiding from the watchman last night. She nods and shrugs. As I say, she says, a long story. And why are you wearing my clothes? He asks. These are yours, she says with a laugh. She pulls on the cloth of the jack. He sees she is missing the tip of her ear, and he asks her about it. You did that, she says with a smirk, and he denies it, but she tells him how he was made to do it by the Earl of Warwick, and just as he is about to deny it again, he stops. Shh, he says suddenly. He holds out a hand. There are footsteps hurrying without. Then someone shouts quickly, a list of instructions. A bell rings, sharp and clear, summoning the lay brethren from their fields and granges. The sun is above the roofline, throwing a barred square of very faint light on the opposite wall of the stable. You cannot stay here, he says. They will come to fetch me soon enough. He looks around the stable. It isn't the first time he sought a means of escape, of course, but as with all his other searches, this one yields nothing. Katherine takes the blade from him and approaches the door. She slides the blade into the crack and is about to lift it to the door bar when there are voices without. She withdraws the knife and ducks back into her corner. She clutches the blade by her thigh. She looks ready to use it. But the noise is in the next door stable, where Thomas's horse is kept. A door bangs and men start calling urgently. Someone coaxes his horse out into the yard, and then there are more men coming. Thomas recognizes Blethen's voice. She will have gone east, he is telling the others. Towards Cornford, check every ditch, every bush, everything. They wait in silence as the horse is ridden out of the yard, and with it the men's voices fade. You? He asks. She nods. I hoped I'd be at Cornford by now, she says. I couldn't get out of the sisters' cloister. They have a lock on the door now. Thomas peers through the gap between the door and jamb. After a while, he turns to her. They have forgotten about me, he says. She is still staring at him, as if unable to believe he is back, and she holds the makeshift blade by her hip. Will it work? He asks, nodding at it. Try, she says, offering it to him. He stands listening, his eye back at the sliver of light between door and jamb. Then, after a moment, he slips the blade in, just as she had done, and lifts. The stable drawbar is even easier, for the door fits less well, and there is at least the width of a finger in which to work. He moves the bar back, then forward. Ha! He says. I could have done that with almost anything. Then he looks around. There is nothing. It will soon be the chapter meeting, he tells her. We will go then. She nods. That makes sense, it seems. Why do they keep you here like this? She asks. Thomas shrugs. They say I am an apostate, he says, and Barnaby wants to show someone, the prior of all, I think, that I am safely back in cloister, not out in the world bringing shame on myself and on them. Again she nods. And they want me to finish a psalter I once worked on, he continues, holding up an inked finger, though they do not trust me with it yet. I think they fear I will rip it to pieces, so they give me endless scripture to practice my pricking out and lettering instead. She scoffs. I have been washing linen since Candlemas, she tells him, holding up her own hands. They are red-skinned, her fingers almost claws. Then, while they wait, she tells him everything. She tells him about how they met, how Barnaby's Giles Riven attacked her, and how he, Thomas, saved her. And she says that he once told her he fought a duel with a man, though she did not see it herself, and then how they'd escaped the giant on the ferryman's punt, and how they met the pardoner and then took a ship to Canterbury to find the prior of all to explain their case, only to be diverted when their ship was captured by Sir John Fakenham and then sailed to Calais, which lies over the narrow sea in France. Then she tells him how they came back, and came to live in Marton Hall with Richard Fakenham, the knight from Barnaby's story. And she tells him they were happy then, and she tells him of a journey to Wales that they made, and how their friends were killed, one by a giant and the son of Giles Riven. And then she tells him how Margaret Cornford died in the snow one night, and how she became Margaret Cornford in her place. And he is astonished, but thinks this could be a story from the Old Testament, from the Book of Kings, perhaps, for all the names and the places she mentions are as distant to him as is Jerusalem. She goes on and tells him how Richard Fakenham came to be blinded, and how they went north together, all of them, with a hammer, intending to find and kill this giant, and Giles Riven, and even his son, if they could. And he almost laughs. Then she tells him how it was for her during the battle, about how she removed an arrow from the Earl of Warwick's thigh, and then about the days and months after it. I thought you were dead, she says. We all thought you were dead. We looked for you, Richard and Mayhew and I, all that night. There were so many of them dead. All those men. You must have seen. And it just became... She shakes her head. She cannot describe what she saw. The act of remembering almost chokes her, and for a moment she cannot continue. He reaches out to touch her, but she pushes his fingers away. Then she gathers herself. We thought we'd found you, she says. Someone called out my name, Katherine. It turned out it was a Welshman, likewise called Thomas, married to a woman called Katherine too. Richard and Mayhew were confused. Why would I answer to a man calling out Katherine when they knew me to be Margaret? But that night they were confused as to why we were there in the first place, to tell the truth. I told them you had saved me from certain death, and it was my chance to do the same for you. So we stayed with William Hastings, she goes on, in his household in London, and I waited. But all the time I thought, what are the chances? If Thomas has gone this long, then he is gone. Otherwise he would be here by now. Then she tells him how she came to marry Richard Fakenham, because how could she not? And then how Richard insisted they take Cornford, since that was what it was all about, and that was what his father wanted, though she seems unsure of this. Then she describes how they left Hastings' household in London, and with a few men and a cart full of wedding gifts, they had come east to Cornford. And Richard Fakenham thought all this time you were Margaret Cornford. He did not know you were... you. She shakes her head in sorrow. No, she says. I was caught in the trap of the initial lie, and every moment it bound me tighter. Then she describes the day she killed Agnes Eelby. I have wondered so often what else I could have done if I had had my time again. Of course I would have gone to find that midwife sooner. I would have sought some advice. But if it was only the day on which it actually happened, then as all the saints are my witness, I would have done the same thing again. She says this as if he might doubt it, but he does not, for he can see she believes she did the right thing. Afterwards they both look at different parts of the stable floor. Then, when the bell for the chapter meeting rings, they gather shoulder to shoulder by the door in silence, Thomas's eye at the crack, waiting. He can see the canons making their way to the chapter house, and at length the sounds of hurrying footsteps pass, and, except for the sound of the chickens, silence descends. They are silent for as long as it might take to say the rosary, and all through it Thomas wants to take her in his arms, but he fears she would try to kill him if he tried, and then he wonders if he can stand it a moment longer, but instead of trying, he takes the knife and uses it to slide the bar back, and he gently pushes the door open. The yard is deserted. Even the chickens are elsewhere. They are about to leave when Thomas returns to the mattress and collects the leather bag containing the pardoner's ledger. "Ha!" she says, pleased to see it. "Thank God you have it still. They took it from me when they brought me back here, and I thought I'd lost it forever." Thomas passes her the bag while he slides the gate's huge drawbar back in its brackets. She holds it, and then he takes the bag back and slings it over his shoulder, just as she has seen him do 100 times, and then he opens one half of the gate, and then, like that, they are out of the priory and into the world. Part 3. Toward Marton Hall, Marton, County of Lincoln, end of May 1463. Chapter 8. "Run, now," he says, and they do, as fast as they can in their bare feet, along the dusty, rutted and pocked road for 100 paces or so, down to the mill by the newly built bridge, where the water wheel has been jammed to stop it turning, and water flushes loudly through the rill. The miller is absent, as is the ferryman. "Looking for you, I suppose," Thomas says. It is warm. The sun is on their faces. There are towering thunderheads to the east, and the colours of the fens seem unnaturally vivid. There will be a storm soon, he thinks. He is wearing almost precisely what he was wearing last time he was here, but what is different about him is that this time he is so much stronger. He can flip the ferryman's punt with one hand, despite it being newly made and heavier, and while she fetches the boat pole, he slides the punt down to the river's edge. He stops it there and stands and looks about as though caught by a thought. She watches him for the briefest moment. "This is where the giant had you," she tells him, and she touches her right eyelid. "I knocked him out with something like this," she says, passing him the pole, "and we should have killed him then and there. We know better now." She climbs into the punt and settles herself. He launches it out onto the water and clambers in after her, and once again he stands at the back with the pole, and he pushes off, swinging the craft out into the current. Then they hear the cry. "Dear God," she says, pointing, "it's them." 3 lay sisters are running down from the priory, across the furrows of the rye field. They are carrying beetles, and their skirts are flying. They come fast, and the first one hits the water without a pause, and is up to her waist before she realizes it is deeper here than she is used to, and she cannot swim. The other 2 plough into the water just as readily, but neither can they swim, and they stop alongside the first. The water stains their cassocks at their waists, and together they start shouting at Katherine, demanding she return, threatening to kill her if she does not. "Leave me be!" Katherine shouts. "Go home and leave me be!" One of them throws her beetle at Thomas. It misses him and hits the far edge of the punt with a dense ring. Katherine stops it going overboard and holds it up in ironic salute. The sisters realize they are losing, and they turn and forge back through the waters and up the bank. They are sodden, their skirts heavy, their bare feet brown with sucking mud. The younger one is fringed in dripping bright green weed. After a brief argument, she is sent running back to the priory for help, while the other 2 shadow Thomas and Katherine along the river's bank. "They will not catch us," Katherine tells Thomas, seeking reassurance. "We came this way before, chased by the giant, you remember?" Thomas nods, though he does not. Not really. "Where are we going?" he asks. "Cornford," she tells him. Cornford, he thinks. The castle. After that she is silent, lost in thought. The sisters are still there on the bank, just as the giant was. They have stopped their threats and are now merely calling on Christ and the martyrs to assist them as they clamber over the willow fences and wade through the ditches that drain the fields. Catherine's head is turned and she looks the other way, across the fens towards her castle, and there is a moment of sunlight, and in it Thomas sees how pale she is, as a daisy petal, and how sharp and fierce she looks, with that frown and the pointed nose. It makes him smile for some reason, and he feels, for a moment, fiercely protective. They come to the place where the riverbanks veer apart, and before them is the larger body of water, smooth, brown, and even faster flowing, and the punt is dragged away by the stronger current. "I shall not miss them," Katherine says, without a backward glance. She pulls her knees closer to her chest and stares south. Thomas watches her sitting there, the beetle across her shins, and he can see her clipped ear and how fretful she is, but she does not look sorry for herself, which, he thinks, he might. After a while they pass a village, and Katherine points to a spot on the bank a little further down. "This is the end of the cold 500 drain," she says. "We can walk from here." Thomas digs the pole into the waters, and the punt yaws towards the bank, and after a moment they come nudging into a stand of reeds, and Katherine crouches in the punt's bow and leaps ashore, conscious now of the value of keeping her hose dry, and then she turns to haul the boat out of the water. Thomas joins her, and they haul it through the reeds and leave it with its pole for the ferryman to find. He scrambles up the man-made barrow, and at the top finds himself the object of scrutiny of some sheep that stir in among the reeds. They are ugly, muddied things with sad faces and matted fleeces, the colour of snow clouds. She stands looking about them, regaining her breath. "What are you looking for?" he asks. "Rabbits," she says. Then she asks if he has anything to eat. He shakes his head. She hisses a laugh. "It's always the same, isn't it?" she says. "Nothing changes." They set off, Thomas slinging the ledger over his shoulder as feels comfortable, and they follow the rough track raised on the bank. On one side, the ooze of the marshes, shimmering in the sun, and on the other, the quicker, weed-speckled waters of the drain. Gulls wheel above, and the air smells of mud and rotting things. She walks ahead, huddled into her metal-lined coat, wrapping the still damp folds about her narrow frame. "How far is the castle?" he asks. "Beyond those trees there," she says, pointing ahead over a stretch of boggy ground that looks impassable to a broad copse of sappy willows, above which he can now see the dark details of a stone tower. Katherine is looking around, frowning at the stretches of reeds and rushes, at the pools of black mud through which long-legged wading birds strut, dipping after worms and things. There is a broken sluice gate letting the water from the drain gurgle into a field of liquid mud. And she sets off, picking up her pace, slapping the beetle into the mud with every stride, doing it to reassure herself as she guides them through the marsh, her hose becoming heavy and sodden so that he thinks she ought to go bare-legged, but they walk on, keeping the drain on their right, following it to a long stretch of reed-stippled water, where there is another silver-timbered punt pulled up on a bank on which sits a duck. He wishes he had a bow with an arrow. They skirt the pool where there is a broken jetty for a fisherman, and they follow a path up through some more greenery to a broad causeway where some houses line a road. As they approach, they see none of the comforting sights you might expect, such as hearth smoke, children, dogs, women at work. "Where are they all?" she wonders aloud. "Looking for you?" Thomas suggests. "No," she says. "They are my people. Something is wrong." Thomas follows Katherine up onto the road, where they have a view of the castle. Thomas waits while Katherine stoops to look inside a cottage by the roadside. There is nothing much to see, no sign that anyone lives there. The next is the same. She looks at him, seeking reassurance. He can only shrug. She hurries on, her eyes fixed now on the castle roofline, above which there is the suggestion of smoke, as if it, at least, is occupied. Thomas follows. They emerge into a clearing, and he sees that the castle is on an island, reached by a bridge first to one island, on which there are what looks to be stables, then another bridge, turned at a right angle to the castle's gatehouse. They cross the first bridge together over the still black waters of the moat, and find the stable empty, and there is only old cow dung underfoot, none fresh. They cross the second bridge, a drawbridge, and enter the cold, damp shadow of the small gatehouse, where the gates hang open, one of them broken, and they come into the courtyard, where there is an eruption of barking, and two dogs fly at them, scrabbling and baring their teeth. Their chains bang taut, bringing them up short, but Thomas and Katherine leap back. By Christ! The dogs stand on their chains, growling and snapping, saliva spraying, ugly, broad-jawed, wall-eyed, the sort to bait bears, their smell enough to make a dyer flinch. Behind them a man appears in a doorway in the yard. He is barrel-bellied and furtive, a piece of cooked meat in his hand, grease in the greying bristles on his fat, wind-mottled face. He is at first cautious, but when he recognizes Katherine he is startled, then seems to recover himself. He takes a clumsy step down and throws the meat between the dogs, who begin to fight. Katherine turns on him. "Why are you back here, Eelby?" she asks. "And where is everybody? Where's my husband?" Eelby stops and waves his hand airily and talks through pursed lips. "His lordship has gone to London," he says in a voice not his own, "accompanied by his personal surgeon in search of their old friend the Lord Chamberlain, Lord Hastings, in the hope that he will look kindly on your ladyship's plight and bring his influence to bear in the matter of my murdered wife." He snarls the last words, and Katherine sighs loudly, as if they have been through this before. "What about John?" she asks, ignoring his attack. "What of your son? Where is he? What of the others?" Eelby does not answer. His face creases, and he folds his hands under his stained armpits and begins to pretend to find something very funny. "You don't know," he snickers. "You really don't know, do you?" "I've no time for this," she mutters. "No," he says. "No, you've no time for anything now." Thomas can see that Eelby means something, but Katherine turns her back on him. The man continues his laughing, closing his eyes, his whole body shaking with this false laughter, and Thomas senses trouble, but he is too late. Katherine takes a few quick steps, and she has the beetle swinging through the air before Eelby opens his eyes again, but he is also too late. He manages to raise his arm, and the blow lands with a crack that makes the dogs jump and begin their barking again. Eelby screams and clutches his arm, and Katherine raises the beetle again, but Thomas steps in, and Eelby looks at her with piteous fear. Then he turns and runs. For a fat man with an injured arm, he is startlingly fast. He is across the yard, past the dogs, and scuttling up the stone steps to a doorway in the tower before Katherine can set off after him. Thomas runs to catch up. "Wait!" he shouts, but she is gone, slipping through the doorway and up some winding steps after Eelby. Thomas follows. He hears scuffling footsteps on the turning stone steps above, then a rough-edged bellow. A door crashes open and light spills down. He runs, turning up the steps until he reaches a door out onto the daylight of the tower's enclosed rooftop. It is a small square, 10 paces across, stone-flagged, framed by regular merlons, with an iron brazier rusted vivid orange to one side. Katherine has the man pinned in a corner. His face is pink, sweating, and he is clutching his arm before him, which Thomas can see is bent as if it were trying to turn a corner without him. Katherine has the beetle raised, but neither is looking at the other. Both have their heads turned and are staring through the stonework to the countryside beyond. Thomas peers over. Men on horseback. Soldiers. He recognizes their type instantly, though from where he cannot say. They are in a column, 2 abreast, winding down the road that passes the priory, with bows across their saddles, and many with those long lances stood in their stirrups. There must be 50 or more. A long line of laden carts follows, pulled by pairs of oxen. "Who are they?" Katherine asks. At first it seems Eelby is wheezing sibilantly through his teeth, suffering with the pain, but in fact he is trying to laugh again. Despite the pain, he is enjoying this moment. Katherine raises the beetle, ready to strike. "Who are they?" she demands. But now Eelby is braver. "You have such good eyes, my lady," he says. "You tell me." Katherine peers into the distance. Then she lowers the beetle and grips the stone merlin. "Merciful Christ," she breathes. "It cannot be." Eelby tries to laugh again, but his face is wiped blank with fresh pain, and his eyes roll in their sockets. He blubbers through thick lips, and the fingertips of his broken arm have turned blue. "Who are they?" Thomas asks. She looks at him over her shoulder. "It is Riven," she tells him. "Riven?" he repeats. "Giles Riven?" She nods. "Barnaby said he was dead," Thomas says. Eelby is laughing. Katherine turns on him. "Why is he here?" she shouts. "Why is he here? He's dead." "It's not him, it's Edmund, the son. Look for yourself. Here he comes to claim what's his." "But it is not his," Katherine snaps. "Try telling him that," Eelby says, raising his head and nodding at the soldiers. "Your father tried that once, didn't he? And look what happened to him." Instead of hitting him, Katherine meets his gaze and then looks back out at the men. "What shall we do?" she asks Thomas, who is also peering over the walls at the advancing column. "Close the gate," he suggests. "This is the castle, after all." "Gate's broken," Eelby says. "Wouldn't stop a house cat. No, my lady, and whoever you are, you'd best be gone before they catch you." He is beginning to laugh again. "Where have the others gone?" she asks. "Where's the baby?" Pain makes Eelby gulp. He is very pale, and sweat sheens his fat, green-tinged face. When he has recovered, he answers, "They went with that fool the eel-catcher back up north. He can spend his coin to fill their bellies." "You let your son go to another man?" "Why not? He can have the boy till I need him." Katherine lifts the beetle again. "Katherine," Thomas says, "we must go." He places a hand on her arm. "Why do you call her that?" Eelby asks. "Shut up," Katherine tells him. "Do not even talk." "Come," Thomas says, "before it is too late." Katherine threatens Eelby one last time, for the pleasure of watching him flinch, and then they leave him. "Farewell, my lady," he calls, reverting to the high-pitched, twisted voice of before. Katherine almost returns to hit him again, but Thomas takes her arm and drags her through the small doorway and down the winding steps. In the yard, the dogs come crashing at them again, forcing them to one side, and Katherine threatens them, but then they are out through the gatehouse and across the first and second bridges. The soldiers are still a good bowshot away along the causeway, but near enough now for Thomas to see the black badge on the breasts of their white jackets. They are led by a man with what looks like a bandage across his face. He stops to stare, Katherine at his shoulder. Then they hear Eelby shouting from the battlements. The horsemen slow to hear him, but they cannot, nor can he point, for clutching his broken arm. So by the time the men know where to look, it is too late. Thomas and Katherine are gone. Chapter 9. When they reach the ferryman's punt, they find the red-bearded canon studying it as if it has somehow come up short. "Oh, Christ," Thomas says when he sees him. "Pass me that." Katherine hands him the beetle. The canon looks up at them, then at the beetle. He remains calm. "Thought it might be you," he says. "Leave us," Thomas says, "and there will be none of this." He lifts the beetle. "I do not want to stop you," the canon says. Thomas lowers the beetle. What then? Take me with you. You don't know where we are going, Katherine says. Nor do you, the canon says. Thomas looks at her. No, she has to admit. That is true. And I have food, the canon says. He opens his bag to show a quarter loaf of brown bread, and he has a large costrel of ale. Katherine cannot stop herself. She steps forward to take the bread, breaks it into chunks and bites. The bread is gritty with salt. She chews until her jaws ache, and then guzzles the ale, swallow after swallow. Thomas holds his chunk and looks back over the rushes to the distant trees. They should be gone, she can see him thinking. He comes to a decision and passes her his bread. Help me then, he tells the canon, and together they shove the punt through the reeds and back into the river's tugging brown waters. Katherine takes the canon's knife and cuts off the feet of her hose, and as she is about to throw them away, he takes the woolen socks and puts them in his bag. Then he hitches his cassock, takes off his clogs and throws them into the punt, and steps into the mud to hold it while Katherine climbs aboard. Well done, son, he says. She hesitates, unsure, and looks at him. He avoids her gaze and waits for Thomas. No one says anything. Does he really not know who she is? He gives no indication either way, just holds the boat fast as Thomas climbs aboard, and he takes the pole, steps aboard himself, and shoves them off. Thomas is, for a moment, at a loss as to what to do. Where are we going? The canon asks, and she thinks. Downstream is Boston, but what help might she expect there? None, really. She knows no one save Widow Beaufoy, and she is not likely to get help from her. No, there is only one place, really. Across, she says, and she points over the river to the rough sedge on the other side. The canon grunts and steers the punt out into the current. He's a big man, solid and strong, with square feet and mud-rimed toes that seem to grip the thwart's edge. He guides the punt expertly through the water, as if he has been doing this all his life, but after a moment he looks down and catches Thomas's stare. What he did to you was unchristian, he says. That is what I think Father Barnaby can be. Unchristian. Thomas lifts an acknowledging hand from the gunwale. What is your name? Katherine asks. Robert, he says. Then there is a pause. And yours, son? He asks. Katherine squints up at him again. Is he playing with her, or does he honestly not know who she is? She cannot tell. He stands there, patient, silent, steering the punt, and the need for an answer becomes pressing. She looks at Thomas for guidance, but he does not seem to know either, and then, finally, she says, Kit. My name is Kit. Kit, Robert murmurs. After the Traveller's Saint. Well, that is us, I suppose. And once again, in a moment, it is decided. She is to be Kit. Nothing more is said. There is only the noise of Robert's pole and the faint throng of the water against the side of the punt, and after a while he manages to find a tongue of solid ground among the eastern bank's marshes, and they climb out and haul the punt up out of the water to hide it among a stand of rushes. Just in case, Robert says. And they turn and set off through the marshland, ever careful of the green-crusted mud, and there are insects thick in the air, and strange red-beaked birds scuttle away before them. Edmund Riven, she says. Edmund bloody Riven. That was him, Thomas asks. The man with the bandage. She growls an affirmative. How can he be here? She demands of herself. His family is attainted. I was there in Westminster the day it was done. Richard said it marked the legal death of that family, of every Riven that was ever alive or lived still or will ever live in the future. Neither Thomas nor Robert says a thing. Why should either know? She will have to ask Sir John Fakenham, she thinks. That is all there is for it, for he is the only man who would ever tell her how it had come to pass. But now she thinks of him, and of Martin Hall, and she feels a roiling mixture of guilt, fear, and shame. She thinks how she treated him, how she lied to him from the very start, how she passed herself off as someone else, and how she married the man's son while pretending she was someone else again, and all he ever showed for her, in any of her guises, was charity. But there is one crumb of something, she thinks, something approaching comfort, or hope at least. She thinks of when she was Margaret Cornford, and she was tending to Sir John after he'd been brought down off the field, out of his wits, with his head stove in. No one thought he would live, and they'd lain him on the ground, and he'd clutched her hand and called her Kit. He'd even thanked the Lord that he, was there. And when she had corrected him, told him she was Lady Margaret Cornford, he had said he knew what he knew, and that she should not be wasting her time with him, but she should go to find Thomas. Go out and be with Thomas, is what he'd said. She did not understand it at the time, or understand what he knew, or how he knew, but she went to find Thomas, and it was only later that she tried to divine a deeper meaning in the old man's words. Did they mean he'd known from the very off that she was a girl pretending to be a boy, and that at that moment in the hospital she was the same girl, only now pretending to be a different girl? Or perhaps he thought she was, and always had been, Margaret Cornford, and that she'd pretended to be Kit to get away from Wales? She had struggled with this all that summer after Thomas was dead, endlessly going over it again and again, watching Sir John's expression for any further clue, but the matter was never raised again, and she had never struck on a happy answer, not even at the altar when she swore oaths before God and man, and took Sir John's son as her husband. So now she nods and says, Marton Hall in Marton, that's where we must go. For, anyway, after all that, what else is there? Sir John is all that remains to them. They must seek him out and throw themselves on his kindness. It is their last, their only recourse. They pass the first night in a barn where a miller lets them sleep on a platform reached by a ladder on which straw is piled on a cradle of hawthorns above two strong-smelling oxen. In amongst the straw are a few thick-skinned apples that they eat quickly, guiltily, greedily. A moment later, and Robert is asleep in his wet clothes, snoring loudly, seemingly spread across the whole space, so that wherever they move they must touch him. Katherine and Thomas sit together, with their backs to a beam, legs hanging from the platform. She has taken off her jack, and they can hear it dripping in the darkness. It'll be cold tonight, he says. We've known worse, she tells him, and she reminds him of the night on the Welsh mountains, in the snow, the night that the real Margaret Cornford coughed herself to death. He is pleased he cannot remember it. What was she like? Oh, she was very young, Katherine tells him, with much to learn. But that was another strange thing. What? Eelby still thought I was Lady Margaret, didn't he? You would think, wouldn't you, that the prior would let it be known I was not? Perhaps it is because they do not know who you really are, Thomas asks, and she grunts. She cannot see how that would affect anything. Thomas is silent in the darkness. She cannot see him, but she thinks about waking up to find him in the dawn that morning, in the stable, his expression so naked and confused. She'd thought she was dreaming still, of course, and she'd thought this was just another stubbornly persistent one from which she could not wake. And she thought for a moment perhaps she must be ill or mad, as they said she was. But then when she'd felt the soft bristle of his beard, she'd thought, no, by God, this is it. He is here, alive. And she had almost wept, not with happiness or relief, as she might once have done, but with the mad confusion of it all. With this she thinks of Richard, her husband, and she wonders where he is and what he is doing. She thinks of him wandering around in London with Mayhew, shy, anxious Mayhew, frightened by men with power, men with velvet gowns and riding boots, men with retinues and weapons. and she wonders how that will turn out. But already their story feels distant, and their fate somehow not her concern. "So will you continue as Lady Margaret for now?" he asks. "It is the easiest," she supposes, and he grunts his agreement. "We would have to tell Robert here," he says. "That is nothing," she tells him. "But then," he says, "would Edmund Riven not try to kill you, just as he tried to kill the real Margaret Cornford?" And she thinks about this for a moment, and sees that Thomas is right. Edmund Riven followed them to Wales to do just that. But what then? "Well, you are dressed as Kit. Robert here knows you as Kit." "Kit, then?" "I don't know." Thomas has lain down, and in a moment he is breathing evenly, asleep. She lies next to him, as she once used to, and she can smell him, and she means to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving, a Te Deum perhaps, but she does not. Then, in the early hours of the morning, when it is darkest, and they should be at matins, she is woken by the unfamiliar, and she feels that Thomas has an arm around her, as, again, he once used to. It is comforting, but later in the night she is woken by something else, an unfamiliar pressure in her tailbone, and she feels him pressing against her. He is still asleep, and when she whispers his name, why, she does not know, he removes his arm, withdraws his body, and his dream, whatever it was, diverts elsewhere. She is left with only the impression of him, and she does not move until she is woken by the sound of the barn door on its hinges and the shouts of the boy leading the oxen from their pens below. They walk through the morning under a pale sky, the breeze at their backs pressing the cold cloth to flesh, and they meet not a soul. Before midday they see the spire of Lincoln Cathedral and the castle on their hill above the haze, and now she knows she can postpone answering the crucial question no longer. What is she to tell Sir John? Can she really be Kit again? Will Sir John accept the boy back? All she can cling to is the strange hope that he already knows she is not who she says she is, and that he does not, care? Think it matters? Or is he too playing some unknown game, some sophisticated scheme, the advantages to which she is yet blind? She almost cries out with the frustration of it. Perhaps she ought to not have escaped the Priory in the first place. Perhaps she should have stayed to face the Prior of all, to hang for the murder of Sister Joan. Then at least she would not be bringing her lies into the lives of others. But then she remembers the Prioress, the beatings, the cruelties. She remembers gentle Alice, first raped, then left for dead, then murdered in her bed by those sworn to protect her. She remembers Giles Riven, his viciousness both casual and calculated. She remembers that giant who wanted to put Thomas's eye out, who blinded Richard, murdered Geoffrey. She remembers the boy Edmund, who had once hunted her for pleasure, then in earnest. She thinks of Eelby, his smirking, greasy face, triumphant as she was expelled from the world because she tried to save his baby when he himself had not lifted a finger for his wife. And when she thinks of these people, when she thinks of the harm they've done, she finds she is so angry that she has overtaken both Robert and Thomas on the road, and that she is banging her beetle on the ground with every step, and that her body throngs with pent-up fury and the desire to live, to survive, to thrive, if only to beat them, destroy them, and finally see them all dead. By Christ, she will do anything to see that. When they arrive at the village, it is late afternoon. There are pigs and goats in their pens, a few geese, and a boy with a shepherd's crook is slinging stones at blackbirds in a furlong by the churchyard. "Who is it going to be?" Thomas asks quietly. She pauses for a final second, then, "Kit," she says. And it is decided.
CD 5.
The last time they surprised Sir John, he was barricaded behind his door with a crossbow, ready to kill the next man he saw. He was in a foul state, Katherine recalls, smelling like a badger, and the estate was despoiled, and Geoffrey lay dead in a field. Already this is better, and as they approach, she sees, with an appreciative eye for having tried it herself, that fences are mended, hedges laid, and there is the makings of a new hovel not yet finished among the recently coppiced hazel wood. She smells plumwood hearth smoke, and hears a peal of laughter, a woman's. As they approach, a dog yaps. It is not the full-throated bark of the Talbots that used to run here, but something smaller, and a moment later a terrier comes racing through the gateway to the yard and stands before them, yapping fiercely, tongue very pink, eyes very black. Robert swings his stick good-naturedly at the dog and mutters some soothing words. A moment later she hears Sir John's voice raised in question. Thomas gives her one last nod as she swallows, pulls her brigandine down and her hose up, exaggerating the empty codpiece, and steps forward. Sir John is sitting in the last golden beam of the afternoon sunlight, on a log by the step on which they used to sharpen knives. Opposite is a woman in a green dress, likewise on a log, and they are both drinking from mugs and looking up from a chessboard. There is a long moment of silence while the old man holds Katherine's gaze. She feels her bowels liquefy and tears spring in her eyes. She wants to turn and run. This was a mistake. "John," the woman says, "who are these men?" Sir John's mouth opens slack. His face is wiped clean, all expression erased by shock. For a moment he says and does nothing. Then he whispers, "By all the saints." "Sir John," Katherine starts, a lump in her throat, tears in her eyes. "I am sorry." "By all the saints," he repeats. "It is you. And you, dear God. Kit, Thomas, dear God." He stands. He seems uncertain on his feet, lost, clumsy, like her idea of a bear. His teary gaze is fixed on her, then switches to Thomas, then comes back, and she in turn shifts from foot to foot, and she wishes she could turn and run, but equally she cannot help but grin, and tears tremble on her lids, then spill down her cheeks, and then Sir John gives a whoop of delight. "Dear God," he calls, "dear blessed God above, it is you, back from the dead, dear God, and Thomas, oh my boys, I never thought to see you again. I thought they'd rolled you in some hole in Wales with Walter and those Welsh lads. And you, we were sure you were dead at Towton." Tears leak into the deep creases in his face, and drops gather in his newly trimmed beard, and now he stumbles forward and envelops Katherine in his right arm, and Thomas in his left, and he pulls them as tight as an old man can, and he smells of some sweet herb, and now all three have their arms around one another, and all three are weeping uncontrollably. At last Sir John pulls away. He holds her by the shoulders at arm's length, and looks down at her, and he is snivelling, but then a frown flickers across his brow. "What in God's name is this?" He slaps her chest with the back of his fingers. She flinches, and now, dear God, she feels as if she might burn up with shame. But then Sir John's face wrinkles into a laugh. "A brigandine?" he shouts. "A brigandine? Great suffering Christ, boy, you've still no beard, yet here you are strutting around like a fighting cock." Sir John looks over at the woman who stands with her hands clasped at her broad waist, a rosary looped over her belt, and a length of linen wound around her head to form a headdress. "Isabella," he calls. "Isabella, this is Kit, this little one here, and this is Thomas, this big belunk here." He thumps Thomas on the shoulder and then frowns again. "Who are you?" Thomas introduces Robert. "May God bring you joy, sir," Robert says. "He already has," Sir John says, with a great shining smile. "Look, this is my wife! Isabella, my wife! Do you hear?" He beams at her, and then at them, plump with pride, and she is smiling patiently at him. She is uncertain of their social rank, and so smiles at them all, but makes no move toward them. And why should she, since they appear as beggars, and it is only because of her husband's reaction to their presence that she looks at them twice. "I have told you about them," Sir John presses on. "Do you recall? About our time in Calais? How this one saved first young Richard when he was caught by an arrow, and then how he cut me? I've even tried to show you the... But anyway, alive, solid in flesh. Oh, dear God, look at them, in parlous circumstance, just as ever they were. Look at you, filthy as crows. And what in God's name has happened to your hair? Did you cut it yourself? By Christ, I shall love to hear how it has come to pass this time." "Sir John," Katherine says, "we are mortally hungry. Is there anything we might eat before we tell all?" Sir John defers to Isabella. She smiles. "We have some capons," she says, "and some pike. Peas cod, too, plenty of ale still, and even some red wine from Gascony." "From Gascony!" Sir John echoes, sitting back on his log, rubbing his hands and rolling his eyes. Catherine's mouth floods at the thought of meat. Isabella then retreats to the house, calling for someone as she goes. "Is she not wonderful?" Sir John says, watching her back as she departs. Then he lowers his voice. "She is old Freylin's widow, you know. We were married after the Annunciation this last year. Sudden, you might call it, yes, but I tell you it was meant to be. And she is rich as Croesus. Freylin left her manors all over the country. And look!" He holds out his legs to show them his fine shoes, wiggling their strikingly long toes and laughing delightedly. "Nor," he adds conspiratorially, grinning and shooting his eyebrows up and down a couple of times, "is she unduly observant of feast days after curfew?" It is astonishingly good to see the old man so happy and well, and the wine is brought by a girl whom Sir John calls Meg, and they sit and drink, while Sir John laughs and promises them he has had mass said for their mortal souls, pointlessly as it turns out, and how he has given some of Isabella's money for the painting of a figure of St. Christopher in the church, and how he and Isabella often walk down there to look at it for luck. And he burbles on about the estate, and how if it were not for having to keep terriers rather than decent dogs, such as the Talbots he loved so, then he might come to believe that he was living in an earthly paradise. "But, sir," Katherine says, "what of Richard? Where is he? We had hoped to find him here." Sir John stops his laughter and stares at her. Thomas shakes his head minutely, regretfully, as if he already knows more than her, and she wonders what she has done wrong. "You never did like passing time much, did you, kid?" Sir John says. She thinks that if that is all it is, changing the tenor of an evening, then she does not mind so very much. But now Sir John hunches forward, spreading his legs and peering at the ground between his feet. "Richard is in London," he says, "with his surgeon, named Mayhew. They're seeking help in the matter of his wife. Remember her, don't you? Margaret, whom we brought back from Wales? Well, she has got herself caught up in something. She is something of a leech, this Margaret. A surgeon, more like, with a gift almost as great as yours, kid. She even saved my life after Towton Field." He removes his cap and points to a bald patch the size of a crab-apple within which sits a circular worm of livid scar tissue. Katherine cannot help her hands coming up as if to touch it. She resists. "A tonsure almost as good as yours, eh, Canon?" Sir John laughs before restoring the cap. Robert smiles, but says nothing. He is a comforting presence, like a large dog, happy to sit and listen, just to be with them. "Anyway," Sir John continues, "this last year Margaret cut a woman who was dying in childbed. She saved the child, something of a miracle apparently, but not the woman. So there had to be an inquest, of course. We told her she must seek someone of influence to let the coroner know where his best interests lay. She is stubborn, this Margaret. Even Richard says as much, though he is still so smitten with the girl to find it charming. Anyway, she did not follow our advice, and Richard could do nothing since he is a blind man. Did you know? Katherine nods. Yes, Sir John continues. So the inquest came and she was caught out. Some other fellow swayed the jury, packed it or bribed it, I don't know. So the coroner found the thing, the intervention, the what have you, the cutting, to be murder. So they bound her over. She's languishing in some closed convent, some blessed hole in that part of the country, waiting on the king's justices to troop along and try her case. And who is Richard petitioning for her release? She asks. William Hastings, you remember him? He saved you being hanged that time. The time you had your ear clipped. A good man, Hastings, but busy. He has gone up in the world, like the lark, by God, almost beyond measure. He is chamberlain to the king, can you believe it? At that moment, Thomas looks up and glances beyond Katherine. Tell us about it again, Kit, he says, a little too loudly. Tell us how it came about. And she glances around, sees Isabella standing, staring at her, and understands. And she tells them the story of how she tried to run from the Earl of Warwick's camp that time they came from Calais, and how the Earl's men caught her, and how the Earl wanted her hanged as an example to others thinking of deserting. That's right, Sir John laughs. And Lord Hastings, as he is now, he saved the day. Got the sentence changed to the clipping of Kit's ear. No one wanted to do it, so Tom here, he did it. With hot shears, I remember. Oof! Thomas rolls his eyes and shrugs as if to say, well, any man would do the same, and then Katherine brushes her hair back to reveal what remains of her upper ear. That was a close shave, Sir John barks. Too close. Ha ha! Bella, my love, come, come. Did you hear that? A joke? Isabella's gaze remains fixed on Katherine. This is it, Katherine thinks. This is the woman who will find me out, see my secret. May I? Isabella asks. She has a soft, husked voice that is kindly, and she is like someone who laughs a lot, but she is no fool. Katherine can only shrug, and Isabella bends over her, and Katherine can smell the same sweet herbs that perfume Sir John, and she can see the knobbly texture of the linen of Isabella's dress and apron, and Katherine's body shrieks and shrinks as Isabella raises her hand and touches her fingers to her ear's tip. But she allows it. Does it hurt? Isabella asks. It aches in the cold, Katherine mutters, brusque with nerves. We all ache in the cold, Sir John laughs. Then, stop fussing, Bella, he says, and have some more wine. Kit and Thomas can tell us all. Isabella will not sit with them, despite Sir John's entreaties, and she leaves them to it, and Katherine is relieved, and now she is able to steer the conversation away from her made-up story that she was on a boat and got lost at sea trying to get back from Pembroke, and they sailed to Ireland, where again she became lost, without any difficulty. But has Richard sent any news from London? She asks. Sir John actually growls. By Christ, he mutters. Richard wrote, or rather his man Mayhew did, a few weeks ago to say that the Duke of Somerset is back in the King's grace. Can you believe it? King Edward has forgiven the man who killed his father. He has forgiven the man who killed his brother, the man who put their heads on spikes on the gatehouse in York. The Duke of Somerset led King Henry's forces at Northampton, do you remember? And we beat him then, and he led them again at Towton Field, and we beat him then too, but, by God, only just. And each time he slipped away. And now the bastard's done it again. He got caught in one of those castles up north, some hole from which not even a practised rat such as he could escape. So he surrendered, and King Edward accepted. If old Warwick had been there, or Montague, God forbid, or anyone else for that matter, anyone, they'd have chopped his bloody head off, right there and then. He makes a dusty-sounding chopping motion with his hands and imitates the head bouncing twice. Bonk, bonk! He gulps his wine, bangs the cup down, pours more. Thomas fiddles with a chess piece, doesn't look up. Katherine is suddenly certain Sir John knows nothing of the return of Edmund Riven. "But not King Edward," Sir John resumes. "No, in fact, not only has he reversed the death sentence he passed on the Duke of Somerset, not only has he restored all his divers lands and titles, he's even, and you will not credit this, he's even taken him as a gentleman of the bedchamber." Thomas and Robert look blank. Katherine is likewise in the dark. "He sleeps with him, in the same bed," Sir John tells them. "In the same bloody bed, naked, with neither knife nor sword. King Edward and the Duke of Somerset. King Edward's father killed the Duke's father, and the Duke killed King Edward's father, and now they lie, like that." Isabella returns, moving quick and soft. She sits beside Sir John and places a soothing hand on his forearm, and he places his hand on hers. "He who covers over a transgression seeks only love," Robert says. There is general silence for a moment. Sir John looks at him balefully, but Isabella smiles. "Amen," she says. "I know," Sir John says. I know. I know you were right. I lost friends, and men I admired, and men whose families needed them. Don't you see? All this pissing about that men such as Edward of York and the Duke of bloody Somerset do. It doesn't affect them as it affects the rest of us." Having explained himself, he is calmer, but Katherine needs to know. "Richard has said nothing of Edmund Riven." Isabella is suddenly still, wholly alert, head cocked, eyes as wide as pennies, a deer sensing a hunter. "Dear God," Sir John whispers, "that is a name I hoped never again to hear at this table." There is a long moment of silence. Then, "What of him?" Sir John asks. "We heard that he too he is back," Thomas says. "Back?" Sir John asks. "Back from where? The dead? Charles Riven is dead. His family is attainted. There is no way back for him, unless—" "What do you know? Why do you say that?" Katherine hesitates a moment. Then she says, "It is Edmund Riven, the son. He has come back with the Duke of Somerset. He has taken the castle at Cornford." For a moment Sir John is silent and still. Then he erupts. With a sweep of his arm he clears the board of chess pieces and mugs and the ewer, sending them bouncing over the ground. The little dog that had settled by his wife's feet is up and yapping, and now all are standing, and Sir John is bawling, and Isabella is trying to calm him until Robert steps in and takes Sir John by the shoulders and holds him steady and starts talking softly to him. After a few long moments, when it seems Sir John remains looking for something to kill, he calms slightly and is left breathing heavily, his eyes rolling and flecks of foam around his mouth. Isabella takes him in her arms and guides him inside. Thomas and Katherine bend to pick up the mugs and the chess pieces. For a moment they cannot find the Black King, but then there it is, lying on its side. Later, when they are in the hall by the fire, and the bones of the birds and the fish lie picked on the board, Sir John comes down again, this time without Isabella, and he sits where he always used to sit. He looks much older than when they saw him first that afternoon, she thinks, and he has lost something too, that sheen of new-found happiness, and she feels shame, and wonders if he'd have preferred to live in ignorance. Then again, though, someone would have told him. The old man does not say anything for a moment, but sits and stares into the flames. Then he stretches a hand to pick up one of the chess pieces they've brought in. It is the White King. He begins in a low voice. "I don't mind that they did this to me," he says, pointing at his head. I don't mind that they took the castle that should have been my son's. I don't mind that I have spent my dotage flogging around the country looking for him so that I could see justice done. I really don't. But what I do mind, though, what I really do mind, is that he stole my house. What I really do mind is that he killed so many of those for whom I cared. And what I really, really do mind is that he blinded my son. My only son. That I do mind, that I do mind. Do you hear? Thomas and Katherine can only nod. It hardly matters that it was the father, not the son, who blinded Richard. So I cannot let this lie, Sir John continues. I cannot just lie back and assume this is some piece of divine providence. My wife says that those whom he loves he first purifies in the flames of suffering. I have to allow that this may or may not be true, but I am not so vain as to believe it is all done for me, do you see? I cannot believe that bastard Riven or his whelp is God's chosen instrument. I can't believe that family was sent here just to test me and mine, to forge us like bloody arrowheads in the fire, just to make sure we are worthy of our place in the kingdom of heaven. I do not think it is like that. Now Robert nods approvingly. So I am not going to prove myself the saint. I am not going to endure. I am going to get up. I am going to rise up and crush his serpent's head under my heel, do you hear? I will crush every member of his family so that the name Riven is extinguished throughout all eternity. Do you hear? Chapter 10. Thomas does not know what is wrong with him. He does not know what has happened. He sometimes looks at her and he feels the blood rise to his cheeks, his chest tighten, and worse, most shaming, he gets erections to fill his codpiece and force him to sit for a while. They come all the time, triggered by anything, the sound of her voice, a glimpse of her skin, her smell, her smile. It is worst at night, of course, when she sleeps next to him by the ticking dome of the fire cover, and the sound of her breathing can be drowned out by the noise of his heart beating in his ears. He cannot recall if it was always like this, if he felt these things before he went away. He thinks not. He thinks back to the moment he saw her in the stable that night, and he remembers his feeling for her was what? Whatever it was not this. It did not involve his loins. It involved his heart. And now this, if she touches him, however slightly, however accidentally, her heel slipping from one mattress to cross to touch his shin, say, he experiences a jolt through his body that will keep him awake for hours. He cannot help but sigh, then, and turning on his mattress, and sighing again and again, he will not rest until she is finally woken, and she will sometimes ask him what's wrong, and he will tell her that nothing's wrong. And sometimes she will murmur something and extend what she supposes is a comforting hand and place it on his shoulder, say, and he will lie with his breath stilled and his heart booming in the darkness, willing her to move her hand and place it elsewhere on his body. Eventually his stirrings will disturb her so much that she will remove her hand, and then, in an ecstasy of frustration, he will get up and go out into the yard, ignoring the yapping of Isabella's terrier in the room upstairs, ignoring the dark, and he will stand as still as he can and let the night's cold seep into his bones, and he will try to reconstruct exactly what the prior used to say when he lectured the novices about the fruitless spilling of seed. But by Christ, it is difficult. He wonders if it would be easier if Katherine were known to be a woman. Would he simply do as he supposes other men do and ask her to come and lie with him in the woods? He thinks about his brother and his Elizabeth, since that is the only example of courtship he has known unfold. How did his brother get her to marry him? He asked her, he supposes, or perhaps their parents asked hers, before their fathers went off to France, and then, when they were man and wife, Well, those two boys, Adam and William, they had to come from somewhere, didn't they? He cannot ask Katherine to marry him, and by Christ, even if he could, even if it could be known that she was not Kit but Katherine, and even if she would ever want to marry him in return, she would have to say no because she was already married to Richard Fakenham. He sometimes groans so loudly, standing there under the eaves of the hall, that the dog wakes again and takes up his yapping, and in the morning Sir John is bad-tempered and worries about intruders in the night, and he suggests posting a night watchman and getting in geese, even though he hates them, though they do taste good, and the fat is useful for salves and what have you. But do they really need one? He and Katherine have been at Marton Hall for 3 months, and now it is the week after the Assumption, in the middle of August. In that time they have been fed and reclothed, and they have helped harvest the pea crop, wash and shear the sheep, even start on a new, larger sty for the greater number of pigs that have been bred. Katherine has had to tell the story of her missing months 3 or 4 times, each version closely questioned by Isabella, who has also inspected Thomas's own wound as if she does not believe it to be real. Sir John has been preoccupied. He has sent messages to Richard in London, and he has received some back, written by Mayhew, and each time he receives one he reads it aloud, and it puts him in such a foul temper that Isabella must spirit him away upstairs, and he will only emerge the next day, or the one after that. It's because there is nothing he can do, Katherine says. He feels impotent, and Thomas strangles a laugh. When they've not been earning their keep on the farm, he has been practicing with a bow, trying to build up those lost muscles, rediscover that technique, but he is also trying to tire himself out. "I have to get you a proper bow," Sir John says. "You can let Robert have that one." Then we will have a company of 2, Thomas thinks. Since the night he proclaimed his desire to kill Edmund Riven, Sir John has apparently heeded Isabella's caution against action, but the old man is impatient for news, and every day he is out there, glumly pacing the boundary, ready to intercept any message that comes from his son Richard in London. What piece of information is he waiting for? Thomas wonders. He cannot decide whether Isabella is being cautious because she doesn't want Sir John to stick his staff in a wasp's nest, or whether she is more sophisticated than that, as Katherine suggests, and knows there is more than one way to skin a cat. And in the meantime, he and Katherine have made journeys through the country around Marton Hall, looking for Stephen, the eel-catcher. "Why are you so keen to track him down?" Thomas asks, and as the words come out of his mouth, he thinks they sound churlish, and he worries that she will think him jealous, and then he thinks how foolish that is, because she does not know how he feels about her, so why would she possibly think him jealous? She might just as well think him hungry or tired. "It is not Stephen," she tells him, "or perhaps it is, a little, since he was a good worker, but it is the baby, really." He tries to imagine what it must have been like, cutting open the woman's belly and plucking out the child. He cannot, or not accurately, and he is relieved. They try other villages in case they have heard of Stephen, and discover nothing. And they try further afield, and on these trips Thomas's mind is at its most active, as if the sights he sees set his mind refilling with memories of his childhood and of his brother and his father going off to France. He recalls his first days at the Priory, a year when the waters were so high the crypt flooded to the brim and the coffins rose and tapped against the floor of the nave above. He recalls his early lessons in dull lettering and subsequent discovery of his gift for embellishing the plain page with painted images of animals, plants, and even insects. He remembers taking up the feather, and he looks at his hands sometimes, half expecting to see them ink or paint-stained, and is sometimes mystified to find them so broad, calloused, and thick with muscle. He buys some paper from a man in Gainsborough, and some thin oak gall ink from a couple of boys who'd made it themselves, and weren't very good at it yet, and he cuts himself a simple feather brush, and he begins the faint design of a snail with a striking shell. He tries to hide it when Katherine sees it. He does not know why, but when she does, she smiles at him, and he feels the familiar lurch. It is on their way back from one of their ventures north that they walk through a hamlet Thomas thinks perhaps is familiar. "This is where little John Willingham lived," she tells him. "He is the only one of Sir John's company that I do not know for certain to be dead." And sure enough, there he is, little John Willingham, outside his family's cot, clutching a bill, back from laying a hedge perhaps, arguing with an old lady who can only be his mother. And when he sees Thomas and Katherine, he flinches and crosses himself as if they might be ghosts. But then when he has accepted that they are mortals and still alive, and when he has greeted them with a shout of laughter, there is something odd about him. He is thin-faced and pale, with purple-shaded half-circles cupping his eyes. He is twitchy and restless, but when they tell him they are looking for a fellow called Stephen, he is grateful, relieved. "I thought it was because of what had happened up north," little John admits. "When you came along the road and I saw you, I thought, here we go, they've heard and they've come for me." Neither Katherine nor Thomas knows what he means. "Perhaps that is just as well," he says, but she can see he wants to tell them, to confess something. What? What is just as well? "It was just that I was at Towton Field," he mutters. "You were? But with who? Whose company?" There is a long pause. Little John looks left and right, up and down, but there is no escape. He is skewered. "Giles Riven," he admits. Now neither Thomas nor Katherine knows what to say. It was after. Well, I thought Sir John was dead. I thought you were all dead. It's what I'd heard, what they told me. They said he was dead and so was everyone else." "So you thought you'd join them?" Katherine asks. "It wasn't like that. It was because I'd been with Sir John in the summer, hadn't I? The wheat here was all rotted. It wasn't brought in properly. The barley was damp, the hay was damp, the ox died too. Everything was fucked." He jerks his thumb over his shoulder at his mother, smaller than him, with a bent back, in ragged skirts and bare feet. "So Giles Riven needed more men," little John is saying, "and was offering 6 pence a day for archers who'd wear his livery. He needed to replace some who'd been killed. I thought at Wakefield, but it was all over the place, it turned out, and some of them by Sir John. Anyway, he needed more if he was to meet his obligation to the Duke of Somerset, who was his lord. You know how it is. So I went along. I could hardly say no. I had no money, no food, and 10 or 15 men with swords and sallets standing where the mint grows." He nods to the front of the cot. "I had to go," he assures himself. "They'd have killed me if not." Katherine and Thomas both nod. "What was it like?" Thomas asks. "It was, well, we went north from here over to Doncaster, then south. It was mad, all sorts of us. Not all there for the fighting. Scotsmen, some of them, a sort to steal what they could and murder them who'd lost it. Riven's company were better than most. Englishmen in the main, though they had that Irish giant who was no better than an animal. A dog, slept where he fell, took food from other men's bowls. At least I think he was Irish. He said nothing ever, and he carried your poleaxe, Thomas. That was why I thought you were dead. Knew you'd never give that up if you weren't." Thomas knows nothing of any poleaxe. Anyway, Riven didn't want any of us going off with what we'd found or stolen, and he didn't want anyone to get themselves killed over a pig or what have you, so that he'd have to come to the Duke short-handed, so he kept us tight. Kept us in food, firewood, women even. Well, one. He winces with remorse, remembering her. "And so we went down towards London all together, but the Earl of Warwick, you remember him? He came out and lined his men up against us, outside a place called St. Albans, just a bit away from London. Well, it was madness. No one knew what was going on. We thought the bastard was luring us into a trap, and that he had some secret force hidden away in a wood like, and that he was a genius, but it wasn't that. He was just looking the wrong way, wasn't he? And all his archers were in one place, the wrong place, as it turned out, and all his men at arms were in another, likewise wrong. Anyway, each time I loosed an arrow, I said to myself, that's for Kit's ear, you bastards." He smiles uncertainly, and he wants to please, but it grates a bit, Thomas thinks. "And after that, well, we sent them packing. Bloody hell, it was odd. They ran, thousands of them, and they left the King Henry, I should say, just sitting there under a tree. So we all thought, well, that's that then. We can go to London and have a fine old time. Only, of course, they wouldn't open the gates, would they? So we hung around for a while, but we were running out of food, and all the Scots had pissed off with what they'd managed to thieve, so we came back, up here. We had to move pretty quick because there was nothing left to eat by now, and the land we were going through was the same as what we'd come through, so it was, you know. He gestures to show it was hopeless. Katherine nods. Little John's dark eyes are more evasive than ever now, and he swallows hard and rubs his bristled jaw and looks around as if for something to drink. And then that day outside Towton, he says. We were there, Katherine says, though Thomas can recall nothing of it. Oh, Little John says. Why is that? Thomas removes his cap and indicates the white fob of hair at his temple. I was knocked out of my wits, he tells Little John. And you remember nothing of it? By Christ, Thomas, you are a lucky man. What I would give to forget that day. By all the saints and martyrs, yes, I would give anything. There is a long pause. Little John looks harrowed. How did you live through it? Katherine asks. He shrugs. God knows, he says, and he seems to want to leave it at that, but Katherine presses. Little John relents. We were in the front, he says. Lined up and ready, 48 arrows apiece, in formation, ready to do our worst. Only then the wind changed, didn't it? And your volleys hit us first, carried by the wind, and before I'd loosed one shaft I got hit, on the sallet. He bangs his fingertips on his cap. It knocked me right over. Not like you, Thomas, not so that I forgot everything, but I was flat on my back in the snow, blood streaming down my face, and then the next moment some great big bastard fell on me with an arrow in his face. He'd been standing in front, and the arrow turned him right round. Span him, bang, just like that. He slaps his hands together. The shaft went right through his chin and into his neck, and he came down on top of me like a sack of something awful. We were eyeball to eyeball, me and this dead man, with the fletching in me ear, and his and my blood mixing everywhere. But by now the arrows were coming in, weren't they? They made the sky dark. My God, you've never seen anything like it. To be under them, when they land, each one's like a smith's blow, but fast as raindrops in a summer storm. As many as that. And you know how much armour we had, just sallets and jacks. And after a minute I could see all the others were being killed, and those that weren't were trying to turn and get out of range, but the men behind couldn't move to let them through, and the arrows kept coming. They always say it's like a cloud, an arrow storm or whatever. It was like night, dusk anyway, and they just kept coming. Everyone was crying out and trying to run, but there was nothing we could do. And the noise, Christ alive. I huddled under that bloke, I tell you. His blood was all warm all over me, and he'd shat himself and pissed himself, but I didn't care. I buried myself under him. He was like a pavis, you know, those massive shields, those bloody crossbowmen use. I thanked St. George for making this bastard so big. The bloody arrows kept coming, and one went straight through him and caught in my sleeve, just here. He rolls back his sleeve to show them a slip of polished grey flesh that has hardened on his pale forearm. And then they started sending our own arrows back. I could see them in the ground and the bodies next to me, with their fletchings all fucked, and they made those sounds as they landed, so I could see they'd run out of their own shafts. And then, finally, the nobs on the Queen's side, the Duke of Somerset it was, finally got the trumpet blown, and all the men-at-arms came down the hill. They had to scrabble through all of us, lying around, crying, screaming. Blood was everywhere. It was drizzling blood. The snowflakes were red with it. I'll never forget it. Never, as long as I live. I lay there, praying to God no one would notice me. No one would get me up and try to send me to do anything. I think I'd shat myself too by then, but who cared? We'd all done it, or pissed ourselves. And then a bit later, the heralds and the priests and the fucking cut-pursers came, and one of them tried to steal my fucking bow. I lashed out, kicked him, and the fucker stood on the dead bloke and tried to drown me or crush me or I don't fucking know what. A grey friar pulled him off, thank the Lord. Told him there would be richer pickings later elsewhere if he would only let this humble fucking archer, me, live. I am grateful to him, wherever he was. He saved my life. Dragged the dead bloke off me and got his robes covered in blood and whatnot for it. When I was up, I saw the ground started steaming with all the blood on it. could not but breathe it in. Christ on his cross, I must have a heal. He fetches a wooden ewer and pours himself a beaker and drinks it off as if to wash his mouth out before offering them anything. Thomas accepts the cup and lets Little John pour him some and then drinks it. It is thin and bitter. There was nothing I could do after that, Little John admits. Archers weren't what we wanted, especially one with my arm like this. I stayed with the ale wagons, and then I even helped some friars with the wounded. Thought all we were doing was taking them from one place where they might have died and putting them in another place where they did die. It was as if they were tidying up, really, that was all. He takes another vast swig of ale and doesn't bother to wipe his mouth afterwards. The words bubble out. By midday we were sure we were going to win, and I was thinking that if only Riven survives, I'll be all right. I'll win my share, and I can come back home, come here, a rich man, and I can forget about all this shit. The snow slowed around that time, and you could see how far the king's army had advanced, and all the bodies that were in mounds piled up everywhere across the field, and I thought, bloody hell, there can't be many more men left in England who aren't dead or fighting for us, on our side. And then someone said Edward of March was dead, and there was such a cheer. Only then it was proved untrue, and then someone said Trollope was dead, and I cheered inside for that. Because, do you remember, he was the bastard that switched sides before we went to Calais? Or maybe that was before you came to us. Anyway, a donkey brays somewhere unseen. Then the Duke of Norfolk's men arrived, just before dusk, and that tipped the thing the other way, didn't it? You could feel it, right from where we were. And suddenly the ale carts were spilling their ale and whipping their oxen to get away, just as if they knew it had already been lost, and they would be too if they weren't gone soonest. I climbed up on the back of them. I hid in a barrel. Benefits of being small. By the time they found me, it was too late. They threw me out on the roadside, but by then the nobs were coming past on horseback, flying up the road to York, all their weapons and harness gone, horses all mad-eyed, frothing and sweating even in the snow. I ran along as best I could, but then there was a river, and turned downstream. Thought if I could find a boat, anything, then I'd be all right. And I did, a little thing. I stole it, just pushed off into the river and prayed to God to get away before Edward's men came through, or any of ours too. They were killing each other just to get past. Anyway, I fell asleep in the boat, as God is my witness, despite my fright and the cold, and by the time I woke up I was, well, I don't know, west of York, on a gravel bank being watched by 2 boys and a dog. Well, that was the end of it, really. I got out, staggered onto dry land and slept where I was, and in the morning I could hardly move. My clothes were that stiff with blood. There is a long silence. Little John is done, exhausted by the reliving of that day, and he does not ask after them. He is not interested where they have been or how they survived their day. Having spoken for so long, he wants nothing but silence. Will you come back? Katherine asks. Little John starts as if he has forgotten who they are. Only then does he ask after Sir John and the men he's known. When he hears who is alive and who is dead, he is caught between sorrow and relief. Is Riven looking for you? Katherine asks. Little John is startled. I don't know. Is he even alive? Did he live through the day? No one knows, Katherine says. But the boy is. Little John is frightened. Edmund, he asks. Edmund Riven's alive. Katherine nods. Oh, good God, he says, and he might almost cross himself. So will you come with us, rejoin Sir John Fakenham's company, and go against Edmund Riven? No, not likely, not a chance. I need to be here with my old mum. Thomas is dismayed. Is he so bad? He is a devil in human form. He has a wound here, he points to his eye, that has not healed, and yellow stuff comes from it, with blood in it, and the smell is enough to curdle milk, I swear. It makes you retch. He wipes it with a cloth, and the smell clings, and even pigs stay away. John almost gags at the memory of it, and all he talks of is cutting men, of blinding them, like he is in that eye, and of raping women. He shakes his head. I am sorry, he says. I will not go against him, not unless there are many of us. He is a vicious bastard. When they get back to Marton Hall, it is late afternoon, and Sir John is out in the yard with Robert. Sir John has a pair of curious brass eyeglasses on his nose, and another letter from Richard in his hand, delivered by the same merchant who sold him the eyeglasses. He also deals in diverse objects that he claims to be rich in natural magic, Isabella tells them, and she nods at a small grey stone lying among the pieces of the chessboard. It is unpolished, the size of the ball of a man's thumb, and pierced with a hole through which someone has threaded a loop of bowstring. "It cost a groat," she says through pursed lips. Sir John is looking equally wintry, and he raises the letter. "It is confirmed," he says. "Pornford is to be given to that bastard Riven, the son, that is, as you say, Kit, the boy without the eye. Richard says there has been some initial ruling in council. Lord Hastings is trying his best to overturn it, he has told Richard, but he is gloomy about his chances because King Edward is still warm with Duke of Somerset, and Somerset is still warm with Edmund Riven. The Duke of Somerset has asserted that with Margaret accused of murder and Richard a blind man, natural justice should run its course, and the castle and its lands should revert to Riven. Natural bloody justice. By the blood of the risen Christ, what does the bloody Duke of Somerset know of natural bloody justice? If he did, he'd have hanged himself long ago, and taken that bastard Riven with him." Sir John crumples the letter and throws it towards the fire. "There is one last final chance, Richard thinks, and then—" He makes a pff noise. There is a long silence. "What actually is that?" Thomas asks. He points to the stone on the chessboard. Isabella sighs. "To me it is a wasted groat," she says, "but to the peddler it is a lodestone." Sir John picks it up and holds it near Isabella's belt-buckle. It swings on its lace and clacks against the metal. Sir John's smile is distracted. "What's it for?" Katherine asks. "You tell me," Isabella murmurs. She plucks it from her belt and then holds it near one of the eating knives. The knife moves of its own accord. "It seeks out certain metals," Sir John says. "Attracts them, you see. But the peddler said it is helpful for finding your way. Something about the North Star and not getting lost at sea." Sir John looks at Katherine and almost laughs. "You should have it, Kit," he says. "Save you getting lost again." He passes it to her. She blushes slightly, probably remembering her slim story of being lost in the Irish Sea, and thanks him for it. "Put it around your neck," he says, "and that way you won't lose it." Again she thanks him. It is not something she really wants, Thomas can see that, but it would be wrong to refuse a gift, and she hangs it around her neck and tucks it into her shirt. Thomas cannot stop himself imagining it hanging between her flattened breasts. He tries to think of something else, anything else. They slump back into a long, strained silence that Sir John breaks by swearing at Riven again, and at the Duke of Somerset, and at King Edward for being such a fool. "When you think of all we've done for him, all the blood we've spilled—" "There must be some other way," Katherine says. Sir John turns to her. "You were always convinced the wars would start again, Kit," he says. "And you were right, weren't you? On more than one occasion, too. But will they come again? Will we have another chance to shake all this up and unseat Riven?" He gestures at the chessboard, where just the 2 kings and a handful of other pieces remain. "I know nothing of them now," she admits. There is another long, disappointed silence. Sir John sighs and begins toying with the chess pieces, clearing them to leave the 2 kings at opposite ends of the board. He sits back and studies them with a curled lip. "Kings," he says. "Kings and bloody dukes." Thomas leans forward and picks up a piece from the discarded pile. "Perhaps the Duke of Somerset will prove a false friend to King Edward," he says, and he places a black knight next to the black king. "Perhaps he will turn back to King Henry." "But why would he," Sir John asks, "when King Edward is all-powerful?" And he returns some white pieces to the board, so that they outnumber the 2 black pieces 5 to 1, and then he moves the black knight that had been under the black king to a square next to the White King, and he turns it so that the horse's teeth face the Black King. And, he adds, when all that remains of King Henry's army is banged up in a couple of useless castles up north. He places 2 black rooks on the board, on the Black King's side. They all stare at the board as if it will reveal the answer. It does not. So if there is a chance of separating the Duke of Somerset's loyalties from King Edward, Katherine ventures, touching the Black Knight and the White King, is there a way to separate them from Edmund Riven? She places a black pawn on the board next to the Black Knight, and then draws it away. There is another silence, but one by one they shake their heads. I do not see how, Sir John says. If you cannot separate this Riven from the Duke of Somerset, and you cannot separate the Duke of Somerset from King Edward, Robert says, bunching the black pawn and the Black Knight under the shadow of the White King, then you must either suffer in silence, or... And he moves a White Knight from the white side of the board toward the black side, and he turns it to face the White King. Or King Edward becomes your enemy, and King Henry becomes your friend. There is another long silence. They can hear Sir John breathing noisily. I remember Richard suggesting the same, Katherine says, when the Earl of Warwick awarded the castle to Riven after Northampton. You said you would not change sides. You said you would not turn traitor. There is another long silence, and all eyes are on Sir John to see whether he moves the White Knight back towards the White King, and he stretches his hand, and his trembling fingers hover over the piece, and he tries to draw his hand away without touching it, but in the end he cannot. He moves the knight back. I have bled so freely for the House of York, he says, that to turn my back on her now, it seems a betrayal not just of them, of King Edward, but of those I have lost in her service, of Walter, of Geoffrey, of all those bloody Johns. I cannot just switch in a moment of rage, however gross the provocation. So let us see. Let us wait to see if this last appeal to King Edward's good sense brings us Cornford Castle and Margaret's freedom and Richard's return. We should pray for those things, and if our prayers are not answered, then we shall have to think again. And with that he tidies the chess pieces away, and curfew is called. Chapter 11. The haymaking involves 8 of them, working with whetted scythes in a staggered line across the field. Thomas is strongest and goes first on the right-hand end of the line, then Robert to the left and a little behind him. Katherine starts on the extreme left of the line, since it is thought she is the slightest of them all, but she is faster and stronger than she looks, thanks to her months with the washing beetle, and as the morning progresses, she is moved up the line until she is to the left of Robert. When the first field is done, they sit in the shade of an ash tree on fat stooks and drink ale, and Robert tells them they must stretch or they will be stiff from the unusual strain the scythes put on a man's muscles. Later, she walks with Thomas down to the river, and they follow a stony path worn by horses along the river's bank, and she thinks they have some of their old ease back again, and are walking as they did before the last terrible winter. Thomas seems less fraught than he was, she thinks, less pent up. Perhaps it is something seasonal. She wonders at him, though, the way he gets up in the middle of the night and returns chilled to the bone. If she is awake, she will ask him where he has been, and he will tell her he has been outside, but his voice will be whispery, as if he is sad, and he will turn his back on her, and that will be that. She remembers him pressing himself against her that night in the barn, and once, when he got up in the night, she rose and followed him, thinking perhaps he was going to see one of Sir John's serving girls, and she felt a terrible stab of jealousy, and she thought she might scream if it were true. But no, it was not that. Instead, he stood under the eaves in the moonlight, so tense and still it was as if he were waiting for a fox to pass. She supposes it is something to do with his memories fleeting. returning to him in dreams, and sometimes she tries to calm him with a touch, but that only seems to make things worse, and she can feel him lying there like a strong bow, vibrating and so hot under her fingertips she has to withdraw her hand, though it will be useful in the winter, she supposes. Richard will come from London soon, he says. She supposes he is right, but she does not want to think about Richard. She is just enjoying being with Thomas when he is happy, and she had supposed he was enjoying it too. What will you do then? He presses. When he comes? Will you go to him? She sighs. She has been putting off thinking about this for as long as possible, but now Thomas seems determined to be unhappy, and to make her so too. I don't know, she says. You know that. I suppose I will have to go. I cannot stay and be his wife again. Sir John says Richard is still smitten with you. Yes, she agrees, but he is smitten with Margaret Cornford, who was his wife, not with me. But you are his wife, he says. Am I? She asks. Yes, I suppose I am. But Thomas, it is as I say, I don't know. I don't know what to do. None of this was... Well, I did not plan it. She sighs. She knows flight is the only option. To this end, she has been saving money, tiny amounts, a halfpenny here and a halfpenny there, driving a harder bargain at the market than needs be, accepting second best from the stall-holder and keeping the difference. Isabella has noticed something is not right in the balance of accounts. She is sure of that, but she has said nothing as yet. She wonders whether Thomas will come with her when she leaves, or whether he will stay with Sir John, who loves him as a son, and where he is warm and well-fed and, except for these odd moods of his, happy. Suddenly she has to know. If I go, she begins, will you come with me? He turns on her. He looks haunted by something, not his usual self. Where? He asks. Where? I don't know. She can feel herself breathing quickly. She feels hot and very anxious. He takes a solemn step, but he says nothing. You don't have to, she says. I'm sure you have a life planned for yourself here, without all these complications. He stops and squints at her. What do you mean? He is being evasive, deliberately obtuse. Forget it, she says, and she walks on. He catches her arm. She tears it away. Wait, he says. Look, Thomas, she says, turning back on him. She has no idea what she is going to say. The words tumble out. I know I have brought you nothing but trouble. I know without me you would be a canon still, happily embellishing your psalter, but oh, God. And now, God damn them, the tears fill her eyes, and she finds she can hardly breathe, and she feels a great heat glowing within her. She cannot bring herself to say that she cannot contemplate life without him by her side, but can she ask him to come with her, to look after her, to keep her from danger as he always has? And in return for what? He once told her he loved her, but that was then, and this is now, and he is he and she is she. And that is the problem. She is she. I'm so sorry, she says, sniffing and drawing her sleeve across her mouth. But now he is looking at her as if she is mad, and he steps towards her and envelops her in his arms, and she wraps hers around him, and she presses her face to his chest, and she inhales that dusty smell of his, and she can feel his lips pressing on the crown of her cap, and she wishes he would... And then she feels it, the hard knot of him pressing against her, and she catches her breath. She has lain with Richard Fakenham on numerous occasions since the night of their marriage, when she knew what must come, and so forced herself to drink too much wine. And William Hastings was there, among others, and everything seemed preordained. It is to be done like this, then this will happen, then this. Then the sheet was spread on a broad, feather-filled bed in a private room, something she had never slept in before, and it was sprinkled with holy water. and then she was instructed to formally guide Richard to it, but he had had too much wine too, which one of Hastings' men said was bad for a blind man, especially on his wedding night, and he had made odd, confusing gestures with his hands and fingers right before her husband's face, so she closed the door on him and heard him laugh beyond. What happened then was not as humiliating or unpleasant as she had feared it might be. She undressed and then helped him. He smelled loamy and acidic, not very pleasant, but she imagined she smelled the same. He asked if she wanted to blow out the candle, and she did, but not before she had seen his penis protruding from its nest of hair, and seeing it, she had felt not the shrieking revulsion she had thought she might, but the onset of a laugh. So this is what those nuns had spoken about with more reverence and veneration almost than the consecrated body of Christ? This thing? Richard almost knew what to do. He lay beside her and placed his hand on her pubis, in the wrong place, and then he felt cautiously between her legs. She lay still, her eyes seeing strange shapes in the dark, and he was not so much gentle as tentative, and though it was never as pleasurable as Sister Joan suggested it might be, it was not an ordeal. Then, when he felt he had done something, or enough of something, though she knew not what, he had clambered on top of her, pressing her into the sheets, his hip bones and frail wand of a penis digging into her body. Then he took some weight on his elbows, and he placed his mouth over hers and kept it there, hot and sour, again for what seemed like a pre-planned and requisite length of time, as long as it took to say the Hail Mary, perhaps, and she was sure then that Richard was new to this too, following instructions, or a set of them, as planned as the Mass itself, given to him, she had to assume, by William Hastings. Strange to have him in the room, she thought, almost peering over Richard's shoulder. Then he shunted her legs apart, and after a moment of fumbling, and she unexpectedly knowing to raise her hips and part her knees, there was a sharp jolt of pain, nothing she would care to experience again, but equally not as painful as 1,000 things she had endured before or since, and he pressed himself into her further. A strange, continually sore experience, a chafing, probing sensation, and she felt him breathing very fast. And then there was a moment of great tension in the air just above her face, and a grunt, and a vast gust of exhaled breath. A moment later his head was on her shoulder, and he was murmuring the name Margaret over and over, while she laboured to breathe until he rolled off, leaving her with an unknown mess between her legs. And that was that. Until the next time, the next evening, when the whole thing happened again, though without the solemnity. It became marginally more enjoyable with the passing of time, but it was never anything akin to the delights the sisters had suggested while they were whispering in the daughter at the Priory. It happened quite regularly, and sometimes she looked forward to it, but eventually, after 6, 7 months perhaps of him trying to get her with child and her flowering the next month, Richard seemed to turn in on himself, and would rather be left to drink wine than come to bed, and that was the beginning of his decline. And, before all this, she used to worry that it was her fault, that there was something she was not doing, which is why they were not blessed with a child. Now, though, here is Thomas. She looks up at him through the circle of his arms. Thomas? And he pulls away, awkwardly with his hips, and drops his arms, and now it is his turn to apologize. I'm so sorry, he says. I cannot help it, it just happens. He is blushing a wonderful colour. It is all right, Thomas, she says. I understand. It is just... But she does not let go of him, and after a moment he stoops to kiss her lips. The kiss lasts a moment longer than it might were they friends, and then, finally, an understanding is reached, and their hands are on one another, and they are pulling at each other's points and laces, while all the time their lips are locked, and both have their eyes open, and he is moving her off the path and into the longer grass, when the sensation of being touched there by another sympathetic hand is too much for him, She sees his eyes widen and roll, and he breaks away, gasping as if he is being strangled. "Thomas," she says, "what is it? What's wrong?" He is shuddering, hardly able to stand upright. "What is wrong? Christ, shall I get help?" "No," he says. "No, just a moment." There is a pause. Then she realizes. "Oh," she says, and she cannot help but laugh, but she is also unexpectedly furious. "Yes," he says. "Sorry, well, I'm not used to it. I thought you were dying. I thought you had stood on a blade, or one of those caltrops." He laughs. No, he says. "It was God." "Let us sit," she says. She begins to retie her points, hoiking the hose up to lace them to her paw-point. He does the same. When it is done, she sits on the bank with her shoes above the sliding brown waters, and she feels a twinge of sorrow. She hardly knows what to say, but he does not seem sad. He sits next to her, closer than he might usually, with his shoulder against hers. She smiles at him. He puts his arm around her. Well, that is nice, she thinks. He laughs. "Is it always like that?" he asks. "I mean, does that happen all the time?" "I don't think so," she says. "But perhaps everyone is different." He sighs. Did you ever... with Richard?" he asks. And she is silent for a moment, sad. "I did," she says, after a while. "I was married to him, so of course we had to." "But you never had a child?" "No," she says. "No, I used to wonder why. I used to tell myself that it was because it was not right. Because I was not who I said I was, and so God did not smile on us, Richard or me, or bless the union. I did not mind, really. Though I sometimes thought it would be nice to have a child. I would have called him Thomas." He grips her to him. "I'm sorry," he says. "Mm-hmm," she agrees. Birds call, a single wood pigeon, and the water flows by, and she's not sure if she understands this thing that she's feeling, this intense, emotional sickness, as if her heart is swooping and falling, swelling and shrinking, but she knows it is to do with Thomas. "But I'm glad too," he says. "Why?" she asks. He looks at her, puzzled. Because don't you know?" But she does, really, and she sees that his hose is bulging, and she feels she too would like to press against something, and she places her hand on his thigh and stretches to kiss him again, and then once again they are in a rush to get their laces untied. And as she's hopping to remove one shoe and pull her hose and braze off, he says something about how it would be easier if she were dressed as a girl, and then she is on her back, and he is on top of her, and this time it is better, and she cannot help gasping with the pleasure of it. And while it lasts, it is golden, but it does not last long, and he cries her name out as he shudders, and afterwards, while he is lying on her so heavily that she can hardly breathe, she cannot help smiling as she sees a flying wedge of geese pass high overhead, and she feels not just the great warmth of what they have done, but an absence of coldness. And despite his weight pressing her down, she feels lifted up, and that she might like to do that again, very soon. But then they hear a cry from the river, and he lifts his shoulders and turns, and now she can see a sail on the water, and Thomas is about to leap up and run, but she holds him tight with her arms and legs, and she looks into his eyes, where the sunlight catches them, and she keeps him there, and he smiles down at her, and then bends to kiss her. And my God, they ignore the boatmen who sail by with shouts and jeers, and there is something thrown, and he keeps at it. And a moment later she feels she might burst with it all. When it is over, finally, and they are retying their hose, she asks if he remembers that first time they stood on a riverbank, and he smiles. "Two are better than one," he quotes, "because they have a good reward for their labour, For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow. But woe to him who is alone when he falls, he carries on, for he has not another to lift him up. Then they turn and they walk together, never not touching one another. And he has a fat smile on his face, and she feels that they should have done that long, long ago. And she feels simultaneously full and empty, and for a few blissful moments she does not care who she is and where they are, and what is to come. It is enough that they are with one another, and that at last she has made Thomas happy.
CD 6.
Richard's second letter arrives a few weeks later, when the hay has been taken in and there is the first hint of autumn in the air. Sir John stands in the yard with a cup of warmed wine. He's wearing a jacket over his doublet, and he has given up the extravagantly piked shoes in favour of polished riding boots, which he wears turned down to the knee, and he is now never without his eyeglasses. "What have we here, eh?" he asks, breaking the seal and unfolding the letter. It is short, though not written in any haste from London, but rather composed, considered, and contains 3 pieces of news. The first of which makes Sir John laugh until tears meet his beard, the second that makes him bellow with rage, and the third that creases his face in grief. "The people of Northampton rose up and tried to hang the Duke of Somerset," he laughs. "Dear God, they have not forgotten what he and his men did before the battle there that summer. Do you remember? They fired the place, just as if it was France, their own town. Well, I suppose some of them were Scots, so they can hardly be blamed, but oh my lord. Apparently the townsmen were only persuaded to desist from hanging the bastard by some soothing words from King Edward himself, and a cask of wine opened in the marketplace. Now Somerset has been sent to some castle in Wales where King Edward hopes he will be safe. I hope he's wrong. You can at least trust a Welshman to do that properly." The second piece of news contained in the letter is the one they've been waiting for, and it is as bad as they feared. Lord Hastings' final attempt to have ownership of Cornford Castle revert to Richard has failed. Edmund Riven, his family's attainter reversed, is now free to enjoy the right and title of the said estate, unentailed, and is at liberty to assign it to the heirs of his body or anyone else he chooses. Sir John puts the letter on the log where the chessboard is carved, and he removes his eyepieces and rubs his face with both hands. "So," he says, "it is over. We have been royally fucked. I mean that, Isabella, and I want your girls to hear me say it. We have been royally fucked. Fucked by a royal, do you see? A royal has fucked us. For his own narrow self-interest, King Edward has gifted our property, to that conniving, murdering, treacherous little shit, Edmund Bloody Riven." He gestures at the chessboard, recalling their earlier conversation, though today the pieces are put away. Isabella sighs. "Never mind," she says. "We do not need the castle." Sir John is angry. "It is not about the goddamned castle," he says. Then he apologizes and admits that it is about the castle. Isabella forgives him and asks what else the letter says. Sir John picks it up. He adjusts his eyeglasses. Let's see. Oh, dear God, listen. This is Mayhew writing on his own behalf. "I have saved the worst news for last," he writes. "Our dear Margaret Cornford is dead. The Prior of St. Mary's has sent message to say she was killed trying to abscond from the Priory, and that the boat she had stolen was later found drifting empty on the river as it runs through the town of Boston in the county of Lincolnshire. He enclosed a bill for the costs incurred housing her, for food and other diverse needs, and for the search subsequent to her departure. Richard is inconsolable and mourns her more than he mourns the loss of Cornford, I am keeping him under close watch, for he is more miserable than a worm, and right likely to take up weapons against one and all, including his own body. Sir John lowers the letter. He is weeping openly, and Katherine, too, cannot stop the tears filling her eyes when she thinks of the harm she has caused, and she feels guilt pressed down on her shoulders like a physical weight. Any happiness she had been feeling dwindles into nothing. They sit in silence for a while. "So what will Richard do now?" Thomas cannot help asking. "Come home, I suppose," Sir John says. "Christ, it will be good to see the boy, but I wish it were in other circumstances. Well, Isabella is right. There is no point going over all this again. It is as it is. There is nothing we can do, nothing we can bring to bear on the situation, so—" At that moment Robert returns from the woods where he has been walking. His tonsure has grown out, and he has settled into Sir John's household without a ripple. He is wearing russet from top to toe, and he is carrying a stick and a bag slung over his shoulder. He takes the bag off and opens it to show them a haul of glossy chestnuts within, but Thomas is on his feet instantly. "What have you taken my bag?" he asks. "And what have you done with the ledger?" Robert is surprised, but then he remembers Thomas's attachment to the thing. "I am sorry, Brother Thomas," he says. "I did not think you would mind me borrowing the bag. I put your book quite safe on the coffer within, where the dogs cannot get at it. I needed a bag, is all." Sir John snorts. "You didn't touch his sacred ledger, did you, Robert? He won't like that." "It is safe and sound," Robert protests. "Good thing, too," Sir John says. "You was never separated from it, were you, Thomas? Took it into battle at Towton, didn't you? Though why, I never knew." Thomas has no proper idea why either. Robert takes the chestnuts to the kitchen and returns with the empty bag and the ledger. He fits the one inside the other and passes it to Thomas. It sits between them, and Sir John frowns at it. "It was your old master's, wasn't it? Old Dowd, the partner? And he felt it valuable?" "He hoped to sell it for a fortune in France," Katherine says, "though we never knew who to or why anyone would pay for it." "A mystery, then. May I?" Thomas lets him. He takes the ledger and opens it. He holds it up to the fading afternoon light and peers at it through his eyeglasses. "It is just a list of names," he says. "Men who served in France. Some I know, yes. Yes. All their movements for those years. But why should it be of any value to anyone at all?" "We don't know," Katherine admits with a shrug. "Red John once said it must prove someone was somewhere they shouldn't have been, or wasn't somewhere they should have." Sir John looks beady. It is the first time he has ever been interested in the ledger, perhaps because there is almost nothing else left in which to take an interest. "But you said old Dowd thought it would make him a fortune, didn't you? So think on it. There will be nothing of any value in finding that, say, this fellow, Thomas de Hookton, was here, say, rather than there, will it? No one would pay a farthing to discover the whereabouts of a simple archer from Hampshire." Katherine groans. It is so obvious. Of course it could only be someone of wealth. She feels utterly foolish. "The Duke of York," she says. "King Edward's father. He is mentioned." Sir John nods. "Well," he says, wrinkling his nose, "he is dead, of course, so your book may be of little or no value now, but let's have a look anyway." And he starts the book at the beginning. "So, where was he then that he should not have been? Or where was he not that he should have been? Let us begin at the beginning. St. Edward's Day." "That is the 18th day of the month of March," Robert intones. They all look at him. He smiles slightly. "Father Barnaby made us learn them," he says. "Knowledge of the lives of the saints and martyrs is what separates us from the pagans and the beasts in the fields." They stare at him a moment, wondering if this is true. Then after a while, Sir John continues. "Anyway," he says, "St. Edward's Day, on the 19th year of old King Henry's reign. So, now, what is our old friend the Duke up to then, eh? He reads, moving his lips, but in unnerving silence, and Thomas's shoulder touches hers, and she nudges him back. "Ah," Sir John says after a moment. "Here he is. It says the Duke is in the garrison at Rouen with Sir Henry Cuthbert of Gwent, 3 companies of men-at-arms and 4 of archers from Cheshire and other diverse parts of the realm. He celebrates Mass with Cecily, Duchess of York." He turns the page and reads its reverse. "And he is in Rouen until... Yes, here he is there all that month until... Here, on the first Thursday after St. George's Day." "Which is the 23rd day of April," Robert says. Yes, Sir John agrees, slightly impatient now. "When the Duke leaves for La Roche-Guyon. I remember La Roche. Anyway, he doesn't stay long because he's back in Rouen for Mass to mark the finding of the True Cross, which is the 2nd day of June, at the cathedral, again with the Duchess, and he's still there until here, the last week before the feast of St. Peter and St. Paul, the 29th day of June. After which he goes to a place called Pontour. Is it? Yes, Pontour. That is in Aquitaine, I think, quite small. Never went there myself. But the Duke is there. Why? Ah, to resist the king's enemies, or as we call it, fighting the French. Anyway, he is there in the company of Guy de something, can't read that word, a gentleman of Gascony, with 1 incomplete company of men-at-arms and 2 likewise of archers, and he's gone until... Sir John turns some pages and then adjusts his brass-cupped eyeglasses. "Until here," he says. "The week following the Feast of the Assumption. That is the 15th day of August. When he is back in Rouen 5 days later, bringing with him, by the grace of Almighty God, 2,400 best arrows, 22 men-at-arms, and 43 of the king's best archers." He turns the pages and continues to describe the Duke's movements all that year. He returns to Rouen on St. Luke's Day, the 18th day of October, Robert says, and remains there for most of it, sallying out now and then, but seemingly without much incident, and he is mostly within the castle walls throughout Advent into Christmas-tide until he leaves for England after Candlemas, the 2nd day of February, trusting himself with God's blessing to the dread perils of the narrow sea at his port of Honfleur or thereabouts. He returns 3 weeks later, Sir John goes on, and he is back in Rouen for the start of Lent. And yes, look here, in April, a rose in the margin, white, of course, to celebrate the birth of his son on St. Vitalis' day. Thomas leans forward to look at the rose and is unimpressed by its quality. "That is King Edward?" Katherine asks. "Edward, yes," Sir John says. "I remember he was so sickly when he was born, they didn't think he'd make it through the night, so they baptized him at a rush in one of the side chapels of the cathedral. My God, you'd never think it to look at him now, would you?" Sir John laughs. Katherine remembers Edward, a great giant of a man, taller and broader even than Thomas, bulky with muscles from the training ground, but with the sort of skin you kept only if you were lucky enough to be able to take shelter when it rained. "Anyway," Sir John says, "the Duke is there for a month. He's present for the Duchess's churching, then he is off again, with all these men, returning to..." He frowns again at the page before saying, "Pontour again. Quite a trip. Must say I don't remember there being so much action down that end of the country. Not then, anyway, but it was a while ago now." After that, the list runs on. The Duke was active in those months, ranging over English France, seldom in one place for more than a week at a time. "And that is it," Sir John says, closing the ledger on itself. He looks around at their blank faces and sighs. "I don't know," he says. There is a long pause. How can any of that be of value, she thinks. Yet there must be something in it. She tries to look at it the same way Sir John had. Who is the wealthiest person mentioned therein? The Duke of York. What would matter most to him? Katherine asks to see the ledger again. She can feel a rushing thrill. She knows what it is. She knows it now. Edward was born in April, she says, pointing to the white rose in the margin. St. Vitalis' Day? The 28th of April, Robert reminds them. She turns the pages back to the beginning of the ledger. Her hands shake, and the others lean in, waiting. Where is Pontours? She asks, pointing at the ledger. Aquitaine, Sir John says, as I say. Is that far from Rouen? He looks at her, having forgotten that she knows almost nothing. 2 weeks, he supposes. So the Duke is there from the end of June, and he is not back in Rouen until the week following the Assumption, so about the 20th, let us say, of August? Sir John agrees. And where was the Duchess all this time? Katherine asks. Sir John looks as if this might be a trick question. I don't know, he mutters. She must have been in Rouen. She would not have risked travelling to Pontours with him, however many men he took. By road would be awful, and by boat, well, that coast was infested with pirates, always has been. Could it be proved she stayed in Rouen? Katherine asks. Sir John shrugs. I dare say, he says. There'll be household accounts. Then that is it. The men are blank. It is not about the Duke of York, she tells them. It is about the Duchess. You have to count the months, you see. Look, backwards from April, when Edward was born, 9 months, which is how long a woman is reckoned to carry her child. And so you come to July, the year before. Still the men are blank. They look at her, waiting. It means, she says, that Edward was conceived in July. But where was the Duke in July? Pontours? And where was the Duchess? Rouen. They look at one another in the gloom. Sir John is aghast. Thomas places his hand over his mouth. Merciful Christ, Sir John breathes, his eyes round with astonishment. The boy's a bastard. Part 4. The North, after Michaelmas, 1463. Chapter 12. The path rises steeply at their feet, over rough, sheep-cropped grass, and through bent and broken bracken, where the wind is loud in Thomas's ears and pulls at his flapping cloak. Blue-black clouds race from west to east, low enough to touch, and the rain stings and claps his cheeks. How much further? Katherine shouts from behind. Her hair is loose on her forehead under her cap, and raindrops cling to her eyebrows and the tip of her nose. To the top, he calls, then over and down. He points. Each movement allows the rainwater into the warmth of his skin. And then over and down again, she calls back, and he has to nod. They are 5 days' walk from Marton Hall, and they still have as many to go before Thomas imagines they will be anywhere near the castles wherein they hope to find anyone who might bring them before King Henry, so they may show him the ledger. 5 days walking, from dawn to dusk, through 5 days' solid rain. But at least they have been alone, unwatched by Canon Robert or Isabella or even Sir John, and on the first day they even found an inn wherein they were given a bed to themselves, in a room to themselves. To begin with they were shy, but by the morning, waking up with their skin pressed together, they wished they might stay another 2, 3, 4 nights. We should have asked for a kirtle and smock, he'd said, watching her lace her hose to her pourpoint. Then we might travel as man and wife at least. She had agreed. But whatever would we have told Sir John and Isabella, that we'd wasted their money on women's cloth instead of these things, and that I was really called Katherine? We must tell them one day, he'd said. I know, she'd mumbled, I know. Thomas prayed they would find another inn that night, with a similarly empty bed, but it was not to be. After 10 hours trudging north, they arrived in the dark at the Friary of St. Nicholas, by a bridge over a broad river, and they'd slept in a cold dorter with 5 or 6 other travellers, every one of whom snored. In the morning, when they were woken for prime and were guided along the cloister to the door of the chapel, more memories had returned to Thomas, and he found himself gripping Katherine, almost crushing her wrist. "More," he told her, with his gaze fixed on the grass. "I remember more. I remember the fighting now. Christ, a man with a stick. Christ. He had some rosary beads, and he'd done something to... Was it you? Or... No. It was another sister. Dear God, he'd killed her. Yes, I remember him. Was that Riven?" Afterwards they had followed the road north, towards Towton, retracing their steps of nearly 3 years previously, neither speaking a word. Thomas had been aware that Katherine was watching to see if he recalled anything more, but for a while nothing came to him other than an intense sadness that seemed to leach into his newfound happiness. He does not want any more grim memories to stain the delight he feels just walking with her, without really having to pretend anything to anyone. Then the memories begin to return. When they'd crossed a bridge among some willow trees, they'd stopped and said their prayers at a little chantry chapel that was pitted with the distinctive marks of arrowheads, and Thomas had found himself shuddering and moved to tears he could not explain when he looked down into the frothing waters below the spans. They'd passed Towton Field a little after noon. The autumnal sun threw their shadows very far before them, and there had been little there to remind him of what he had done and what had been done to him. Some rough heathland, a tree on the skyline. They'd stopped and stared, but nothing had come. Perhaps it is for your soul's protection, she'd wondered. York Minster had broken the horizon a little after that, and they'd passed through the city gates and under its castle's walls in a deepening gloom, but they'd been brought up short when they'd seen the minster in full, and had stood in silence, stilled, not just at the building itself, or the windows then being lit from within by 100 candles, but at the number of people abroad. They could see more in one glance in one street than they might in a whole month at Marton. Then they'd been accosted by a boy who wanted to show them the new crop of heads on the Micklegate bar for the price of a farthing, but they did not take him up on it, and that night they had to share a bed with a lead dealer from Gloucester. When they woke up, Thomas and Katherine had become intertwined where she had turned to him in the night, and the lead dealer gave them a curious look, and they hurried away through the town's north gate without breakfast. Since then they have seen Durham, with its cathedral and castle raised up so prominent and uncompromising it could only inspire awe, and then reached Newcastle, where it was easy to believe the walls and gates had been built by giants, as men said, and they'd stood rooted, staring so long that the men of the city watch began to take notice. They were hard-looking men, Thomas thought, old soldiers in red and black livery coats with what looked like a winged dog for a badge. "Lord Montague's men," someone had told him. "Best make yourself scarce." The same sort had been there the next morning, on the west gate, warming their hands over a brazier filled with glowing coals. Archers, Thomas had guessed. "Where are you going?" one of them had asked, and Thomas knew to tell him Carlisle, and not Alnwick or Bamborough. The man had grunted and said no more. The rain set in just as they left Newcastle, and it followed them as they double-backed east to find the road that would take them up to their destination. And now, here they are, with the land rising before them, and every heavy step taking them nearer winter. Thomas is pleased Sir John has provided them with new clothes, bought with Isabella's money from a tailor in Lincoln, and boots that fit and are oiled against the rain. He also bought them a sword each, a falchion, Thomas, a proper archer's sword, and Thomas walks with a quarterstaff. They also have ale and bread, and in the shelter of a small wood, through which an old stone wall runs, Thomas unstoppers the bottle and passes it to Katherine. When she has finished and has wiped her mouth, she asks him, as if it has only just occurred to her, how he intends to even get an audience with King Henry. He shrugs. Surely he will want to see us when he knows we have something so valuable to his cause. He pats the ledger. She supposes this is so. But you cannot just talk to a king, can you? Even if he is in exile. We'll need to go through all sorts of retainers and courtiers, surely, and they will try to steal the ledger from us, make it seem it is their find. This had not occurred to him. It had not been mentioned when the plan was first devised, that evening after Richard's letter had come from London to break the tidings that King Edward had sided against them. It was just after this terrible moment that they divined the ledger's secret, and as soon as he breathed the words, Sir John had slammed the book shut and hurriedly put it back in its bag. "Christ, boy," he'd said, "you've been carrying that around with you all this time, showing it to people?" Thomas had nodded. "Is it really that dangerous?" he'd asked, though he must have known the answer. Just to think King Edward might be illegitimate was treason. Sir John had leaned forward on one elbow and kept his voice low. "If it is known we have it," he'd explained, "they will burn our feet until we tell them where we got it and who else knows about it. Then, when we have given them any and every name we can think of, they will round them up and burn their feet and get everyone they know and do the same to them. Then we will all meet up again on the scaffold, where we will be half-hanged, choked almost to death, you understand, but just before we die, they'll let us down, and then they'll cut our bellies open and our guts will be pulled out and burned before our eyes, or wound around a sharpening wheel until we swallow our own tongues, and then, and only then, will we be chopped into pieces with a blunt axe, and we'll have those parts of us doused in hot tar and sent to Devon and York and Kent and bloody Wales to be hung on gates to remind others not to even think such thoughts. So yes, you could, young Thomas, you could say it is pretty dangerous." They'd sat around the fire in the gloom, and they'd drunk more wine while the dogs chased rabbits in their sleep. All was silent for a while, each with their own thoughts, Sir John drinking with quick hands. Frowning, Isabella told them she was going to bed. "But first I will pray for Richard," she'd said, "and I suggest you do the same. Prayer and faith in the Lord led to all being well with my boys, and I am sure it will be the same with yours." Sir John stood to kiss her, but she turned from him, and after a moment's hesitation he wafted his hand and sat down with a heavy sigh. He took another long drink of wine, and all the time his eyes above his cup were fixed on the ledger. Then he banged the cup down. "I am sick of it," he'd begun. "I'm sick of it, do you hear? I'm sick of seeing others prosper at our expense. It is not just Riven, it's the whole crowd of them. The Earl of Warwick, the Duke of Somerset, all of them, all scheming, all getting ahead, rubbing 2 coins to make 3. By Christ! They said King Henry and his advisers were like fleas on a traveller's buttocks, sucking the wheel for all its goodness, but I tell you, these new men are worse, for they are the hungrier for being the emptier. By Christ, when I think of the blood we have spilled for them, and for what? For nothing. No, it is men like us who have suffered, and I say we have suffered enough. It is time we shifted ourselves, since no one else will do it for us." "So what do we do?" Thomas had asked, and Sir John had gestured at the chessboard, brought in from the yard, and had the pieces not been put away, he might have moved the white knight back across the board to the black king and his 2 black rooks, and he might have turned the knight's horse so that its teeth were bared at the white king. "Providence has placed a powerful weapon in our hands," he'd said. "If it is known that King Edward is a bastard, no man in the realm will stand by him. All his earls and dukes and lords of this and that, they will turn on him and drive him from his palace, where he would no doubt be in bed with some guildsman's wife anyway, and they'll take his crown and sceptre, and that will be the end of Edward Plantagenet. So you take King Henry your ledger, Thomas. Take it up to Alnwick or Bamborough or wherever he is. Show it to him, and I imagine even he will be able to do something with it. If not, the Queen will. But by God, this time we will see to it that no service of ours goes unpaid, do you hear? This time we will not be scorned." And so, leaving Robert with Sir John for mutual safekeeping, Thomas and Katherine set off almost the next day, first to Lincoln, where they bought these new clothes, and then up the road north, and now here they are, in the wind and rain, somewhere, he believes, in Northumberland, sodden through, dog-tired, too lightly armed to fight off a badger, should one come calling. More than that, though, they do not know precisely how to do it. We must wait to see who is whom before we offer the ledger to just anyone, she says. They will wonder why we are coming to join them, though, Thomas tells her. We could say we are coming to join the rightful king, like those men who attacked your farm. He nods. We'd best buy a pie, then, he says, and she looks at him anxiously, as if he might be mad. He does not explain. They walk on. After noon, the rain passes east and the sky turns pale, and they find the north road running through deserted furlongs and over gentle countryside, and they walk until Katherine's hands and feet are numb from the cold, and gradually the day fades and the moon rises, a perfect star-bright crescent in the violet-tinged evening, and they come to a village where a blacksmith is prepared to let them stay for a price. They sleep together with him and his boys in the workshop, huddled against the stones for warmth, and in the morning they wake up observed by 3 goats, a dog, and a cat, there for the same reason. The smith says they are a day from Alnwick, where the castle is. "I'm not asking business," he says, and his dark-eyed boy watches them leave, pumping his bellows without a word. They walk all morning until a little after noon, when they find a Brewster with her broom set out to proclaim she has ale, and she finds some bread too, and she tells them there are no men left in the village. "All gone," she says. "Where?" She points upwards. "You 2 should stay," she says. "Many a young widow aching for a man." But they carry on, along the road, over another series of ridges and valleys, until they find their way blocked by a looping river flowing east, its current so sluggish in parts that its brown water might be ale in a barrel. Unable to cross, they turn upriver and follow it until they find a ford where the water froths amid jumbled rocks. They remove their boots and roll up their hose, and he helps her across, hopping from rock to rock. Then, when they are dressed again, on the northern bank, they follow the track until they find a deserted hamlet where the houses have been ransacked and pulled apart for firewood. We must be close now, Thomas supposes. He loosens his sword in his scabbard, and she does likewise. Remember, Thomas reminds himself, it is King Henry, not Henry of Lancaster. King Henry, remember that? And that is when they hear the horses. They look at one another one last time. He takes her hand. We can always just run, you know, we don't have to do this. But he thinks, we've come this far. She squeezes his palm. No, she says, because then, what else? He nods. There really is nothing else for it. The riders, soldiers all, come down the road ahead, and they pull up and spread out across the road on their shaggy-coated ponies. It is not easy to see their livery, since they wear a mismatched motley of begged and borrowed coats, with scarves around their faces like beavers, and wool caps pulled low over their ears. Their leader, a thin-faced man, not shaved for a while, wears thick mittens, one of which he removes to flex the pale fingers beneath. "God give you a good day," he says. Thomas takes a breath. Here we go, he thinks, and he walks forward, the slightest swagger in his step. "Who are you?" he asks, brimming with a feigned confidence. "I don't recognise the livery." The captain is slightly taken aback. "I am John Horner," he says. He fishes in his coat and pulls from it a flap of cloth on which is a silver badge. He holds it up to Thomas, who cannot see it. "I'm captain of the watch at Alnwick," Horner says, "and serve Sir Ralph Grey of Castle Heaton, who also serves King Henry. Who are you, sir, and whom do you serve?" "No one," Thomas says. "Or no longer, anyway. We used to serve in the retinue of a gentleman of Lincolnshire, whose name I will not repeat, who was of the Duke of Somerset's affinity, but he, like the false Duke, has since gone over to the treacherous Earl of March, now calling himself King Edward IV. One of the men spits, but another spurs his horse forward to Horner's side. I know this man, the second rider says. Horner looks at him. So does Thomas. Oh, Christ, Thomas thinks. It is him. That boy, the one from the farm, the one who hid in the orchard. What is he doing here? He should never have let him go. He should have killed them both. Is it too late to run? You do? Horner asks. Who is he? I don't know, the boy says. Never gave a name, but he is useful with a bow. I will give him that. He killed 5 men before one of them managed to loose a shot or lay a glove on him. It was in defence, Thomas says, his confidence destroyed, the part he is playing much changed. He tries to signal to Katherine to run. One of them was my uncle, the boy goes on. Thomas can only repeat it was in his defence. The boy gets off his horse. They look at one another, eye to eye. There is a long moment. Thomas stares at the boy, but is counting the others. How many are they? 10? Too many for any one man. But then the boy extends a hand. I hated my uncle, he says. And Thomas can only take the hand. He feels a ripple of surprised hope. And you saved me from that woman, the boy adds. Thomas smiles. So does the boy. My brother's wife, Thomas says, shaking the hand. You had just killed her son. It is the boy's turn to look abashed. I was aiming at you, he says. Thomas almost laughs. I slipped in shit, he says. The boy laughs too. God damn it, he says. I thought you had some God-given power. I'd have never given up if I'd known it was shit. The men smile. Tension dissipates, slowly, like smoke in a still room. Then one of the men at the back speaks. You got any food? He asks. Thomas has the pie, bought to ease exactly this sort of situation, and Katherine acknowledges his foresight as the men, even Horner, dismount and cluster about to break it up. When it is shared out and crammed into grateful mouths, Horner remembers his purpose. So, he says, what is your business here? We'll come to join the real king, Thomas says, resuming some sort of authority. We? Horner glances at Kit. This is Kit, Thomas says. He is a surgeon, able to patch any wound. Save those that are fatal, she adds. The men look at her doubtfully. Thomas's grin is fixed. She is not good at this kind of thing. After a moment, Horner says, Really? Good, good. Then he turns back to Thomas. Our surgeon, he ran off. He knew his astral charts and the healing properties of diverse stones, all right, and he was a bugger for taking urine, but he was cock all use in a pinch. He can have a look at Devon John, one of the men says. Horner agrees. You'd best come with us, then. And they remount their shaggy ponies and let Thomas and Katherine walk beside them. Thomas sees that the horses are not in good condition, and when he looks carefully at the men, they are pinched, scrawny even, and their clothes are worn and their metalwork matte with rust. What is your name? The boy asks. Thomas tells him. Yours? John Bradford, of Dorset. My friends call me Jack. I'm sorry about your uncle, Thomas says. He was a bastard, Jack says. No one mourned him, not even his dog. I'm sorry about your nephew. Yes, Thomas says. Well, and what about your brother? Is he well? Jack shakes his head. Dead, he says. Just the other day, may God rest him, we had a run-in with some of Montague's men. Montague? Lord Montague holds Newcastle for the false King Edward. He is the Earl of Warwick's brother, did you know, and no friend to King Henry or us. Thomas thinks of those men on the gate at Newcastle. He would not like a run-in with them. I'm sorry, he says. There is much to be sorry for, isn't there, these days? They walk up through a forest of spindly ash trees, above which they can see dark, crenellated towers, and a little while later they come out onto a moorland bearing traces of past camps, where trees have been hacked down for firewood, and where the grass is yet to grow back through the sooted circles of old fires. Ahead is the mass of the castle, hulking in the distance, filling the skyline.
"Christ," Thomas says.
"Yes," Jack says. "Welcome to Alnwick."
Katherine is staring at the standard that flies from the keep.
"There is no royal standard," she says. "Is King Henry not here?"
"King Henry?" Horner says. "No, King Henry is in Scotland."
As they enter the shadow of the castle walls, Thomas looks about, as if for an escape route, but there is none, and behind, from the forest, comes another picket, the leader of which raises his arm in salute, and is recognised by Horner and his men, and so it is too late. The castle's drawbridge is down, and in a moment they are on it, their footsteps ginger on the slippery spars, and the great gates are opened, and they are drawn into the gloom of the barbican, and the men of the other picket ride in behind and join them, as if in a queue for something. And Katherine looks up to see they are being watched through the arrow slits and the murder holes and over the crenellated walls by 4 or 5 pinch-faced men in helmets. Behind them the gates close up again with a deep boom, sealing them in. After a long moment, the next set of gates open before them, and they process out into the broad spread of the first bailey, where miserable-looking sheep are penned in and guarded from thieves by poorly shaved men you would not think were Christians, carrying billhooks. Large parts of the rest of the bailey are given over to the frilled tops of root vegetables, and they get hungry stares from the few sallow-faced wretches and their desperate women and children. Dogs are chained to walls, and the place smells of wet stone, frowsty clothes, rotting meat, unclean garderobes.
"You think this is bad," Jack mutters to Thomas. "They're already eating toads in Dunstanburgh."
Ahead is the mass of the keep. It is huge, like a cliff, raised above them on a flattened motte, breasted with crenellated towers on which he can see only one guard resting his elbows. "Who is the Castile here?" Thomas asks Horner.
"Sir Ralph Grey,"
Horner says, nodding to the multi-towered keep.
"He is my lord."
Horner has left his horse with the ostler, and he now walks with his coat open to reveal a pale jacket quartered by the red cross of St. George, and on his belt a ballock dagger and a purse that is obviously empty. The soles of his riding boots clack with each step, as if he were on his way to the Cordwainer. "Is he the man who deserted at Northampton?" Katherine asks.
"No," Horner answers. "That was Grey of Rithim. This is Grey of Castle Eaton. He didn't swap sides until last year, and he swapped the other way from Edward to King Henry. Some slight, it is said. He was overlooked for a command, and couldn't stand being in the other man's shadow. So, you'll see how it is."
Thomas grunts. Horner leads them through a muddy gateway and into the second bailey, where more of the grey-wooled sheep graze on the sparse grass. A few men traipse around the muddy acre, but there is no sense of urgency or of multitude.
"Sir Ralph will be in his chamber,"
Horner says, looking up at a sweep of glazed windows that must be the keep's solar.
"Never likes to stray too far."
"You do not seem to have many men," Katherine says.
"No," Horner agrees. "There are more at Bamborough, and we have other castles too along the way."
He opens a door on shrieking hinges and stops in the malodorous gloom of the stairwell.
"A warning," he says. "Sir Ralph Grey is, well, he can be unpredictable."
He believes he's said about as much as he dares, and now he leads them into the darkness, and then up some turning stairs, from which they emerge into a solar occupied by a small barrel-bodied man, fierce-looking and dressed in black. He stands, slightly unsteadily, with his back to a small greenwood fire hissing in a chimney, holding a small earthenware beaker. He looks up, his eyes blazing.
"Horner," he cries, "where in God's sainted name have you been? And who, for all his love, are these with you? By Christ, beggars, beggars, you dare bring me beggars?"
"Sir,"
Horner replies. These two have come to join our company. Oh, they have, Grey scoffs, as if this sort of thing happened every day. Well, I don't want them, do you hear? Take them away, though not that big one. He looks useful. Ever loose a bow? Course you have, course you have. What about the runt? Damn you, Horner, can you do nothing right? He says he is a surgeon, Horner ventures. A surgeon, is he? Looks like a stable boy. Bet he's had his ear clipped. Katherine restrains from touching her ear. He saved many a life, Thomas says. Has he? Grey says, slightly mollified. Has he now? Then he takes a sip from his beaker and crosses to the board under the window, where he places it clumsily and pours into it something from a jug. My God, Katherine thinks, he is drunk. Now he advances crab-wise across the rushes, kicking at them impatiently until he is a couple of paces away. He smells strongly of something sweet and flammable, too, and there is an unsettling brightness in his eye. He looks at her for a long moment, then smiles as if he has a secret, and taps the side of his nose. Aha, he says, and Katherine tries to shrink, to make her body pull away from the shell of her clothes. He will see, she thinks. He will see, not because he is clever, but by accident, because he is a drunk. He grins at her sideways, his teeth crooked, his eyes sky-blue, watery and red-rimmed. He has been poorly shaved. So, he says, with a smile to suggest he knows her game. A surgeon, is it? A surgeon. Now, tell me, what does a surgeon actually do? Huh? I mean, a surgeon, huh? Saved lives, you say? Lives of men? Men I might know? Katherine stares ahead. It would be dangerous to catch his eye, she thinks. I have, sir, yes. I am not sure if you... Well, look, Grey interrupts. Look here. I've an idea. They remain silent, waiting. She can hear him breathing. Then he looks away and turns to Horner. Horner! Horner, Horner! What are we to do with you, eh? Look, I tell you what. Let us, you and me, have a little wager. Horner rolls his eyes. I've nothing with which to wager, sir, he says. Oh, it needn't be much, Grey says. It needn't be much. No, not much. A noble. Horner swallows. A noble is a lot. On what are we to bet, sir? Grey holds his finger up and beams craftily at Horner for a moment. Then he stumbles back across the room, through the rushes, to the board under the glazed window, and finds some scrap among the papers spread there. Who was that boy? He asks over his shoulder. The one wounded in the run-in with Montague's men? John, his name is, Horner tells Grey. John from Devon. Grey is still for a moment, head cocked in thought. John from Devon, he mutters. John from Devon, John of Devon, John de Devon, either way, a name to conjure with, eh? John from Devon. Still alive, is he? Far as I know. Grey turns and sits back against the board. Good, he says. Now, take this surgeon to him, will you? For me, take him along to this John of Devon, this John de Devon, and, well, let us put it this way. If he can save the boy's life, then he is a surgeon, isn't he? Bloody good one, I dare say. Needs to be. But if the boy dies, well then, perhaps this surgeon of yours, perhaps he is not a surgeon after all. Did you ever think of that? Perhaps he's some sort of spy sent by Montague. It's just the sort of thing that bastard might do, isn't it? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know. Do you, Horner? Do you know? No, of course you don't. No one does, you see. That's the thing. No one knows anything. But if he isn't,
If he isn't a surgeon, I mean, then we'll... What? I'll tell you what. If he isn't a surgeon, what we will do with him is we'll hang him. Can we hang him? I don't know. But we could, couldn't we? They say hanging's too good for them, you know, don't they? But I don't know. I don't know.
Kit is not a spy, Thomas says.
For the love of God, we came here to help.
Yes, yes, Gray says.
Of course you would say that. I'd say the same in your place. If I was standing here, any Christian man would, wouldn't he? But look, forget all that. Go on, Horner, make the wager. We said a noble, didn't we? Even if nothing comes of it, it'll be a little fun, won't it? You and me, a wager. Why not? It'll be fun. And don't we, don't we need a little of that around here? Now?
We do, don't we?
He screws up his face, looks imploring, then he takes another drink. Let's say, if the boy lives to see what? All Saints? Oh, wait, All Souls. No, you're right, All Saints it is. If he is alive for All Saints, then we'll assume you know what you're doing, that you're a surgeon, as you claim, and I shall give you, Horner, a noble. How does that do? Seems fair, doesn't it? More than fair, that, I'd say.
Horner nods. His face is a mask.
Go on, then, Gray says. Scuttle off and do whatever it is you do.
They leave the keep and recross the outer bailey, along muddy paths between the sheep pens, past the hawk mews, which smells grim, toward an isolated gurreet in the northern wall.
Is he serious? Thomas asks.
Well, he has a point, Horner says. You have turned up as if from nowhere. And he likes a wager, too.
He indicates the gibbet to one side of the bailey. The door to the stubby, stone-built tower is heavy on its hinges, and within it is dark. But there it is again, that stench. It seems to slide out, cold and pungent and thick enough to coat your tongue, so they all three take a step back, and they all clap their hands across their faces. By Christ! He started to smell a bit strong, Horner admits. A guard laughs from the parapet above.
Won't be long now, poor old bugger.
The garret is one room, square, about 10 paces wide, with no windows, but a wooden ladder leading up through a hatch into another identical room on top, save this one has 2 arrow loops on the hugely thick outer wall, and 2 doors on either side opening onto the parapet walkway of the crenellated curtain wall. There are 4 or 5 of these towers on the walls here, each placed between the corner towers, in which guards might shelter in very poor weather. This John of Devon has the whole of the lower room to himself. When her eyes become used to the dark, Katherine sees, in the light from the door, that he is on a pile of straw, and, despite the cold, he is wearing only his brace, and yet his skin is dewed with sweat. He has a linen sheet bunched over his face, and by his side his left arm lies as if it is not his, but the property of someone else. The wound, just above the wrist, is tied with a bandage crusted black with dried blood, but above it the boy's arm is swollen, the skin tense, and it is dark red, almost black. It extends to the elbow. Oh, Christ, she thinks. I will have to cut it off. What do you think? Horner asks from the doorway. Katherine says nothing. She holds her breath and touches the arm. It is scalding to the touch. She lifts it. The boy moans. There is a connective string of something between it and the stained linen sheet below, and a thin gruel of watery pus dribbles onto her wrists. She lets it down. She hurries to the door and pushes past and vomits on the grass. She hears men laughing as she retches. After 5 or 6 heaves, the retches turn dry and painful. Jack arrives and offers her some ale from his bottle. I'll need more light, Katherine announces, and air. We'd better bring him out. Should we not wait until tomorrow? No, she says. It must be soon if we are to save him. This evening. Thomas and Jack exchange a look, then they wrap cloths around their mouths and go back in. They bring him out. Jack has his ankles and Thomas his armpits. The boy's arm lies across his pale belly. They lay him on the patchy grass. The sheep watch in silence. The boy is breathing very quickly. She bites her lip and returns to the wound. Using her own knife, she lifts the bandage. It is a gash, black now, drying at the edges, something wet within. It hardly matters what that is like, though, for now she sees the swelling has extended beyond the elbow. She will need a saw. "When did it happen?" she asks.
3 mornings ago, Horner says. It was one of those things. Montague's men. They were too far north. We were too far south.
He shrugs. "It will have to be cut off," Katherine tells him. "Here." She points to the upper arm, a finger's length above the tide mark of the discoloration. She lifts the sheet off the boy's face. He looks half dead already. Men are gathering on the parapet above. "Kill him now," one of them calls. "You'd be doing him a kindness." "Do you have any tools?" she asks Horner. "A knife, a saw, a needle, a curved needle, if you have it, and a good length of horse's tail, and I'll need plenty of linen, clean, mind, and a good new bowstring, and wine, and urine, fresh." "I absolutely know we have no wine," Horner says. "That was all drunk months ago. But we have some of Sir Ralph's spirit. The friars at home make it for him. As for urine, you can have any amount of that. Right now, if you please." She recalls Mayhew cutting a bone after Towton. "And I'll need a beeswax candle. It must be beeswax. And a fire in a brazier." Horner nods. "Very well. Let us try the kitchen first." He guides her down to the keep's kitchens. It is gloomy down there, with high windows letting in a little light and air, and it smells strongly of mutton grease, but at least it is warm, and Katherine finds what she is looking for, a sharp enough knife, though without the curved blade, and even a butcher's saw. There is a pair of powerful scissors, blunt enough for her purpose, and she takes a stirring spoon. She waits for some water to boil on the fire. A large-eyed boy, an underemployed spit-turner, watches her glumly from the shadows until the water is frothing and she is about to plunge the implements in the pot, when Horner asks her why she's washing them. "They were only going to get dirty again," he says. She looks, puzzled, at the blue-black blade, the crusted snags of the saw's teeth. Why does she clean them? She really doesn't know. It just seems right. She plunges them and swirls them around, then wraps them in clean linen. She takes a small iron poker by the fire's side, too. Meanwhile, Horner organizes the urine. "Come on, everyone, into the pot!" He collects half a gallon in a green glazed jug. "Not bad," he says, holding it up and shaking his other hand dry. They go up and out into the thin autumnal sunshine to where the boy is laid out. She glances up at the keep to see the blurred shape of grey in his window and sees clouds in the reflection, scudding fast west to east, and the sun goes in again. Thomas is looking at her. "How do you feel?" She is not sure. She doesn't have that feeling she once had of certainty. She holds up her pale hands. They are still, but feel heavy, as if dead. For a moment she doubts herself. "I don't know," she says. "Will it hurt?" Jack asks. "Course it will, boy," Horner says, "though we might first stun him with a cup of Sir Ralph's distillation." He holds up an earthenware flask. Thomas takes it, removes the stopper, breathes it, and coughs. His eyes water. "Strong stuff," Horner laughs. "Shall I send for more? Or a priest? Or both?" "No," Thomas says, stopping the flask. "He won't need a priest. He'll live." Thomas smiles at her. He is proud of her. Christ, she thinks, I hope this goes well. "Come on, then," Horner says. Men are gathering round, joining those on the parapet above, though some drift away again when they catch the stench of the arm. It has a coating miasma. "Don't breathe it in," one of them says. "It'll kill you as sure as a headsman's axe." One of Horner's men brings a small perforated brazier in his cloak-wrapped hands. It lights up his face as he places it down next to her, and for a moment the smell of the burning coal masks that of the boy's rotting arm. She passes him the poker. "Get it good and hot," she says, and he slides it in among the coals and starts blowing on them. Sparks rise. Now that she has started, Katherine finds herself doing things without thinking. She first lets Thomas pour some of the distillation between the boy's cracked lips. It makes him cough, but they hold him down and they give him more, and more still. She wishes she had some of the dwale that she had for operating on Sir John, or some of that midwife's soporific, but this will have to do. Besides, she is becoming sure that speed is of the essence here. She kneels next to him on the grass, and she sees at once that the skin above the blackened swelling is gaining a rosy hue, and she imagines it a harbinger of the blackness, as if it is spreading up the limb from the wound. She wonders what it is that will finally kill the boy. Does the infection get into the blood, and from there to the heart? Is that it? Does the heart then turn black like the swelling limb? Either way, she knows she must cut the arm well above the rosy fringes of the swelling if she is to prevent the boy's death, and she must do it quickly. After a while, the boy seems unconscious again. He begins long, racking snores. Good, she thinks. She first loops the bowstring around the arm above the bulge of his muscle. It goes around 3 times, and then she ties it off and inserts the spoon under it and twists it within the bowstring, tightening it so that it bites into the flesh. Then she stops and feels the arm. She knows she must first find the artery. That is the biggest blood vessel. She has seen that cut and blood leap from the wound to splatter the ceiling. She presses her fingers into the muscle. There, she feels the throb of it. Good. "Thomas," she says, "twist the spoon." Thomas leans forward and does so. She keeps her fingers on the artery. "Again," she says, "and again." The jump of the boy's pulse lessens, its kick diminishing. Finally it stops. Thomas is watching her closely. "All right?" She nods. She reaches for the knife and she makes an incision, shallow, cutting the skin above the elbow, above the blackness. It is below the heft of his arm, where the muscle is biggest. She cuts right the way around and thinks this is why Mayhew's knives are curved. Then she cuts upwards towards his armpit. The boy writhes. "It is all right," Thomas says. "Don't let go of that spoon," she snaps. He returns to his duty. Now she peels the skin from the flesh of his arm, and the boy really bucks. "You aren't supposed to flay him," Horner says. "Give him something to bite on," Jack says. "Can we use this?" He has the strap of the bag holding the ledger. Thomas shrugs. Why not? Katherine is unaware of anything else now going on around about. It is just her and the boy under her knife. She pours some urine into the wound, rinsing away the blood. She saw Mayhew do this after Towton. She is looking for the artery, the thick one that carries the blood under pressure. She cuts down very slowly. Slice by slice, pass by delicate pass, the blade's edge sliding through the meat of his arm. And now there it is, the artery, limp now. Next to it, nestled in the pink flesh of the muscle, is the other vessel, still plump with blood. It is springy under her fingertip. "Undo the spoon 1 turn," she says, and Thomas slackens the noose. Immediately the fat artery swells and there is blood in the wound. Good, she thinks. "Tighten it again," she says. Thomas does so. The artery subsides. Now she gets the curved needle Horner took from the saddler. She passes it behind the artery and makes a tight loop around it. She ties it off, then does the same thing again, a finger's width lower. She does the same with the thick blue vein next to it. Those are the 2 you must watch for, she thinks. "See?" Thomas asks Horner. "He really knows what he's doing." Horner grunts. She takes the knife and slices the flesh around the vein and the artery. The boy is rigid with pain. Now she bites her lip. This is it. She cuts in 2 swift tugs up through the blood vessels, between the knots. There is a thimbleful of blood from each, but no more. She stares. Thanks be to God. Urine, she says, and she slops more into the wound. Now she cuts quickly, through the muscle and the hard white ligaments, right down to the bone. There is more blood. Too much? She does not know. The smaller vessels need to be sealed. Pass the poker, she says, and the man by the fire does so. It is a gleaming red tip. She takes it and presses it to the flesh. There is a hiss and a meaty smell. They lean back to let a curl of smoke rise up and vanish in the sky. Bacon, someone says. Shut up, another mutters. She reheats the poker and passes it over the pink flesh again, turning it grey and brown. The smell is now disgusting. Loosen it, she tells Thomas. He untwists it one turn. There is still blood from one or two of the vessels. She takes the blunt scissors and she teases them out and then ties them off with the horsehair. It is tricky, fiddly, with the blood and the urine. Need 3 hands for this job, Jack mutters. He is stroking the boy's head, absent-mindedly keeping him calm, not realizing that he has already fainted. More urine. The flesh is cut all the way through now, and all that remains is the bone. Where is the candle? She asks. Horner holds it up. The last good one, he says. Light it, will you? She tells him. He puts it to the brazier. And now, here is the saw, a long blade with a curved wooden handle. She moves the arm so that it is at full angle from his body. Hold it, will you? Horner looks at her. I'm not touching that. Just stand on it. He does so, gingerly, and when he steps on the hand, watery pus bubbles through the broken and blackened skin. The smell is very strong, almost overpowering, and Horner gags and retches. She lets the saw run. It cuts on the pull. She goes quickly. The boy is awake again, screaming, bucking against Thomas and Jack. It takes about 10 saw cuts before she is through, and the limb is detached into a shallow pool of dark blood. Something steams on the saw teeth. Get rid of it, will you? Horner kicks it, scuffling across the grass, the fingers flapping. Some in the audience laugh, but others groan. She takes the urine and pours it over the stump from which blood is running freely. She balls some linen against it. How did Mayhew do this? How? With the knife blade. Bring the candle, she calls. Hold it above. Tip it now so it drips. The wax drips onto the side of the knife where she holds it under the bone. It is burning fast, the wax dripping quickly. When enough wax has built up and it is beginning to harden, she presses it into the marrow and then presses the linen back over the hole. Carry on, she says. It takes 4 goes of pressing the wax into the bone before it begins to clog among the filaments of marrow. She stares at it another long moment before she exhales. It has stopped bleeding. Fuck me, one of the men mutters. Bloody well, fuck me sideways. But it is not over yet. She tells Thomas to untie the bowstring. He does so. She stares at the wound for the length of time it might take to recite the credo, and she waits a moment longer too before she nods. He removes the bowstring entirely. Jack takes the spoon. Katherine is sick with nerves. She fumbles for more horsehair and the needle again, and then pulls down the flaps of his skin and folds them over, and then she begins to stitch them together. Before she finishes sealing the wound, she stops. Blow it out, she says, nodding at the candle. Horner does so, and is about to tuck it in his purse. No, she says, I need the wick. He grumbles, but breaks the candle for her, and he holds the 2 pieces apart so that she can tug it out. She folds the wick and places the folded end into the wound. This is something she saw Mayhew do. It is supposed to draw out any malignant humours. She places a final stitch in the skin to hold the wick in place, and she gives it the gentlest tug. It gives grudgingly. Perfect, she thinks. Then she forces some linen into the jug of urine, soaking it up. This she presses to the wound. A dribble of pink fluid fills the waxy wick and drips to the ground, but there is no blood. The boy strains still. Not dead yet, Thomas encourages. She wads up more linen and presses it to the wound. She remembers the chaos of Towton and the day before the battle, when she removed an arrow from the Earl of Warwick's thigh and thought she had cut the main blood vessel. Mayhew had stood by her, his hand on her shoulder, it felt like, until the blood had ceased and they knew the Earl would at least not bleed to death on the beaten earth of the barn floor. She wonders what those standing around now would think if she'd told them she'd had the Earl's life in her hands and had saved it. Some of the other boys are playing with the limb now. They've dragged it off and are hitting it with sticks and screaming with delight. Then a dog comes and seizes the arm and drags it away, with the boys cursing after him. But before they can retrieve it, more dogs come, and there is so much snarling and snapping, the boys forget it and come back to watch. She stands there, her hands covered in dried blood and fat, and she looks around at the men who are ringed about her and the wounded boy. Grey is still at his window, a candle lit behind him, throwing his shape against the glass. She watches him raise his hand and take a drink. "Bloody hell," Horner says. "I'd have never believed it if I hadn't seen it." "Told you," Thomas says. "Kit's a surgeon, best surgeon." "Let's get him in," she says, nodding at the boy. He is deathly pale, his hair sodden with sweat, his breathing lively and irregular. His eyes are pressed closed. "Bit lighter than he was," Jack notes as they pick him up. The garite chamber still smells of rot, but they are permitted a few rush lamps, and soon the smell is mixed with tallow. "Even worse," Thomas says. "Are there any herbs we can burn?" "Herbs?" Horner laughs. "This is Northumberland. Listen, Sir Ralph wants you guarded day and night, so I will leave Jack here with you. You can talk about old times, how you killed one another's family." When he is gone, Jack asks if the boy will live. She doesn't know. "Well, he's not dead yet," Thomas says. "Not yet," Jack agrees. "But how many days until All Saints?"
CD 7.
Chapter 13. The first few days after the operation are the worst. Katherine and Thomas are confined to the chamber of the garite and must take turns sitting up with the boy. She sniffs the wound almost hourly and removes the dressing every day to tease the dribbling wick from the sutured skin in tiny increments, letting the wound heal behind it. The boy is in pain all the time, delirious with it, screeching with it, writhing with it, and there is nothing they can do except hold him down, stop him wrenching at the dressing, and try to force some of Sir Ralph's spirit into him. If they can get enough of it down, it seems to place him somewhere between life and death. "Is he in purgatory?" Jack whispers, and Katherine places a hand on the boy's neck to feel something, then shakes her head. "Not yet," she says. Jack is still with them, and she's been surprised to find she does not mind or fear his company as much as she'd think. He has even been protective of them, sending others away, including one man who wanted her to come with him to cure his brother who has leprosy. He is cheerful, usually, and if there is anything to be overcome, he always knows of somewhere it is worse. "Scotland," he'll say. "Oh, Christ, you should see the women there." Or, "Scotland, they eat bats there. Bats!" When they need something, more of the distillation, or they get hungry, they send Jack to find Horner, and Horner might come to check on the boy, bringing a hard loaf of bread and some watery ale, and he usually has some new tale to tell about Grey. "He wants me to find him a woman," he tells them. "Not just any woman, a negress, or he wants green ink, a live turtle, someone to teach him Genoese." And they'll shake their heads and sympathize. Sometimes they hear Grey shouting in the night. He goes up to the battlements at the top of the keep with a flask and his hawk, and he rants all sort of comical obscenities, usually about the Earl of Warwick or the Earl of March, sometimes about Horner, often about someone called Ashley. And the next morning a pallid Horner will appear with rings under his eyes. "What's it like in Bamborough?" Thomas asks.
Better, Horner admits.
One morning, when it is cooler and looks set to rain, Grey makes his way across the bailey, unconvincingly steady on his feet, a feverish rosiness in his cheeks, smelling of his distillation, and with Horner trailing in his wake. It is the first time they have seen him since the cutting, and he has come to see the boy, who lies on his damp bed in the gloom, having taken a turn for the worse. Grey prods him with a toe.
"Looks like I shall win my wager," he tells them, "though by the mass you do put on a fine show. If you're alive at the end of all this, do you know I've half a mind to make you my own. How would you like that, eh, boy? Surgeon to the most powerful man in the whole of the northern marches and beyond. It could happen, you know, It could."
And Horner closes his eyes, and Katherine looks over at Thomas, and Thomas knows just what she is thinking. They really cannot show Grey the ledger. He will lose it, burn it, drop it down the chute in the garderobe, or, worse, he will fumblingly understand it for what it is, and take it to King Henry himself, and claim some advantage for himself alone, forgetting Katherine and Thomas and Sir John Fakenham, if ever the scheme to proclaim Edward illegitimate were to come good.
"My confessor tells me today it is the feast of St. Luke," Grey continues, clapping his gloved hands together. "So we have but 2 weeks until the big day, after which we will learn if Horner will owe me a noble or I him, and whether or not you two shall be hanged for spies."
The next day, all are there to see the boy open his eyes and hear his few stammered words. He swears and bucks with the pain, pulling at the stump as if he means to tear it off, and Thomas and Jack are quick to throw themselves on him, pinning him down while Katherine forces him to drink some of Grey's spirit. When he is sufficiently stupefied, they relax.
"He will live,"
she announces.
"My God," Thomas says, "you are a miracle worker."
He cannot help beaming at her, and Jack looks unsure, as if he is intruding on something, and he leaves them to it. She has missed being alone with Thomas, but though Devon John is unconscious, she still feels anxious when he wraps his arms around her.
"If anyone should catch us, Thomas," she says. "I cannot help it," he says, and she tries to imagine what would happen then. She is certain that the gibbet would come as a mercy.
He lets her go and steps away to pace awkwardly.
"We did not come here for this," he says. "We didn't come to rot here with Grey. We must get out, find King Henry."
She nods. "But how?" she asks, looking around them at the damp curtain walls. "It seems as easy to break out of a castle as to break into it." The gatehouse is always closed, and guards armed with knocked bows patrol walkways, there to deter deserters as much as intruders. Their only hope is to be sent on a patrol with Horner and attempt to slip away as opportunity affords, but so far they have not been permitted out of the castle's great encircling wall.
"And even if we managed it, we should have to go to Scotland."
Scotland sounds horrible and impossibly far. But just then the church bells start ringing, and Horner approaches, striding across the bailey, looking purposeful and pleased.
"Finally," he calls from some distance. "Finally, King Henry is coming to Bamborough."
They look at one another. It is uncanny. "Why?" she asks. Horner is nonplussed, because why wouldn't King Henry come to Bamborough? But Katherine wonders if he means the Scots have ejected him, as was threatened, and so there will be no more help for Henry's cause from that source, and what few supplies they have, well, they will soon be used up, won't they? And after they are, what then? But Horner is not interested in that.
"Now all we need is one spark," he says. "Just one little thing to set the country alight, to get it to rise up behind King Henry and oust this usurper Edward of March."
There is a moment of silence. Thomas cannot help but glance at the pillow on which the boy is out cold. Horner looks down too.
"Christ, he looks drunk," he says. "Will he live?"
"I believe so," Katherine says.
"Sir Ralph will be pleased,"
Horner says. Why, I thought he was looking forward to hanging us as spies.
That's all changed now, he says. One of King Henry's gentlemen of the bedchamber is carrying a wound that has so far defied his physician, and Sir Ralph has been boasting you are a miracle worker and can cure him.
Katherine is instantly nervous. Me? She asks. I cannot just... Horner laughs at her predicament, then leaves them. And Katherine sits suddenly, exhausted, there on the foot of a pile of filthy straw, her slight frame hidden in overlarge hose and paw-point, an old-fashioned linen cap covering her ears, her fine fingers on the tip of her pointed chin, deep in anxious thought. At least we will be near King Henry, he says. And she looks at him, and at that moment she is caught in a waft of the thin autumn light from the door, and she is so ethereally, delicately beautiful to his mind that he almost laughs. But Thomas, she says, should we still give King Henry the ledger? Why not? Because if this place is anything by which to judge the health of his cause, then I cannot imagine him ever prevailing against King Edward. You have forgotten, but I will never forget that army coming up the road to Towton. It took a day to ride from one end to the other, you know? And look at what Sir Ralph Grey has here, 200 men, 300? But King Henry might have a great power in Bamborough. Yes, she says sadly, he might. There is a long silence. Well, let us see, Thomas says. See what manner of army he has, then decide. She nods. And in the meantime, she says, we have this wounded gentleman of the king's bedchamber. He might prove a more reliable conduit to King Henry than Sir Ralph, Thomas supposes. Might show it to him, and he, in his turn, might show it to King Henry. And then that's Horner's spark, the one that will light up the country in favour of Lancaster. He says it to reassure himself, but she nods. He could not be worse, she says. And then it is, finally, All Saints. They have found some fresh straw and a clean blanket, and after Mass, Devon John, the boy, is sitting up, shirtless, waiting for Grey to come and pass him as alive. He is unable to stop looking at his stump, which he holds up like a fish's flipper, but he is definitely, defiantly still alive. He is swearing almost constantly about the stump, about the pain he still feels, about the man who hit him with the billhook, in an accent you only hear in parts around London, and he keeps demanding more of Grey's distillation, on which he has developed a reliance. Eventually Grey comes, approximately sober, and he peers at Devon John's stump and closes his eyes and mimes a shudder of revulsion. "Dear God," he says, "nevertheless, it is as fine as anything King Henry will have seen in Scotland these past months, of that you may be sure. So get him up, dressed and ready to ride before midday." "Today?" Katherine says. "Yes," Grey answers. "Today, this morning. King Henry commands it, and you are to come too, and you, whatever your name is. And you too, help make up the numbers. He is not yet strong enough to walk much further than the privy. How will he cope with a ride in the rain?" But Grey has turned, and he waves his arm airily as he stalks away, just as the chapel bell is ringing again. It is only a few hours later, just after noon, that they ride out on borrowed horses under a scudding slate-grey sky. Devon John is slumped on a sag-backed pony between Thomas and Jack, his face the colour of goose-fat, and Katherine watches him anxiously. He is well topped up with Sir Ralph's distillation, but even so, a trip like this could be the end of him. "Is he all right?" Thomas asks. "Doesn't matter anyway," Jack calls. "It's past All Saints. You've won your bet." They ride out through the Barbican's mossy walls and over the bridge, and below them the moat is stippled with raindrops, and a boy is trying to fish for something in the pungent waters. Before they have ridden a bowshot, Grey stops the party while he uncorks his costrel and takes a nip of spirit. Is it Thomas's imagination, but does the air waver over the bottle when it is uncorked? It seems so. They ride on, three abreast, Despite himself, Thomas finds there is something special about riding in a party like this. He feels watched, feared, and very serious. He finds that his jaw is set and his gaze fixed in the distance. He supposes he would soon get used to it, though, and come to find it boring. The sea appears again at their right hand, restless and grey and scored with heavy foam-frilled waves, and that's where they first see Dunstanburgh Castle, sighted above the sea on a skirt of black cliffs around which gulls wheel. "Did you ever see such a spot?" Horner mutters. "Wouldn't want to be there when the wind blows, mind." Thomas has never seen anything quite like it before. On one side is the sea, beating against vertical black stone cliffs, while on the other is a long slope down to 3 or 4 broad lakes through which a narrow road must twist to arrive at the turreted Barbican. It must be impregnable. They ride past and then come down through scattered black boulders onto a beach of fine sand where the waves thunder and throw up clouds of spray. They follow that, curving around, blown by sea spray, and then up again through broken dunes, and in the distance is another great pile of turrets and a square tower behind curtain walls. "Bamborough," Horner tells them. He is just as proud of it as if he had built it himself, and it is possible to see why. Hard by the seashore it is a perfect succession of stone battlements topped by the massive tower of the keep. It seems huge when they first see it, and it takes the rest of the afternoon to reach it. By the time they are there, it is late evening, time for vespers, and Devon John is practically dead. Whether it is the cold or the lingering shocks of the amputation, Katherine does not know. Grey is quite drunk, too, chattering incessantly, and he sends a rider ahead to announce his arrival. As they come under the castle's lower barbican, the gates open and they process as usual into its court, and the gate is dropped with a boom behind them, and they are kept trapped in the dank yard while many eyes assess them. Thomas always hates this bit, sitting there, scrutinised, waiting not to be killed. "Get on with it," one of Horner's men calls, and after a pause the chains start their slow grind as the inner portcullis is raised, and after a moment the huge gates beyond are drawn open. Thomas kicks his horse on, past some steps, up to the keep, and into the inner bailey, sunk in gloom now, but crowded with men about the business of getting bread and ale, and finding themselves somewhere warm and dry for the night. No one pays them much attention. They ride up to the great door of the keep, where lanterns illuminate a knot of guards gathered on the steps, and Grey dismounts successfully, clings to his saddle a moment longer than he ought, then rights himself and sets off up the steps very deliberately. After a moment he stops and waits for Horner, who has removed his cloak to show his colours, to catch up. Thomas can hear the challenge, the reply, the muttered conversation that follows. He hears a note of peevishness from Grey, then a deep, authoritative murmur. A message is sent. There is a moment of waiting. More men come from the doorway. A slim figure appears in better clothes than the others, and they step back respectfully. Explanations are offered, a misunderstanding cleared up. Meanwhile, Katherine swings off her horse, and Jack too, and they help Devon John down from his saddle. He is mute and limp, his face very white in the gloom, his eyes fast shut. "We need a fire," she says, "somewhere to warm him." Horner comes down the steps alone. King Henry will not see Grey today, but he is to be found space on a mattress in the keep, and is invited to dine in the same room as the king, if not at the same board. His men, meanwhile, are to be billeted in somewhere called the Great Outward Postern Gate, just about as far from the keep as they can be while remaining in the confines of the castle, and they will have to find food for themselves. There is a long moment while Grey's baggage is extracted from the mules, and then they remount and ride down through the bailey again, following a slow-walking steward in pale livery who guides them to the inner postern gate, and then through it, and into the outer bailey, where now there are sheep, guarded especially at night by men with bills and bowmen, as well as the ruins of hovels and stables, pulled down for hearthwood. It is a bad sign. "And we are to be given duties," Horner admits. He is depressed. He had hoped for a flourishing garrison, ready to sally out to retake England for Henry of Lancaster, Not this. The outward postern gate is shut and barred, and there is no one in the lower guard-rooms, where there are puddles and rotting straw on the flagstones, and the walls are glossy and green with running water. Horner wrinkles his nose. It is like a cave, Thomas thinks. Up the circling steps there is the mechanism of the portcullis winch, 2 great piles of rusting chain links and a long iron bar with hand spikes. The wind whistles constantly in the murder holes. Up the next set of steps, and the reason for the abandonment of the lower stories is clear. There is a broad circular bread oven that dominates the room, of the sort in which a man might easily fit, 3 men even, and there are that number sitting on a ledge around it, with their backs against it now, legs outstretched, ankles crossed, one of them asleep, the others playing a form of dice. Their weapons, a billhook, 3 unknocked bows, a sheaf of arrows, and a short tapering sword, are a long hand stretch away. "Thanks be to God," one of the dicemen says when they tell him he is relieved of his post, and he wakes his companion. "Come on, John," he says, "we're set free." While one goes up the steps to break the news to their colleague in the tower's top, the others pack up their few belongings, taking their weapons, their mugs and bowls, a sheet of waxed linen, and slinging the rough rolls of their mattresses over their shoulders. "God's blessing on you," the returning sentinel says. He is sodden through, his face as pale as parchment, and he stops to press his palms against the declining warmth of the oven's stones. "You'll need it here," he adds. When he is gone, Thomas and Jack help Katherine bring Devon John up the awkward steps and lean him against the oven, just where the other men were slumped. Thomas unblocks the door of the oven. Inside it is deep with grey ash, winking embers and the bones of yesterday's fire. There's no bread, that's for sure. "Well," Horner says, and he holds out his hands over the non-existent fire. Thomas already misses the garite at Alnwick. At dawn the next morning it is Thomas's watch, and so he wakes and rises and climbs the steps up and pushes open the iron-bound door against the wind, and emerges onto the long rectangular space with the wind fresh in his face, and he claps his hat to his head and looks about. Horner is there, looking tired. He turns and studies Thomas over his shoulder for a second, grunts something, and then turns back. The stones of the wall are green with moss and lichen, and caked in seagull shit. Underfoot, men have also relieved themselves in a gutter, and despite the wind, the smell is clammy and strong. Beyond the wall, where the wind is coming from, is the broad ribbon of dunes, and then the beach of white sand leading to the sea, grey-green now, mist-shrouded, and rising and falling as if it is breathing. There are seagulls everywhere, shrieking, floating in the air, their din louder than any clapped bell. To the north is the dwindling stretch of unworkable moorland, and to the west more or less the same thing, save for a small village hard by the castle walls among the blackened ruins of a larger one, in which at least the church tower has been spared. Funny to look down on it, he thinks. Horner joins him, his fingertips green with lichen from the stones. "Scots did that last year," he says, indicating the burned walls of the old village. "Or maybe it was the Earl of March and his men the year before." "Pity," Thomas says. "Yes," Horner mutters. "Christ, what a place. I'd imagine, more men, less shit." "Yes," Thomas says. It starts raining. Both adjust their cloaks. "We could find some wood," Thomas suggests. "I'll send some of the men out," Horner moans. "But the place has been gone over 1,000 times already." "Why don't I take Jack and see if we can't find anything in the way of bread and ale?" he suggests. "You can try," Horner agrees. "And get bread if you can. Not oatcakes, do you hear? If we're on oatcakes already, then you know things are worse than we thought." Thomas finds Jack by the oven and leads him down the steps and out, trudging back up through the muddied paths of the outer bailey, watched by the sheep and their armed herders. There are a few tents to one side, from which oily smoke billows, and at their openings their inhabitants, dirty-faced men and women, a few children, are hostile. Beyond are a few stalls, such as you might find in a market, where there are feathers and linens for sale, shoes, old clothes, bundles of rushes and mattresses already made up, and candles. Thomas can smell vinegar, rotting meat, wet stone, the cesspit. And now he can hear the rhythmic tonk of men practicing their fighting, something Jack enjoys, both participating in and watching. And next to him, the boy picks up his pace, walking on his toes, since someone told him this is how fighting men walk. They pass through the inner postern gate, and then up into the inner bailey, where sure enough they find men in various livery jackets going at one another with various weapons, and the noise and the smell reminds Thomas of some days before when something comes back to him. Another fragment of time, in a small castle, on a hill above the sea, and loosing arrows endlessly, all day, every day, falling asleep over supper with his back knotted and aflame. He remembers being shouted at, forced to run, forced to loose his bow, but he remembers laughter too, and something else, something that leavened it all, a lightness like sunlight, something like that first moment when you realize from one day to the next that spring is really here. "You all right, Thomas?" Jack asks, and Thomas returns to the here and now. "Yes," he says, "sorry." Jack pats him on the shoulder. Thomas is grateful the boy is there, is grateful that he did not kill him in his brother's orchard all those months ago, grateful that he saved him from Elizabeth's vengeance. Around them, billmen are being drilled in companies. Small groups of men-at-arms in harness are making elaborate and simultaneous moves across the worn grass of the bailey, past others fighting with weapons swabbed in cloth. Others crowd around, shouting the combatants on, and there is a pack of archers gathered at the far end, taking it in turns to send their blunts into targets pinned to butts set against the curtain wall. Horner would be happy to see this lot, Thomas thinks. But who are they all, in their various liveries? "Them is Lord Hungerford's men there," Jack tells him, "and them belongs to Lord Roos. That one is Lord Talboys. Them I don't know, but look, there are the King's men." And Thomas looks over. They do not look that different from the other men there, but in their buff coats with their St. George's Cross badges, they hold themselves slightly apart, as if they may be special. And again they feel slightly familiar, and he has to shake his head to invite further revelations or clear it entirely. They walk on, hard-packed earth under their feet, into the shadow of the keep, its lower facade pierced with arrow loops and narrow windows, a spitting guard peering down through the merlons at the top. They pass the keep and enter a service yard where the kitchens are, and there is a hubbub of raised voices, and a crowd of men is gathered, all in their various livery coats and badges, many more of them than before, many of whom Jack has never seen, all of them waiting with their backs turned, waiting impatiently for something to eat. And as Thomas walks towards them, he sees something and his heart starts thumping and his ears roar. He stumbles. "By Christ," he mutters. "What's wrong, Thomas?" Jack asks. Thomas is breathing as if he has run 100 paces. "What is it? What is it?" His eyes are fixed on the backs of the men in the crowd, and then there it is. He recognizes it. A flash of something pale, white, with a pattern of dark shapes. He knows what the shape is. It is the rough approximation of a bird. A crow? But no, now that he knows more of these things, he knows that it is more properly the rough approximation not of a crow, for who would have that? No, instead it is a joke, a heraldic witticism, a play on words, for the bird is not a crow, but a raven. Riven. "Thomas? Bloody hell, what is wrong with you? Oh, Christ, come on!" He feels Jack's hand on his arm and shakes it off. "No," he says, "no." There are 2 of them in the livery, more besides. Part of him is terrified. He knows he must get away, knows that these men will harm him, but part of him is thinking, calculating. Jack has a pail for the ale and a probably blunt eating knife. Thomas's eating knife is definitely blunt. One of the two men in the raven livery carries a bill with a polished blade, the other has a sword bound to his hip, and though he cannot see them, Thomas supposes each must have a dagger too. No, part of him thinks this is not the time for fighting, and nor are these the men to fight. They carry on up towards the knot of men, Thomas sidling towards the two in the livery, though now there are more of them, definitely a gathering. Christ! He feels they are closing in on him, trapping him, as if they know who he is, but his steps seem to be taking him towards them. He cannot stop himself. He starts to feel faint. He had not expected this. He looks for ways out, means of flight, but still on he goes, and now all around him are armed men in that white livery with the black birds, some full-jacks, others sleeveless tabards, grubby, travel-stained, and they are weary-looking men too. "It's all right, Thomas," Jack says. "It's all right. All we're here for is the bread, eh? Bread and ale, that's all. Then we'll get you back to Kit. You can see you right. Bread and ale, eh?" Thomas finds himself in the queue with the other men. They have not noticed him. Jack is there, talking still. Thomas ignores him. He wants to hear what the men are saying. They want meat and ale and are complaining to someone. Then they are given something and they step aside, only grudgingly. There is an obscure threat of sudden, very bad violence. Thomas's hands are shaking. Breathing is hard. Standing upright seems more difficult than falling flat. He concentrates on the grit under his scuffed toe-caps. And now, a few shuffling paces, and there is a half-door, as in a stable, and behind it a woman, thick-set, rough green dress, white headdress, brown apron, and behind her a man, could be her twin, her husband, both, neither given to suffering fools, though fools themselves, probably. The woman speaks, asks a question, but the words are at a remove, as if from a distance, not meant for him, and he cannot stop himself turning away, staring at the two men 5 paces away now, turning back towards the woman behind the door, and beyond them there are others likewise dressed. One of them has a disc of something brown that he bites with bad teeth. The other has ginger hair under a felt hat just as flat as his oatcake. Thomas cannot look away. Jack is at his shoulder. He leans across Thomas, getting between him and the men, and he holds out the bag to the woman behind the door and says something, and the woman replies with something sharp and dismissive, and throws handfuls of the brown discs into the bag's depths. Thomas cannot help but keep staring at the men. And then the first man turns. He catches Thomas's gaze and jerks his head back. He says something Thomas does not understand. A challenge. Within a moment he is stepping up to Thomas, chest out, chin jutting, hand on the hilt of the knife Thomas can now see, and there is probably another one he can't. The man barks the same phrase, a question to which Thomas does not know the answer. The second man, ginger, face leaner than a blade, moves forward. He too has a knife, hanging from a leather strap across his chest, and the sword. His eyes are uncannily blue, even in the wet grey light of late afternoon, like one of those dogs. Other men drop back instinctively, delightedly, forming a loose ring, eyes lit up with anticipation. The woman behind the door swings it shut with a bang. Thomas is still, unable to move, but Jack turns and manages to get between him and the two men. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he calls. He has his arms outstretched, holding them apart. "We're just getting bread, sirs," he says. "That is all. My friend, he means no harm. He has had a bang on the head. Look at him, look at the white patch. There's a hole behind there through which you may touch his brains if you've mind to pay. He looks at people funny. Sometimes he is out of his wits. Come, for the love of St. Columba, let us calm ourselves, eh? Reserve our passion for our real enemies." Another man appears, a captain. "The boy's right," he says. "Stop pissing about. First man to draw his blade will have his neck stretched before the sun sets." There is a tense moment. Still Thomas cannot speak, nor help staring at the two men. Very slowly, Jack turns and guides Thomas away. There are disappointed groans from the crowd, and some entreaties to stay and fight, but Ribbon's men are silent, staring, recording, and their hands do not stray from their knives. "Ah, Christ, Thomas," Jack breathes. "What are you doing, picking fights with men like that?" Thomas briefly wonders where Jack learned about men like that. living on a sheep farm in the middle of nowhere, but the boy is quick, and without him he knows he might well be lying bleeding to death in the yard while men stepped over him to collect their oat cakes and ale. "We must get back," Thomas says. "We must tell Kit." When he tells her, she can scarce believe it. "No, but I saw them," he tells her. "They are here, in the castle." "But Riven was in Cornford. He cannot have come up here. He would not." Thomas shakes his head. She is right. Why would he? Unless he has men in both camps. Is that possible? Did you see any captain or vintner with them? Anything to suggest that they were here in someone's retinue? Thomas shakes his head. "But there were enough of them," he says, and he tells her about how he felt when he saw them. "It was as if I was suffocating." "You went proper pale," Jack adds, and he was staring at those two. By Christ, you should have seen them, Kit. They were fierce as ferrets. Scotch, I reckon. The day wears on. Horner sends some men, not Thomas or Jack, out to comb the beach for driftwood, and others with a few pennies to buy more ale, since without it they will parch and wither to nothing. Both parties return with meagre success. The ale is thin, and the few sticks and the length of silvered trunk will not burn without throwing off a fat cloud of black smoke and a foul stench. So they sit and they eat their oatcakes and they drink their ale gathered around the smoking bread oven, while Devon John sleeps on, alive but senseless. They hear nothing of Grey, and Thomas imagines him in the keep at the board with King Henry and his earls and lords and so on, and all of them talking as if they are like to win this war. But after a moment his mind returns to those two men in Riven's livery, and what they are doing here. Across the room, sitting hunched in her cloak next to Devon John, Katherine is pressed to the warm stones of the oven, and she too is frowning in thought. In the evening the bell in the church tower rings time, and it is their turn to go up the steps into the night to take a watch around the tower's top. They have a bull's-eye rush lamp to guide them, and when they emerge onto the tower there is a strong cold wind off the sea that smells good, and there is nothing to be seen except the glimmer of lights from similar lamps in the castle's other towers and faint glints from the windows of the keep. "They are as desperate as ever we've been," Thomas says. "They cannot afford to feed themselves, let alone their horses, and there is little or no wood for watchfires." Katherine grunts. She is in no mood to speak, but remains deep in thought. Thomas shines the light out to sea. Pointless. Someone signals to him from another tower. He signals back. They are just as bored. He wanders the tower. Some parts are more malodorous than others. He peers into the night. Then, quire an hour later, Katherine clears her throat and he turns the lantern on her, its ochre light revealing chin, nose, cheekbones and brow, leaving her eyes in darkness. "Thomas," she starts, "what if those men you saw today weren't Edmund Riven's?" "But they were," he says. "I promise. I did not know the badge, or I didn't know that I knew it, but when I saw it again I knew who they were. I knew they were Riven's men." "I'm not saying that," she says. "I'm not saying they weren't Riven's men." "Then what? What if they weren't Edmund Riven's men? What if they were Giles Riven's men?" "Giles Riven's men? Their fathers, you mean? How could they be? He's dead." "Is he? You told me he was." "I know," she says. "I know, but only because we thought it so. We did not see or hear him surviving that day at Towton, and so many were killed it was natural to assume he was too. But what if he wasn't killed? What if he survived the day?" "You mean, what if he is alive?" "Yes," she says. "I know you went up there to make sure he was killed, Thomas, but you were one man, and there were many thousands there that day, weren't there? And you can remember none of it. I think we assumed that because you were dead, or so we thought. I mean, it was absurd, but that is what I thought. We thought he was dead too. I don't know why. Made it easier to accept, I suppose. But what if you were knocked down before you managed to kill him? What if that happened? I mean, that is more likely, isn't it?" He says nothing. He sometimes gets flashes of snowflakes in the dusk, of lying face down on a jawless man with a beard of gore thickening into a glaze on his ripped steel plate. He feels cramps of pain, too, in his back and on the side of his head, and sometimes he wakes with his ears ringing with screams and the tooth-jarring din of steel edge on steel edge. You were saying that because I am not dead, nor is he. Well, she says, I do not put it like that. All I am saying is that it could be that neither of you is dead. Of course this makes sense. Why should it be otherwise? But it does not explain why there are men wearing his livery in the bailey below. But then why are they here?